Don't quibble. Do you think I'm an idiot? The young man said angrily. If you weren't from the fallen snow sect, how could you stand here unharmed? With your cultivation, how could you escape the pursuit of the fallen snow sect elders? Xianxia was about to speak when his pupils suddenly shrank. Be careful. With that, he immediately pounced on the young man. How dare you? The young man thought that Xianxia was going to attack him, so he immediately drew out his sword and chopped towards Xianxia. The two of them collided and immediately turned to the side. At the same time, a streak of light arrow pierced through the sky and shot towards the young man with a whoosh. What? The young man was suddenly shocked and hurriedly turned around. One of his companions was looking down at his chest in shock. There was a piercing wound on the chest of the 5th-level Heaven Scryer expert. The sea! The young man cried out in shock and anger. The person whose chest was pierced by the arrow coughed twice in his throat and directly fell down. Damn it! I want your life! The young man went crazy and chopped at Xianxia. Hurry up and stop. I am a disciple of the Southern Domain's Howren sect. I just saved your life. Xianxia roared as he took out his sect token. Howren sect. The young man hurriedly stopped and glanced at Xianxia's waist token. You really are a disciple of the Nature's Nature sect? But why did you come to this distant northern region? He said blankly. Let's not talk too much first. Hurry up and run for our lives. There is a mysterious archer in the fallen snow sect who holds a profound longbow. The power of that thing is boundless. If we don't leave now, all of us will put our lives here. Xianxia grabbed onto Su Ran and Old Man Tianji and flew towards the east. The remaining 19-star guild members were stunned. Boss, what should we do? A young man asked with trepidation. We're not here to die. The young man gritted his teeth and said, Xiao Yuan, bring 16 brothers with you to escape with the Howren sect disciples. I will bring 2 of them to Amethyst City. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man suddenly trembled and subconsciously dodged. An arrow of light silently flickered as it moved towards the young man's right arm. A deep wound was left on his arm. The arrow missed the young man, but hit little Yuan. This arrow directly killed little Yuan at the 5th level of the heaven-seeking realm on the spot. Run! The young man finally showed up and shouted angrily, Follow the Howren sect disciples and escape. Right in front of him, Xianxia anxiously said, Senior, where exactly is the secret room you mentioned? Only when I find the world-devastating divine lightning can I contend against the galaxy bow. Otherwise, we will always be in danger. The Nightmare Saber was also a profound grade weapon, but after all, it was a melee weapon. That archer would never be foolish enough to fight him in front of Xianxia. In this way, the distance would become Xianxia's biggest weakness. Old Man Tianji glanced at Su Ran and still refused to say anything. He said, If I can't guarantee Ran's life, even if I die, I won't tell you. Xianxia gritted his teeth angrily and said, Landing on the ground. You can't fly in the sky anymore. Everyone, quickly descend into the forest and block the fluctuations of your spiritual energy. Xianxia took the lead in descending, suppressing his dipper chi. The 18-star guild members also descended, following Xianxia's example. The young man strode in front of Xianxia and shouted, What exactly is going on? Xianxia said in a deep voice, The fallen snow sect has truly slaughtered the city. The news you have received is correct. The 3 of us have just escaped from the city and witnessed everything with our own eyes. The young man said angrily, They have so much courage? What a snowfall sect! How dare they openly slaughter civilians? He took out a message and said to it, Elder, the information we received is true. The fallen snow sect massacred civilians and requested reinforcements. Requested reinforcements. Don't worry, our reinforcements will arrive soon. We will definitely make him pay the price of blood. Before he could finish speaking, a streak of light arrow suddenly shot out from the sky, directly exploding the signaling order that flew into the sky. I've seen a ghost. The young man was stunned and shocked. That archer was actually able to shoot a signal. I'm alone now. Xianxia waved his hand. Let's go. Let's go in a detour in the jungle. Don't go in a straight line. Everyone immediately turned into afterimages and swiftly swam through the vast forest. It's not that simple. It's definitely not that simple. I've definitely missed something. Xianxia kept on muttering. The Fallen Snow sect has long wanted to take the initiative to take back the Steel Continent. This is nothing to be surprised about. Old Man Tianji said. Something's wrong. Xianxia shook his head. If they wanted to make a move, they would have already made a move. They wouldn't have waited until today. During this period of time, the Heavenly Profound Sect's forces have begun to infiltrate the Steel Continent, and the people from the Huangpu aristocratic family's northern clan have also started to have ulterior motives. At this moment, the Fallen Snow sect suddenly rebelled. This point in time is very suspicious. Could it be? Shit. Xianxia's expression changed. It's fake to massacre the city. It's true to search for the Void Stone. It must be the support of the Heavenly Profound sect. Otherwise, the Fallen Snow sect will definitely not be able to obtain so many combat puppets. They lured the Fallen Snow sect to massacre the city, while they secretly searched for void stones. This Steel Continent is rich in minerals, so there must be void stones there. Yes, there's one in Amethyst City. It's in the City Lord's mansion. Old Man Tianji's eyes twitched. Attract fire. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, the Profound Sky sect has used the Fallen Snow sect as a shield. The ridiculous Fallen Snow sect thought that they had obtained a great backer, but they didn't want to become someone else's scapegoat. There's definitely more than one void stone. Otherwise, there's no need for the Profound Sky sect to make such a big commotion. They must still be looking for other void stones. Everyone, get down. As Xianxia spoke, he suddenly pressed Su Ran to the ground. Everyone was a martial arts expert, and most of the time, they didn't need to explain too much to obey orders at the first possible moment. Everyone was lying on the ground. Right at this moment, a military flying ship slowly passed through the air. There were 18 sun-stone searchlights on the flying ship. Bright beams of light swept through the jungle. Suddenly, a beam of light shone on the young man's body. Go all out. When the young man was discovered, he immediately transformed into a beam of bright light that shot straight into the sky. The long sword in his hand slashed towards the flying ship, hacking down a 15-meter-long sword beam. Xianxia immediately flew up and sent the young man flying with one shoulder. At the same time, an arrow of light pierced through Xianxia's shoulder. Boom! The flying ship in the sky was also split in half by the young man's sword light. Hurry up and leave. This place is not safe anymore. Xianxia descended, ignoring his injuries, pulling Su Ran and running at full speed. Su Ran was so scared that her face was pale that she couldn't say a word. Her heart was about to die. But the Steel Continent that she loved the most had now turned into a massacre arena. It felt like he was standing on the land of his hometown, but he had a sense of loss from drifting duckweed. That archer has been following us from afar. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, everyone, don't act rashly. The young man caught up with Xianxia and said, thank you just now. If you hadn't knocked me away, I'm afraid I would have been shot to death. Is your wound all right? Xianxia shook his head. This small injury is nothing, the young man said angrily. I never thought that the Fallen Snow sect would have such courage. They actually dared to kill even our Star Guild's people. Xianxia said, since they have the Heavenly Profound sect as their great backer, they are naturally not afraid of the heavens or the earth. The young man frowned. What kind of big backer is the Profound Sky sect? It's just a dog under the feet of our Star Guild. Xianxia said, that was the Heavenly Profound sect of the past. With the support of the Bai clan of the other world, the Heavenly Profound sect of the present has long been unafraid of the heavens and earth. The massacre in the Iron and Steel Continent is only the first step. If their plan goes smoothly, I'm afraid the whole world will suffer. Wait! What the hell is that? Suddenly, the young man grabbed Xianxia. Everyone hurriedly looked ahead. In the sky, a gigantic eyeball was sweeping around. A black light beam shot out from the eyeball. Everything that possessed spirituality, once hit by the black light, would immediately reflect a strong light and rush into the sky. As for that eyeball, it was completely illusory, unlike a physical body. Shit! It's the Eye of Void. Old man Tianji's expression changed. This time, there is really no way to ascend to heaven, no way to enter the earth. How do you know? The young man hurriedly asked. Old man Tianji angrily stomped his feet. This Eye of Void was personally created by me for the fallen snow sect. It can appear in any area within a radius of 10,000 kilometers out of thin air, and can detect any person or thing that possesses spiritual qi, primordial weather, yuan qi, or dipper qi. How do I go around? The young man hurriedly asked. I can't go around. Old man Tianji said anxiously. This thing is illusory. It has the ability to track spiritual energy. No matter how it circles, it will catch it. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. In an instant, the giant eyeball suddenly disappeared from the sky and appeared in front of everyone. The large eyeball was several hundred meters tall and landed on the ground. A huge black pupil was staring at everyone in the dark. That scene was extremely strange and shocking. The location is exposed. Let's go. Xianxia pulled Su Ran and rushed towards the eyeball. However, that eyeball also followed Xianxia's charge and retreated, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters from Xianxia. Regardless of how Xianxia and the others ran and flew, their eyeballs were reluctantly chasing after him as if they were following him. Xianxia chopped a few saber rays to attack the eyeball, but the Eye of Void was not attacked at all. It was illusory, and all matter could only penetrate its surface layer, and could not harm him. Coming! The young man's heart skipped a beat. There's a large amount of astral chi fluctuations chasing after us. Xianxia turned around and was instantly enraged to the point of smoke. Damn! Even the demons have betrayed him. In the rear, a blue-black whale was jumping in the air. Every time it jumped, it would enter the void. When it came out again, it was already 100 miles away. Void beast. Only the demons could control this thing. Just as Xianxia was speaking, the void beast had already arrived above everyone's heads. A dense crowd of martial artists jumped out of the void beast's mouth. Why? The young man was completely stunned. Why should even the demon race help them? What kind of ability does his heavenly profound sect have? How can he convince so many powerful forces? This was the wish of the Star Guild for many years. They wanted to unify all the martial arts sects in the world, but they had never achieved it. However, the Heavenly Profound sect had caught up with the Star Guild in a short year. Although the Profound Sky sect had yet to unify the sects of the world, at least the entire northern region should be more or less the same. Fight! Xianxia pulled out his huge saber and used his body to protect Su Ran. Once the martial practitioners of the Iron and Steel Continent sect landed on the ground, they immediately dispersed and surrounded Xianxia's group of 21 people. How dare you! The young man roared and stomped the ground with his right foot. Berserk waves of the sea of anger. Astral chi poured into the ground and gathered into a ring of astral chi waves, spreading out in all directions. Those Heaven Scryer sect pursuers were immediately overturned. Sai! The young man shouted. A female martial artist dressed in a golden robe pulled out a longbow and shot out thousands of arrows of astral chi in all directions. 50 Heaven Scryer realm martial artists were killed on the spot during this round of shooting. Whoosh! A streak of light arrow flew over and with a bang, the colored robed bow exploded. Sai's expression changed as he said, "That archer is still following." The young man rushed forward with a dozen or so subordinates to kill the pursuers. After all, they were from the Star Guild, and they were still strong enough. However, an arrow of light shot out from the sky and sent the sword in the young man's hand flying. Immediately after, 10 streaks of light shot out, shooting away the weapons of the 10-star guild masters. I found it! Xianxia had been observing the flowing light arrow. The mysterious archer had been changing directions. She was very cautious. Every time she fired an arrow, she would move her position once. As for Xianxia, he found a pattern. He faced southwest and fiercely slashed out a light slash. Whoosh! The second light slash flickered and instantly disappeared into the air. In the distance, the female archer in a leather bodysuit was pulling back her bowstring and preparing for the next long-range shooting. Suddenly, her eyebrows twitched and she immediately rolled in the air. Swoosh! The second light slash sliced through her chest and cut open her bra. A pair of big white rabbits jumped out. The female archer immediately covered her chest with one arm and licked her lips. Interesting. I've never encountered such a strong opponent. In the distance, Xianxia shouted, "You guys hold on for a while. I'll deal with the archer." With that, Xianxia faced southwest and shouted, "Lightning escape!" He turned into a streak of coppage black lightning and arrived 80 miles away in the blink of an eye. The female archer had just pulled back the bowstring when she saw a flash of black lightning in front of her. Xianxia had already appeared with a huge saber in his hand. The female archer was stunned for a moment and immediately aimed at Xianxia, shooting at close range. "Sneak into the void." Xianxia shouted and disappeared, reappearing behind the female archer. The huge saber in his hand ferociously slashed down. Galaxy teleport. The female archer's expression changed drastically. The longbow in her hand began to emit a strong light, and with a cry, she turned into starlight and disappeared on the spot. Xianxia's saber missed, and the female archer appeared 10 miles away. As she flew backwards, she continuously shot out streaks of light arrows at Xianxia. The speed of the shot was extremely fast, and in an instant it shot out a total of 50 arrows. What was precious was that each arrow was powerful enough to kill a good fortune first-layer expert. At such a close distance, Xianxia didn't even have the time to dodge, let alone release a second light slash. He once again disappeared into the void, his body disappearing, reappearing behind the female archer. Teleport. The female archer released the characteristics of the longbow, and she herself disappeared. Whoosh whoosh. Another fan-shaped arrow shot over. Xianxia shouted, "Shape transformation!" Xianxia shouted and disappeared, arriving beside the female archer, followed by a close-fitting second light slash. The female archer cried out in alarm. Although her arrow was fast, Xianxia's secondary light slash was even faster. The female archer had dodged in time, but she was still unable to compare to the speed of the light slash. Immediately, a piece of flesh and blood was cut off from her arm by the saber light. Her face was pale, and her entire right arm was almost cut off. The slices of her forearm that had been cut off had already revealed dense white bones. Galaxy jump! The female archer was frightened. Her body shook and she dissipated into starlight. 500 miles away, a starlight appeared, condensing into the shape of a female archer. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "This woman's strength is not very good, but that galaxy bow is really life-threatening." Xianxia tried to sense the fluctuations of the archer's aura, but he discovered that it had already disappeared. How could that be? Even I can't feel her aura fluctuations. Xianxia frowned and immediately returned to his team. The people of the Star Guild were still fighting, and the enemy was sending martial artists over endlessly, as if there would never be an end to them. No matter what, I can't kill them all. The young man was evidently a little tired. Even though they were experts, they maintained a state of 1 versus 10 at almost every moment. This kind of high-intensity and high-load battle process was unimaginable for martial artists. Old Man Tianji said, "The fallen snow sect has united all the sects along the Steel Road. There are hundreds of thousands of disciples in the sect alone. In addition, the rebellious disciples have reunited with the sect for hundreds of years. The number of disciples has probably reached 1 million. So much!" Xianxia's eyes widened in shock. Old Man Tianji said, "The Steel Continent is too rich, so there are many ways for ordinary people to become martial artists. This won't work." Xianxia slashed 2 sect martial artists to death, but he killed 2 and another 20 jumped down from the sky. "We must kill their void beasts." The young man gritted his teeth and said, "That void beast is constantly transporting the disciples of the sect from afar. If we don't stop it, we are practically fighting them within a sect. This war is unwinnable." "I'll do it." Xianxia leapt into the sky and shouted, "Mirror of Mingyue Cosmos!" In the distance, the void beast had already jumped over with another round of disciples. Xianxia was ruthless and released a total of 15 light slashes in one breath. The Cosmos Mirror only used 60 secondary light slashes last time on the Island of Exile, but now it only used 45 of the 15 slashes. As for the 15 light slashes, they were divided into 3 rows. Each row had 5 light slashes juxtaposed together. Its speed was so fast that even the void beast didn't react and was directly cut into 4 pieces. On the other hand, the sect disciples on top of them were hacked into pieces, and nearly 50% of them died on the spot. What a powerful weapon! The young man's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Why didn't you take it out earlier? Hurry up and put more on. Quick!" Xianxia faced the shockwave in the air and shouted with difficulty, "Do you think my Cosmos Mirror is endless? It's good to be able to retain some strength. Now let's hurry up and leave." After saying that, Xianxia rushed down and helped kill all the disciples on the ground. Then he immediately led everyone on their way. However, the Eye of Void had been following the crowd, and its large eyes were staring at them. The young man turned around and hurriedly said, "I don't know who this eye is following. We will split our troops into 2. No matter which side it follows, the other side must hurry up and ask the Star Guild for help." "No way," Old Man Tianji said. Everyone was already divided into 2 groups, ready to flee in 2 directions. However, the Eye of Void suddenly split into 2 smaller eyeballs following the 2 groups. Xianxia and the others split up into 3 groups. There were a total of 7 groups, but the Eye of Void was also divided into 7 smaller eyeballs. I said no. No matter how we disperse, the Eye of Void will disperse along with us. As long as it finds the right target, it will definitely not let the target escape, the old man said. Isn't there no way out? Xianxia said anxiously. Old Man Tianji said, "There's nothing I can do. I can only take advantage of how far the pursuers have gone before they dare to come. Be careful." Xianxia pushed Old Man Tianji away abruptly. A flowing light arrow pierced through Xianxia's left arm. "Little brother, are you all right?" The young man's expression changed and he hurriedly said, "Do you want my pill?" "No need." Xianxia gripped the wand with his right hand and immediately executed the 9 Purities Universe art. 9 Purities Cosmos art. The young man's eyes lit up. "Are you an Elder Heavenly Tao's entry-level disciple?" Xianxia ignored him and asked the old man, "What kind of weapon is that Galaxy Bow? Why does an archer have more than one ability?" Old Man Tianji said, "The Galaxy Bow is one of the most precious treasures of the Fallen Snow Sect's profound weapons. Anyone who is recognized as the owner of the Galaxy Bow will obtain a series of abilities, not a single one. She will possess the most outstanding qualities of an archer, including the ability to pierce through Fortune Realm martial artists, the ability to dodge instantaneous movements, and the ability to completely block all life force and spiritual energy fluctuations. In other words, the owner of the Galaxy Bow will become the best hunter. Hurry up. I feel that someone is chasing after me again. His aura is very strong." The young man's expression was solemn as he said, "The enemies that chased after him this time are all powerful opponents. They flew over directly. I'm afraid their overall realm is above the 5th level of Heaven Scryer." Xianxia asked, "How did you guys get here from the Central Plains? You can't arrive in the Northern Domain so quickly, right? You must have a teleportation array. Quickly take us to the teleportation array. Everyone, go to the Central Plains to hide first." The young man smiled bitterly and said, "We are not from the Central Plains at all. We have always been active in the northern region. After we learned of the actions of the Fallen Snow Sect, we gathered together and went to Amethyst City to investigate together. The local sect has always been tightly guarded. It's impossible for our Star Guild to set up teleportation formations on their territory." "Right. Teleportation array." Xianxia patted his forehead and said, "I know how to shake off the Eye of Void." "How?" the young man hurriedly asked. Xianxia immediately stopped and said, "Set up a defense. Don't let anyone interrupt me." Could it be you? The old man could vaguely guess something. Xianxia immediately used his Yu-Hung finger to set up the teleportation array on the ground. This time, the teleportation array would need to pass through more than 20 people at a time, not him alone. Therefore, the array diagram would be larger and it would take more time. Indeed, old man Tianji was shocked. You even know about teleportation formations. However, without spatial crystals, even with teleportation formations, you wouldn't be able to activate them. Little brother, you have to hurry up. The young man's expression changed. Another void beast is coming. Only 1/3 of the formation has been set up. Let's fight it out. Xianxia set up the formation with one hand and threw the mirror of the moon and the cosmos into the sky with the other. The mirror swelled in the wind, reaching a diameter of 10 meters with a loud shout. It also released another 15 beams of light towards the void beast that was constantly jumping towards it from afar. The gigantic void beasts were cut into 4 pieces, and half of the martial artists on top of them died as they fell one after another. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Xianxia's forehead was covered in sweat, and his hand movements had already reached their limits. Success! 10 seconds later, Xianxia shouted, "Let's go! Let's go far away." That formation. The young man hesitated and said, "You abandoned it just like that?" Old man Tianji tugged at the young man and said, "Bastard, this is a point-to-point teleportation array. You'll know how to use it in a moment." Xiangbei's Jr. really didn't disappoint this old man. 2 groups of enemies are approaching. One wave is riding on the void beast, and the other wave is an expert that I mentioned earlier. They are flying over directly. The youth said as he sprinted wildly, "There are 2 groups of enemies approaching. One wave is riding on the void beast." Xianxia asked, "Senior Skyline, how fast is the void eye flying? I have to figure out how far the next teleportation array will go." Old man Tianji said, "The Eye of Void can only fly at an independent speed of 1 to 10 kilometers per second. However, once it has set its target, it will directly copy the target speed. No matter how fast we fly, it will always be able to absorb our speed and follow closely. The radius of the Eye of Void is 500 li, 10 li per second," Xianxia muttered. "If we use the Eye of Void as the center of the circle and draw a radius if we appear behind it, and if it intercepts us horizontally, we will have to dodge its 500 li radius. That's 1,500 li. We have to draw a distance of 1,500 li from the previous teleportation formation." "The void beast has arrived," the young man shouted. Xianxia released the mirror and shouted, "Secondary light slash." The bright moon cosmos mirror released another 15 light slashes, hacking the void beast to death. There are only 10 left. Xianxia's heart was heavy. In the cosmos mirror, there were only 10 left. At most, he could barely kill a void beast. He didn't know how many void beasts the enemy had. "How far is it?" Xianxia asked. The young man said, "It's already 800 li. There are still 700 li left." Everyone flew with all their might, and every second was of utmost importance to them. What worried everyone the most was not these ordinary pursuers, but the experts above the good fortune realm of the fallen snow sect. If a great expert suddenly decided to chase after them, then it would really be too late to escape. He had to quickly shake off the Eye of Void. "How far is it?" Xianxia asked again. "There are still 500 li left," the young man said. Old man Tianji took out a piece of paper, drew an array diagram on it, and tossed the paper into the sky. The piece of paper instantly became infinite, covering the area between heaven and earth vertically. "This spiritual bewilderment formation can only trap them for 10 seconds at most," he said. "It's good to have 10 more seconds." Xianxia nodded. The earth flashed under their feet, and everyone desperately flew wildly. They felt that the world had turned into a vast expanse of white. Suddenly, the Eye of Void behind him spoke. "Heavenly secrets. Long time no see." Old man Tianji narrowed his eyes and said, "Zhubo Chun, you old bastard. You're so old, and you have such a strong killing intent. You've trained on dogs for so many years. A kind smile came from the eyes of the void. You only saw that I had heavy killing intent, but you didn't see that I had strong good intentions. Only by rewriting the structure of the iron and steel continent will I be able to interrupt the hundreds of years of fighting. My vision is longer than yours. Bullshit, Xianxia said angrily. Where there is oppression, there must be resistance. Do you think that after the fallen snow sect controls the steel continent, it will be safe and sound? The Eye of Void chuckled and said, Brother Tiandao's disciple is worthy of saying such words. Isn't your nature sect in control of the blue tide continent? Xianxia said coldly, We are not the masters of the blue tide continent, but the guardians. Is there a difference? Zhu Buochuan's voice sounded. History is just a little girl dressed up as anyone else. At this moment, you are saying that you are a guardian, and that you are just saying that you are a family, because your Howren sect has no enemies in the blue tide continent. If not, your Howren sect is no different from my fallen snow sect. Don't listen to him, Old Man Tianji shouted. This bunch of old bastards are already obsessed. They firmly believe in their own heresy. You can't argue with him. We're here, the young man shouted. Protect me. I want to set up an array. Xianxia immediately landed and set up a second teleportation array on the ground. The enemy is also here. Protect Xiangbei, the young man roared. 17-star guild experts immediately protected Xianxia. However, in the distance, a large amount of intense light howled over. The number of intense lights was at least 50. So many. The young man's heart sank. He gritted his teeth and said, Keep defending. No matter what price you pay, you must let Xianxia finish setting up the formation. Star Guild, go. After he finished speaking, the young man took the lead and rushed out. On the other side, 50 Sky Scryer 5th layer sect experts also agreed. Who? In the sky, 50 people had condensed a massive hammer of light that pierced through the heavens and the earth. The hammer reached up to the sky and down to the land, smashing down vertically as if it was going to crush the continent. All-Star Guardian. Libra. The young man let out a loud roar. He raised both of his hands high up, and a group of shining stars suddenly appeared out of thin air in the sky. The other 16 raised their hands and shouted at the same time, Guardian of the Stars. Libra. The stars in the sky were dazzling, shooting down 17 rays of light. Those rays of light formed a star map of Libra. The two Libra shields immediately condensed into a hemispherical shield. Boom! The large light hammer violently smashed into the light shield. The terrifying shockwave swept through the heavens and the earth, shredding all the trees within a radius of several dozen kilometers into powder. 50 sky-peeping 5th layer experts of the enemy flew back tens of meters in unison. Meanwhile, the 17-star guild members coughed up a mouthful of blood at the same time. The light hammer shattered along with the shield. All-Star Guardian, Sagittarius. The young man shouted with red eyes and blood in his mouth. 16 people followed him and raised their hands. The stars in the sky condensed into a star map of Sagittarius. 17 streaks of starlight descended from the sky and condensed into a radiant archer in midair. The archer pulled his bow towards the northwest. But when he saw the bowstring being pulled to the full moon, with a buzzing sound, an earth-shattering arrow of light shot out. Whoo! The light arrow swept through the air between heaven and earth, creating a pitch-black crack in the sky. 50 experts of the 5th level of Heaven Scryer also raised their hands. Array! Fallen Snow Sect. Freeze the heavens and earth. A group of light shone, forming a vertical ice shield between heaven and earth. This ice shield was over 100 meters thick, and its height pierced through the clouds. The sword of light struck the ice shield and immediately pierced through it. However, when it advanced to 50 meters, it was already frozen inside by the extremely low cold air and was unable to advance any further. Guardian of the stars, men and horses. The young man roared again. 17 streaks of starlight descended from the sky and condensed into a heroic knight riding a warhorse. The Knight of Light exploded in the sky and grabbed the end of the arrow of light. A heaven-shaking explosion rang out, and the ice shield was broken. 22 of the 50 Heaven-Scryer realm experts were killed on the spot. The young man and his 16 companions collapsed to the ground. Our astral chi has been completely wiped out. The young man panted. Xiangbei, you haven't you finished yet? Success. The formation diagram beneath Xiangnan flashed and he shouted, quickly come in. Everyone, enter the formation. Everyone hurriedly jumped into the formation. Xiangnan activated the void stone in his mind and slapped it on the ground. In addition, 38 experts of the 5th level of Heaven-Scryer had already rushed over. Just as they were about to hit Xiangnan and the others suddenly turned into a ray of light and disappeared. When Xiangnan and the others appeared again, they were already on the first teleportation array. Everyone immediately looked to the left and right, and the young man weakly shouted, sure enough, we've shaken off the Eye of Void. The Eye of Void has been following us. Knowing that we must have teleported back, it will continue to chase after us. Xiangnan said with a solemn expression. Quickly bypass the path ahead and move forward in an arc. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man shook his head with a smile. Xiangbei, good friend, well done. We brothers have already exhausted all of our stellar chi. We can't continue to protect you. You can leave now. Remember to pass on the news to the Star Guild. The heroic souls of our 20 brothers will turn into stars in the sky, illuminating your path ahead. Xiangnan said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and follow me. The young man smiled and shook his head. No, we will become a burden to you. Brother Xiangbei, go. Quickly leave. Don't look back. Xiangnan was deeply shocked. He didn't expect that these people had planned to waste all of their astral chi to buy time for him from the beginning. They planned to stay and wait for death. No, but yes, Xiangnan shouted. If you want me to abandon you, why don't you let me stay and die with you? All of you leave. You can't keep a single one of them. Xiangnan grabbed the young man's right hand and used the power of thunder and lightning to connect the 17 people together. Lightning power. Release. Xiangnan roared angrily, activating the power of the white flame lightning. In an instant, 20 people formed a herringbone formation and shot into the distance like lightning. That speed was incredibly fast. Between heaven and earth, thunder roared and herringbone-shaped lightning bolts flashed past, leaving behind a large amount of electric arcs in the air. Xiangbei, the young man said weakly, you are burning your astral chi. No matter how fast you recover, you will not be able to catch up with the rate of consumption. Those of us will drag you down to death. Shut up, Xiangnan roared. Quick, too fast. After Xiangnan activated all of his lightning power, he had already reached a terrifying speed of 30 kilometers per second. It was almost 1/3 of Lei Dun's. In just 20 seconds, an entire 600 li had passed by in a flash. However, although they had already dodged the radius of the Eye of Void, if they were facing the Eye of Void head-on, the size of their eyes could be regarded as 1,000 miles in diameter. Not enough! Not enough! Ah! Xiangnan roared, veins bulging on his forehead. He felt his dipper chi being rapidly sucked away. His wind, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, and other 6 attributes of talent were rapidly restoring his astral chi. However, the rate of recovery was not even 1/10 of the rate of consumption. To drag 19 people by themselves and fly at extreme speeds was truly a huge burden. Another 20 seconds passed, and in such a short period of time, Xiangnan still flew 1,200 li. It's safe, Old Man Tianji hurriedly said. Xiangbei, quickly stop. Once your strange ability reaches its lowest limit, it will backfire. Trust me. If you don't have any spiritual energy to swallow, the world-devastating divine lightning in your body will directly devour your life force. It's not enough. It's still a little too close. It's not safe enough. Xiangnan couldn't open his eyes, but he knew that he wasn't safe. Let's do it again. Let's do it a little bit more. We just need to do it a little bit more. Xiangnan gasped for breath and forcefully dragged everyone into the air. It was in such a state of extreme exhaustion that he actually dragged everyone and flew for another 30 seconds. In a blink of an eye, he was 900 kilometers away. Finally, Xianxia couldn't hold on any longer. Bai Yen lightning sucked away the last strand of Dipper Chi from his body and began to touch his vitality. Xianxia suddenly felt his eyes darken and he fainted. Xiang Bei. In his ears, he could only hear the cries of the crowd. 2,100 kilometers was enough. The Eye of Void used the first formation as its center and needed to perform a circular scan. With its speed of 10 kilometers per second, it would give Xianxia and the others enough time to operate. After an unknown amount of time, Xianxia slowly opened his eyes, only to find that the surroundings were pitch black. A tender hand gripped Xiangxia's palm. Su Ran leaned over and whispered, "We're underground. Uncle Tianji has set up 4 concealment formations. We are temporarily safe. Brother Xiang Bei, you're awake." The young man hurriedly came over and said solemnly to Xianxia, "Thank you for your heroic deeds. You didn't leave us behind. But it's not wise of you to do so." Xianxia weakly waved his hand. "Let's not talk about that now. Everyone, hurry up and recover your strength." Old man Tianji approached and unfolded a map in front of Xianxia. He pointed at a mountain range above and said, "Senior brother's secret room is within this mountain range." Xianxia smiled and said, "You're finally willing to reveal it." Old man Tianji sighed. "You are too similar to senior brother. You really are too similar. You are the kind of madman who would do anything to save someone. If I refuse to believe someone like you, there is no one in this world worth trusting." The young man said, "The good news is that the mountain range is very close to us. It's only about 200,000 miles away. If there are no pursuers, we can fly freely and arrive in about 2 days." "What's the bad news?" Xianxia asked. The youth said, "The bad news is that we passed through that mountain range when we rushed to Amethyst City. That place is already under the control of the fallen snow sect. I don't know what they're doing, but they built 3 black towers that span the sky." "Heaven-span black tower?" Xianxia frowned and said, "Draw it for me. I remember it was probably—" The young man recalled, drawing the outline of a black tower on the ground. "No, this isn't the case here." Another person came over to correct the situation and modified the top of the black tower. Looking at the black tower, Xianxia was stunned and exchanged glances with old man Tianji. The two of them said in unison, "Spatial passageway." Old man Tianji said very quickly, "The 3 black towers are 3-footed. This is the most stable spatial structure. The shape of each tower spike is used to store void stones." Xianxia replied, "This is a spatial passageway in this world. I understand. This spatial passageway is used to allow the fallen snow sect to retreat. They massacred in the Iron Continent, and this spatial passageway was prepared by the heavenly profound sect for the fallen snow sect. When the Star Guild reinforcements arrive, they can directly jump to other continents through the spatial passageway." "Steel Continent. Don't you want it?" The young man was stunned. "They used so much effort to seize the Steel Continent and retreat so easily? You don't understand." Xianxia shook his head. "They have spatial passageways. They can leave at any time and return at any time. If the Star Guild sends a large number of warriors to guard the Steel Continent, the defenses of the other continents will be weak. If the Star Guild doesn't guard the Steel Continent, they will naturally swagger back to accept it. This is a method of containment. No matter what, the Star Guild can't handle such a difficult problem." Then, the young man thought, "Isn't that mountain range the rear of the fallen snow sect? How can we come out alive if we barge into such a damned place? That's why I have to go." Xiangxia's eyes were firm. "Since we have discovered their spatial passageway, we must shatter it. Otherwise, the Star Guild will be very passive." "They're not idiots." The young man frowned. "After we enter, we will reveal our whereabouts. When the time comes, a large number of top experts from the fallen snow sect will rush over. If they want to kill us, wouldn't they just flick their fingers?" Xianxia was silent. This was indeed a problem. He had to think of a way to restrain an elder-level expert like Zhu Buochuan. Only then would he have room to move in the mountain range. But now, who could restrain the fallen snow sect? Even if a signaling order could be sent out now, it would take at least a month for the signaling order to fly to the Central Plains. By the time the Star Guild army attacked, the fallen snow sect would have long since found all the void stones and fled. Looking for the Howran sect was even farther away. In the distant southern domain, it was similarly impossible to quench one's thirst from afar. Huangpu clan. Xianxia slapped his forehead and said, Huangpu Changlong is on the Steel Continent. Huangpu clan. The young man asked curiously, how can they help us? This group of dirty merchants always put their own interests first. It is better to beg them than to beg themselves. The Huangpu aristocrat clan owes me. Huangpu Ruyan and Huangpu Changlong both owe me. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, right now, only dead horses can be used as living horse doctors. After saying that, Xianxia took out Huangpu Changlong's messenger and said, Brother Changlong, I am Xiangbei. I know that with your clan's ability, you will definitely find out my true identity. Now, I have something to ask of you. Please be sure to hold off the elders of the fallen snow sect. They are currently in Amethyst City. Drag it out as long as you can, please. With that, Xianxia sent the message flying. He was the last person to want to be involved with the Huangpu clan. But at this moment, he had no other choice. Can you do it? The young man hurriedly asked. Leave it to fate. Xianxia sighed and said, get ready. Let's go. 2 days later, the Heavenspan Mountains. Xianxia and his group of 20 people crawled on the boundless snowy mountain. In the vast valley ahead, there were 3 towers towering in the sky. The 3 black towers shone with strange array lights. Beneath the 3 pagodas, there were a large number of temporary buildings. At the same time, hundreds of disciples were patrolling back and forth. Do you really want a breakthrough? Although these disciples are only at the heavenly Yuan realm, if the Huangpu aristocrat clan doesn't help us, as long as we make a move, we will be trapped by an elder-level expert, the young man said. Xianxia recalled the tragic situation in Amethyst City and the horrifying scene of so many innocent civilians being brutally slaughtered. This scene caused Xianxia's blood to burn. He said in a deep voice, there is no other choice now. All right. The young man gritted his teeth and said, if you want to do it, then do it. Go. Xianxia roared and was the first to charge out. Sparrow King Seal. Xianxia's hands formed seals, and a 100-meter thunderbird flew away with a cry. All-Star Guardian, Sagittarius. The young man shouted as he raised his hands high up, and a huge Sagittarius star map appeared in the sky. Amethyst City. The sky was clear, but it suddenly darkened. Military flying ship. That day, it was covered, and the sunlight could not shine in. The entire Steel Continent welcomed its most terrifying doomsday. 100,000 battleships were facing the gates. 100,000 military flying ships enveloped the entire Steel Road, covering 10 main battle zones. 10,000 of them covered the sky of Amethyst City. Zhu Buochuan looked up at the sky as if he had been struck by lightning. Looking around, the densely packed flying ships were hovering high up in the sky. Each flying ship had countless black muzzles aimed at the lower realms. What? Zhu Buochuan's expression paled in shock, and all the sect disciples in the city turned pale. On a flying ship, Huangpu Changlong stood with his hands behind his back. Strong winds blew his robes, and the clover emblem was especially prominent in the air. Fallen Snow Sect. Huangpu Changlong's voice spread throughout the city through the formation on the flying ship. The corner of Zhu Buochuan's eyes twitched fiercely. He forced a smile and said, the Huangpu aristocrat clan has suddenly come to visit. I wonder what the matter is. Zhu Buochuan put his hands behind his back and pretended to be calm and relaxed. But in reality, the joints of his hands behind his back had already turned white and were trembling non-stop. Huangpu Changlong took a sip of tea and said, perhaps our Huangpu aristocratic family has been quiet for too long. The world has already forgotten our deterrence. Zhu Buochuan, has your elder never warned you that anyone in this world can be provoked? So you can't provoke my Huangpu aristocrat clan alone? Zhu Buochuan smiled forcefully and said, I don't quite understand what I said. We didn't attack the Huangpu aristocrat clan's properties. Why are you and I making such a ruckus? Huangpu Changlong smiled faintly. You said that I came here to protect our property, just for a small crystal palace? This steel continent has always been the focus of our family's business. It is the top priority. Yet, your fallen snow sect has slaughtered our country for 3 days and nights, destroying everything we've worked so hard for. Gunner, prepare. A respected giant cannon aimed at the lower realms. Behind each cannon stood 20 Heaven Origin Realm martial artists. They condensed their Yuan Qi into the cannon barrel and converged into a 50-meter diameter rectangular Yuan balloon. Wait! Zhu Buochuan broke out in cold sweat. 10,000 military airships. If we fire at the same time, then the consequences. Huangpu Changlong said, in business, our Huangpu clan is very willing to negotiate terms with anyone. However, those who dare to look down on our Huangpu aristocrat clan are not qualified to make any conditions or requests. We are here to alert the world to the fact that our Huangpu aristocrat clan cannot be easily bullied. Don't forget, military airships have always been monopolized by our Huangpu clan. I want to destroy you. Haha. The Huangpu Changlong raised his right hand and said, all ships, listen to my orders. Carry out an indiscriminate firepower coverage attack. Let go of the first round. Zhu Buochuan was shocked. Rumble, 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 rumble. 10,000 military airships and countless heavy fire origin energy cannons fired at the same time. That scene was a natural disaster. A round of heavy bombardment swept down, and the entire Amethyst City disappeared from the horizon. Tens of thousands of disciples didn't even have time to struggle before they were shattered into powder. There was no pity on Huangpu Changlong's face. He raised his right hand and suddenly waved, let go of the second round. Rumble, 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 rumble. Not a single disciple of the entire city sect was left, and they were all dead. Only experts above the good fortune realm were still able to survive. Huangpu Changlong waved his hand. I don't want to see this sad land again. Let go of the third round. Rumble, 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 rumble. The dense cannons rained down like a gale. Amethyst City was gone, and there was only one abyss left on the ground. The entire city was destroyed, leaving no ruins behind. There was only a bottomless pit in the outline of the city. Huangpu aristocrat clan, you are too much of a bully. Zhu Buochuan's eyes were bleeding. 30,000 disciples of the sect had all died after 3 rounds of shooting. That Zhu Buochuan was furious and rushed towards the dark flying ship in the sky. Buzz! An air wall directly bounced Zhu Buochuan back. However, in the sky, there was a white-bearded and white-haired old man standing quietly. Behind him, there was a huge clover emblem on the back of his robe. The old man stroked his beard and said loudly, Little Fallen Snow Sect also wants to fight against our Huangpu aristocrat clan, but they really don't care about the elders of our Huangpu aristocrat clan. Zhu Buochuan was stunned and stammered. Huangpu, Huangpu, Huangpu Sea King, you're still alive. That's impossible. Aren't you a character from 3,000 years ago? Why are you still alive? Fake. Absolutely fake. That's impossible. You must be a fake. Zhu Buochuan was so scared that he went crazy. He raised his hands high and shouted, Let me tear apart the disguise of this impostor. Fallen Snow Sect, ice break the 9 heavens. Between heaven and earth, water elements frantically condensed and transformed into an ice spear that spanned the sky. The ice spear shone brightly, illuminating the entire world. This wasn't an ordinary ice spear, it was the ability to use laws. In the instant that the ice spear condensed, all the water elements in the world were emptied. In fact, countless martial arts masters on the flying ship were instantly sucked away from their bodies. All of them turned into dried corpses, sand, and dust, and flew away with the wind. He hadn't even waited for the ice spear to attack. The Wampoa Sea King gently flicked out a finger. With a loud boom, the huge ice spear exploded. The Wampoa Sea King said indifferently, You've been cultivating for hundreds of years. You've climbed up to the half-saint realm with painstaking effort, but you've ruined your future for your own selfish desires. Zhu Buochuan believed it. He knew that it was the real Huangpu Sea King, an old monster who had lived for 3,000 years. At this moment, Zhu Buochuan really wanted to cry without tears. He forcefully argued, "You, senior experts like you actually personally attacked to kill me. Don't tell me you don't care about the rules of martial arts. Don't you understand that high-realm experts are not allowed to massacre low-realm fellow Taoists? If all the experts in the world are as free as you are, how can our martial world have the chance to continue their inheritance?" What a sharp tongue! The Wampoa Sea King narrowed his eyes and threatened himself without anger. "You dare to say such words to me? Is it not time for you to slaughter civilians?" Huangpu Sea King gently pointed, and Zhu Buochuan's entire right arm exploded into ashes. Zhu Buochuan snorted in pain. "Our Huangpu aristocrat clan is not a martial arts sect, but we know the bottom line of the martial arts laws. No commoners are allowed to move," said the Wampoa Sea King. "If all the commoners in the world die, who else would my Huangpu aristocrat clan look for to do business with?" As he spoke, the Huangpu Sea King pointed again, and Zhu Buochuan's left arm shattered with a loud explosion. Zhu Buochuan suddenly knelt in the air and said sadly, "Senior, it's not easy for me to cultivate around my life. It's even harder for me to step into the half-sage realm. You wish to give me a chance to survive after so many years of hard work. This world of martial arts is already full of calamities. If I die another half-saint, wouldn't it be a great pity? Haha. It's even harder to forgive half-sage for his evil deeds." The Huangpu Sea King's heart was filled with killing intent, and his right hand was already pointing at Zhu Buochuan's heart. "Sea King, please show mercy." A voice that resounded through the clouds suddenly rang out. A huge crack was torn open in the sky, and a silver-haired old man walked out with a smile on his face. "Zhu Buochuan." Huangpu Sea King narrowed his eyes and said, "As the sect master of the fallen snow sect, you are finally willing to show yourself." Zhu Buochuan smiled and said, "This junior is ignorant. If you allow others to provoke you, you won't die. Whether you should die or not is not up to you. Today, I want to kill him, but you can't stop him." The Wampoa Sea King's voice echoed like a bell for a long time. "Add me one more." Another silver-haired old man walked out of the crack. Huangpu Hai Wang nodded slightly. "Heavenly Profound Sect Master, Xianxia. Xianxia, the current sect master of the Profound Sky Sect, also known as Xianxia, was Xian Qingzhu's biological father and by Mukin's master." Xianxia cupped his hands and said, "It seems that the Huangpu aristocrat clan is really furious to be able to get the Sea King to step forward. If you don't let them off just for my sake, the Fallen Snow Sect will definitely leave the Steel Continent." Snow-Falling Sect Master Zhu Buochuan also smiled and nodded. "We will bear the responsibility for our mistakes. From today onwards, there will no longer be any Snow-Falling Sect in the Steel Continent." If others saw this scene, they would definitely be frightened to the point that their liver and gall would split apart. The Huangpu aristocrat clan had walked out of a Huangpu Sea King, forcing the two grandmasters to plead for mercy at the same time. In fact, Zhu Buochuan was even willing to give up his sect's 1,000-year-old foundation and directly give up the Steel Continent. At this moment, how much face was there? The Wampoa Sea King put his hands behind his back and did not answer their questions. He only said, "This old man has been in seclusion for many years. Only when I came out of the mountains today did I know that few of my old friends from the past have survived. The vicissitudes of life are different. It's rare for anyone in this world to know me." The Huangpu Sea King. "Gentlemen, why don't you drink with me? How about Nian?" Zhu Buochuan didn't even have the qualifications to interrupt, but his face was trembling from the side. The two Grand Masters looked at each other and smiled. "Please!" The Wampoa Sea King waved his hand and said, "Please!" Tian Xuanzi waved his hand and the earth elements condensed into a unique restaurant. The three of them sat upstairs and talked about wine as if the previous battle had never happened. Tian Xuanzi smiled and said, I'm afraid the reason why the Sea King came out of the mountain this time is not because of the fallen snow sect. I heard that the conflict between the north and south of the nobles has become more and more intense. I believe the Sea King must have come here to resolve the family conflict. The Huangpu Sea King sighed. Junior is ignorant. I don't know on what basis the clan stands in the world, but fighting in secret is unpleasant. Let's not talk about it. Tian Xuanzi's words revealed the reason why the Sea King had truly come out of the mountain. Tian Xuanzi also knew that the Sea King's invitation to drink was a signal. That meant that everyone had better stay put and stay here obediently. No one can leave without me. Tian Xuanzi said, Go where you should go. Stay where you should stay. Why did the Sea King leave the two of us here? The Huangpu Sea King smiled faintly. The siege is for my clan, and I left you all here for a little friend surnamed Xiang. That little friend Xiang has a lot to do with my clan. He has always been the one who contributed to our Huangpu clan, and this time, this old man will also make it convenient for him. The two sect masters glanced at each other, not knowing where that little friend Xiang came from. However, Zhu Buochuan trembled when he heard this. Who was little friend Xiang? The champion of the tournament, Xiang Bei? My God, that brat actually invited even the Sea King to move? Zhu Buochuan's lips turned pale from fear, and he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he did not pay attention to Xiang Bei when he was slaughtering the city, and did not kill him in the arena. Otherwise, this basket would have pierced through the heavens. In the sky, Huangpu Chonglong smiled and said to himself, Brother Xiang Bei, I have paid off your kindness to save your life this time. Although the main reason for sending out the clan's power is to establish its might, I've helped you once invisibly, haven't I? On this side, the three pinnacle experts chatted with each other. On the other side, the Heavenspan mountain range. Xiang Nan and the others had already killed all the disciples of the fallen snow sect. However, the three black towers could not be broken. These three pagodas are incredibly powerful. Old man Tianji frowned. I can't break it by myself. I need at least one profound Dao cultivator at the divine martial realm. There was nothing Xiang Nan could do. He could see the black tower's array eyes, but it was a problem if he could not break them. His divine soul realm was only at the fortune realm. It was far from enough. What if I used the world-exterminating divine lightning? Xiang Nan thought. If I use 2 complete world-exterminating divine lightning, it should be enough, right? Old man Tianji nodded. Enough is enough. But who can drive 2 world-exterminating divine lightning at the same time? Could it be? The young man from the Star Guild said happily. Looks like the Huangpu aristocrat clan has really stalled the fallen snow sect elders. They didn't chase after them. Senior Tianji, Brother Xiang Bei, why are you all here? Hurry up and act. Although the fallen snow sect elder can't come, the experts and disciples of the fallen snow sect will come. Especially the mysterious archer. They must be heading here quickly. Old man Tianji nodded and said, Come. Follow me to the secret room. Little friend Xiang Bei, as long as you can save Ran Rant's life, then the profound ice bomb will be sent to you with your hands clasped. Thank you, Senior. Xiang Nan hurriedly cupped his fists and thanked him. Su Ran asked curiously, You've said time and time again to save my life, but I'm not alive and well. What exactly do you mean by that? Xiang Nan and Old Man Tianji were shocked at the same time and hurriedly said, Nothing much, just to ensure your safety. Both of them were shocked and almost revealed themselves. If Su Ran knew that she was actually a puppet, it would probably cause a devastating mental blow to her. In the distance, 10 rays of light pierced through the sky. Among them, the female archer's expression was cold. That little bastard from the southern domain actually killed his way to the Heavenspan mountain range. Hateful that I didn't manage to get rid of him halfway through the journey, but it actually caused such a huge disaster. Another handsome man smiled and said, What are you afraid of? With our 3/9 Heaven Scryer senior brothers following you this time, no matter how capable that kid from the southern domain is, he will definitely not be able to escape. Old man Tianji greeted Xiang Nan and the others and said, Everyone, follow me quickly. The secret room is located in the mountain opposite. Everyone followed Old Man Tianji to the snowy mountain. The young man frowned and said, "With the help of the starry sky, I sensed that a group of people with extremely high cultivation realms were rushing over. Those people's realms are generally above the 7th level of Heaven Scryer. The 3 strongest ones are even at the 9th level of Heaven Scryer. With their speed, they will arrive here in about 2 hours. It must be that group of archers." Xianxia frowned and said, "Only this group of people have been searching for us halfway. Otherwise, the other disciples of the fallen snow sect would definitely not be able to catch up so quickly." "It doesn't matter." Old Man Tianji smiled confidently and said, "I have forged an ice palace from the profound ice thunder in this snow mountain. As long as the good fortune warriors do not come, they will not be able to break through the defense of the ice palace no matter what." The young man said happily, "That's great. Senior Tianji, hurry up and open the snow mountain. Let's hide inside first." Old Man Tianji waved his hand in front of the snow mountain. Around the snow mountain, an entire circle of formations began to shine. Then, a tunnel appeared at the foot of the mountain. "Wait!" Xianxia waved his hand fiercely, stopping everyone from advancing. Old Man Tianji said, "Little friend Xiang, aren't you a mysterious ice thunder that you can't forget? Why did you actually see it, but hesitate again? Don't worry, I feel like we've missed something." Xianxia rubbed his chin and looked at the snow mountain thoughtfully. He also asked, "When Senior Su Hongtian was cultivating in this secret room, did he ever use the profound ice bombs to seal the secret room?" "Of course not." Old Man Tianji stroked his beard and smiled. "I bought the frost lightning from the eastern region. That's the spirit." Xianxia nodded. "Should we seal this tunnel after we enter? If we don't seal it, the pursuers will directly enter the secret chamber along the tunnel, blocking us on the spot. If it is sealed, then the ice palace will be completely isolated from the outside world. At that time, wouldn't there be no air left?" Old Man Tianji was stunned for a moment and said regretfully, "I'm an old fool. How can I not count this matter?" Xianxia said, "The most deadly thing is not the problem of breathing. What if we need to use a forging furnace in the secret room? The flames of forging are not ordinary flames. If they burn, almost all the air in the entire ice palace will be sucked dry in an instant. It will form a vacuum zone." "Senior." Xianxia looked at Old Man Tianji and said, "What would happen if you used a forging furnace in a vacuum?" Old Man Tianji's expression changed slightly as he said, "The flames in the smelting furnace will directly surge out, turning the entire ice palace into a large-scale smelting furnace. At that time, we will all be smelted into ashes like weapons." The young man and his group were all stunned. "Then what should we do?" The young man hurriedly said, "Fengyi is not. Not Fengyi is also not. Isn't it dead to the left and right? I have an idea." Xianxia said, "Wait here. I'll be right back." Xianxia flew to the back of the snow mountain. After a period of time, he saw a faint flash of light behind the snow mountain, and then Xianxia flew back. "It's fine now." Xianxia smiled and said, "I have set up a teleportation array behind that snow mountain. When we enter the ice palace, we'll set up the next teleportation array." Old Man Tianji's eyes lit up and he said, "Wonderful! In this way, the air outside can be sent into the ice palace through the teleportation array. Ha, it's all thanks to little friend Xiang. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. Smart. I am truly convinced." The young man gave Xianxia a thumbs up. "Come in." Xianxia waved his hand, and everyone immediately entered the snowy mountain through the passageway. Sure enough, after walking about 500 to 600 meters, an ice palace appeared. That ice palace was incomparably sturdy, and it was condensed from the cold energy of the profound ice bombs. Xianxia had already experienced such ice palaces and ice gates in the extreme frostlands, and ordinary people were simply unable to enter. Old Man Tianji activated the formation and slowly opened the ice palace gate. After entering, he closed the ice gate again. Xianxia immediately set up a second teleportation array at the scene. He tried to activate the teleportation array. Indeed, there was a steady stream of air that was sent in from the teleportation array outside. It can work. Xianxia clenched his fist and said, "It's not too late. Let's begin." Xianxia released 3 fifth-stage Heaven Scryer puppets, while Old Man Tianji began to flip through some of Su Hongtian's manuscripts. Xianxia walked around the secret room and discovered that the furnishings here were not very rich. There was an entire row of smelting furnaces standing by the wall. These forging furnaces ranged from spirit grade, earth grade, heaven grade, to profound grade, beginner grade. Apart from forging furnaces, there were also a large number of manuscripts written by hand. These manuscripts were sewn into books, and almost all of them contained some insights into refining puppets, as well as original designs. The 17 people from the Star Guild had no time to recover, and were currently sitting in a corner quietly cultivating. There was a very bad thing about the Ice Palace. Even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth couldn't enter. As a result, martial artists couldn't absorb the spiritual energy to fill up the astral chi. They could only rest and let their spiritual seas recover by themselves. This process was still very slow. Half an hour passed. Old Man Tianji's expression became uglier and uglier. "I can't find it. I can't find any clues left behind by senior brother at all." Su Ran said, "Uncle Tianji, when my father was alive, he made a wish for me to get the 3 golems. I think this way I can solve the secret of his crazy pursuit back then." "You're not going to start with a puppet. I've studied it." Old Man Tianji shook his head. "I checked the 3 puppets carefully and found nothing abnormal. This is strange." Xianxia put down a sketch and said, "Could it be that we missed some clues?" The message Su Hongtian left behind was only for Su Ran to obtain the 3 puppets. But what should he do after obtaining them? Before he could explain, he was killed. Xianxia rubbed his chin and said, "There were people from the 1st grade hall who wanted to kill Su Ran, right? Is it related to blood?" Old Man Tianji thought for a moment and said, Ran, open your palm and take some of your blood." He took a small bottle of blood from Su Ran's palm and carefully walked to a puppet. At this time, everyone's hearts became nervous. They all retreated into the distance and waited in a tight formation. Old Man Tianji took out some of Su Ran's blood and sprinkled it on the puppet. Everyone hurriedly pulled out their weapons. However, nothing happened after that. How could it be? Old Man Tianji couldn't understand it anymore, and he muttered to himself, "I shouldn't have. Of course, puppets, demonic seas, and cultivation techniques. What kind of connection is there between them that I don't understand?" Old Man Tianji had always been confident, because he believed that there was not much difference between his and Su Hongtian's profound Tao attainments. But now, it seemed that the situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. Xianxia was also confused. He was indeed knowledgeable, but compared to the Tianji old man who had lived for 100 or 200 years, he was still a distance away. Even Old Man Tianji couldn't think of anything, and Xianxia couldn't understand it. "What the hell are you doing?" The young man interrupted curiously. "From beginning to end, I didn't know the whole story. Why don't you tell me? Perhaps I can find out a little." Xianxia entered Su Hongtian's Devil Sea, then came out to save Tianji. Afterwards, he recounted the entire process of being chased after. The young man nodded as he listened, but in the process, Su Ran suddenly fainted. "What?" Xianxia rushed forward one after another and intercepted Su Ran halfway through the fall. He immediately crossed into the 9 Purities Cosmos art for her and hurriedly said, "Su Ran, wake up, Su Ran. Holy shit. Ran girl's lifespan has been advanced." Old Man Tianji grabbed Su Ran's arm and said, "Look!" Everyone looked over and sucked in a breath of cold air. On Su Ran's arm, there was actually a corpse. Xianxia only felt his head buzzing as he shouted, "How could this be? Didn't you say that Su Ran still has 7 to 8 months of her lifespan?" Old Man Tianji's eyes reddened as he said, "Of course, it is an existence between a puppet and a human, but she is indeed not a living person. At this moment, her body cannot form a life cycle, and her flesh and blood will begin to rot. Perhaps even senior brother miscalculated the exact time when Xianxia's lifespan was about to arrive. Xiangnan couldn't care less. He just desperately poured the 9 purities cosmos art into Su Ran's body. He couldn't bear to let this strong and stubborn good girl die here in vain. However, Su Ran was a puppet. At this moment, her human characteristics were getting weaker and weaker, and she was almost unable to absorb the healing power of the 9 purities cosmos technique. Xiang Bei, Uncle Tianji. Su Ran weakly opened his eyes and smiled. Am I about to die? Don't act silly. You're still young, Xiangnan said. You can still live for many, many years. Su Ran smiled pale and said, Actually, I already knew. As she spoke, she pulled open her bra and saw that the ribs on her abdomen had revealed a small piece of metal ribs. Su Ran smiled and said, A few months ago my body started, it started to rot. When I found out that my body was abnormal, I cried all night. But I don't regret it. This world is beautiful. The people of the Iron and Steel continent love me. I feel that being able to live to this day is already enough. Su Ran, don't talk nonsense. I won't let you die. Xiangnan gritted his teeth and shouted. Among the people from the Star Guild, 2 women had already turned their heads away and secretly wiped away their tears. Little girl ran. Old man Tianji also burst into tears as he said, You are the only thought senior brother left me. Even if I exchange my life for yours, I will not hesitate. Don't worry, Uncle will definitely save you. Senior Tianji, quickly think of a way. Xiangnan was so anxious that he began to roar loudly. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the ice palace. Boom! A streak of light arrow shot straight at the ice gate of the ice palace. Outside the ice palace, 10 experts were already standing side by side. This ice palace is very strange. It's actually so hard, the female archer said with an ice-cold gaze as she put on the galaxy bow. A handsome man walked forward and said, Let me try my strength at the 9th level of the Heaven Scryer stage. After saying that, this person took 2 steps back, then quickly rushed towards the ice palace and shouted, Ice spirit shattering the army. A blade-shaped aura enveloped his entire body and smashed into the ice door fiercely. However, that instant it actually bounced back his entire body. I've really seen a ghost. The handsome man's expression changed drastically. Our fallen snow sect has always been skilled in cultivating water-type cultivation techniques, but today, we were actually blocked by an ice palace. If this were to spread out, where would our fallen snow sect put its face? I'll do it. The female archer took a deep breath and condensed her aura into 3 arrows. She shouted, Galaxy armor piercing. Whoosh whoosh. 3 streaks of light arrows lined up, hitting the same spot in the ice gate one after another. The speed of these 3 arrows wasn't the fastest. This move was mainly used to break through the defenses, not to assassinate. The attack was so powerful that the entire ice palace trembled 3 times. Looking at the ice door, a half-inch ice pit was unexpectedly shot out. Eh? The female archer asked curiously. This didn't even open? What exactly is this ice palace made of? Within the ice palace, Xiangnan and old man Tianji spun around anxiously, and Su Ran fainted again. The interval between her coma was getting shorter and shorter, and her vital signs were getting weaker and weaker. Can you freeze her first? Xiangnan said. Old man Tianji shook his head. This is a profound ice bomb. It's not ordinary ice. With Ran's body being unable to withstand the freezing of the world-exterminating divine bomb, it will directly destroy her life signs. This won't do, that won't do. What exactly should we do? Xiangnan said angrily. In that case, didn't you win the championship in vain? The young man said thoughtfully. The problem, is it because of the so-called cultivation method? Didn't Senior Su Hongtian retrieve a mysterious cultivation method? Of course I thought of that, old man Tianji said angrily. If I can find that cultivation technique and cultivate it, why should I be in such a hurry here? No. Xiangnan waved his hand and looked at the young man. You don't seem to mean that. What do you want to express? Speak clearly. Yes, I'm not referring to the contents of a cultivation technique, but the way it is passed down, the young man said. All of you martial arts sects on the continent are working behind closed doors. All of our sects in the Central Plains have gathered together to form a star guild, so we share many martial arts secrets. I wonder if you've ever heard of some overly powerful, profound cultivation techniques. There are two types of inheritance methods. One is written records, while the other is even more profound inheritance of consciousness. What do you mean? Xianxia hurriedly asked. The young man said, I heard that in the ancient times, some powerful cultivation techniques could not be described in words or words. Instead, they were directly transmitted to the disciples' minds through their masters' minds. There is no specific incantation for such a technique. Even if you learn it, you will not be able to write a book. You can only imagine that you will not be able to convey it in words. So, Xianxia felt that there was a door and continued to ask. The young man muttered, So, no. The young man hurriedly shook his head. Sorry, I was thinking too much. I suddenly realized that my thoughts were very stupid. What do you mean? Xianxia asked. The young man said, Those powerful martial arts that are inherited by the will require a foundation of martial Tao and talent. Ordinary people simply cannot endure them. With Su Ran's martial arts realm, even if Senior Su Hongtian introduced that cultivation technique into her mind, she would definitely explode and die. She would not be able to withstand it. That's why I said I was wrong. Sorry for wasting everyone's time. That's right. Xianxia sighed and said, Not to mention Su Ran, even a martial artist with outstanding talent would find it difficult to catch this kind of inheritance. At this moment, everyone walked into a dead end again. Xianxia was at a loss, but his heart was burning with anxiety. In the distance, above the amethyst city abyss, the Wampoasi king took a sip of wine and didn't say a word. Tian Xuanzi and Zhu Paoquan exchanged glances, and each of them had their own thoughts in their hearts. Tian Xuanzi said, Sea King, the two of us will give you face. We are willing to accompany you here, but at least give us a letter. When will you let us go? If it's too far away, then even if the two of us join forces to fight against you, I'm sure you won't be able to withstand it by yourself. Huangpu High Dynasty glanced at the sky. To tell the truth, he did not know how long he would keep the fallen snow sect. He did this just to return Xianxia's favor. In the sky, Huangpu Changlong laughed dryly at the Huangpu Sea King twice. He was also very anxious. He said, What exactly is this Xiangbei doing? Our Huangpu aristocrat clan's flying ship can't stay here forever. Gentlemen, drink. The Huangpu Sea King raised his cup, and then a wisp of divine will soared into the sky. Both Tian Xuanzi and Zhu Pa saw the divine will, but they didn't care about it, nor did they point it out. Ice Palace. Everyone was in a hurry when an old man with scruffy white hair suddenly appeared in the Ice Palace. Who is it? Everyone was shocked and hastily set up their formation, ready to attack at any time. Xianxia and old man Tianji's expressions changed drastically. This was an ice palace forged from profound ice bombs. Someone actually directly entered. Your Xiangbei. That old man was none other than the Wampoasi king. When Xianxia saw the clover emblem on the old man's robe, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, Everyone, don't be afraid. This is an old senior from the Huangpu aristocrat clan. This level of cultivation, the Wampoasi king was examining Xianxia, but his eyes suddenly turned cold as he shouted, 9 transformations of thunder. When Xianxia heard this, his mind exploded with a buzz. This was his biggest secret. The Huangpu Sea King grabbed onto Xianxia's wrist, and an inexplicable force entered his body. It directly touched the white flame blazing lightning and the 2 small lightning seeds. Xianxia instantly felt that he had been thoroughly investigated by the old man, as if all of his secrets could not be hidden in front of the old man. Sure enough, it's the 9 transformations of thunder. The Huangpu Sea King's eyes suddenly turned red. He grabbed Xianxia's hand and said, Good boy. Are you the successor of the martial king? Xianxia swallowed a mouthful of saliva. No one had ever been able to see through his 9 transformations of thunder technique. Strength, realm, and talent could be seen through, but how could cultivation techniques be seen through? The Wampoa Sea King nodded slightly. I was born 3,200 years ago. The world gave me the title of Venerable, the Wampoa Sea King. 3,000 Xianxia suddenly understood. Wasn't that the time when the heavenly thunder martial king dominated the world? Could it be? In the past, old brother Wu took good care of me. If it weren't for him promoting me, I wouldn't be the old man I am today, said the Wampoa Sea King. It's just that brother Wu Wang's obsession with martial arts is too deep. He is the only one who has reached the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation, but he is not satisfied with this. Senior Martial King, you cultivated the 9 transformations of thunder, but you failed and died. Xianxia sighed and continued. However, what he was curious about was that old man Tianji and the others looked at him blankly, as if they hadn't heard the conversation between him and Sea King Huangpu. Only you and I can smell our conversation. Outsiders don't know, said the Wampoa Sea King. Good boy, are you really old brother Wu's descendant? Are you his descendant or his direct disciple? Xianxia hurriedly said respectfully. This junior accidentally encountered a cave back then, so, when the Huangpu Sea King heard this, 2 lines of old tears actually flowed out. He sighed and said, back then, we tried our best to persuade old brother Wu Wang not to cultivate that heaven-defying cultivation technique. We all said that the 9 transformations of thunder could not be completed, but he insisted on not listening. I never imagined that today, 3,000 years later, someone would actually learn his 9 transformations of thunder. It's time for elder brother Wu Wang to close his eyes now that he knows about it. The Huangpu Sea King clasped his fists and faced the sunny sky, saying, Old brother, you're right. Your 9 transformations of thunder can really be practiced. The heavenly thunder martial king was a master that Xianxia had never seen before. In his heart, he had always felt an indescribable gratitude towards the martial king. Today, he actually saw an old friend of the heavenly thunder martial king, which made Xianxia feel that the world was unpredictable. It was as if there was an invisible line of good fortune that was affecting all living beings. Since you are the only descendant of old brother Wu, then you are my benefactor's junior. Xiangbei, I've already helped you stall the enemy, but I can't delay for too long. If you need time to complete anything, you have to do it as soon as possible. If my divine sense leaves for too long, I'm afraid Sect Master Fallen Snow will find an opportunity to attack me. Xianxia's first reaction was to save Su Ran, and there was only one person who could save Su Ran. I need someone, Xianxia hurriedly said. This is his signaling order. If possible, please bring this person over. The Wampoa Sea King received the message and said, This is easy. Wait a moment. With that, the Wampoa Sea King disappeared. After about a cup of tea, Feng Xian suddenly appeared in the ice palace. Seeing Xianxia, Feng Xian's expression changed slightly. Feng Xian, it's really you. Xianxia was overjoyed. The Wampoa Sea King also appeared and said, This is the divine will of the person you are looking for. I brought him here and he can only last for about 10 minutes. Otherwise, this person's true body will die. Sea King, let this junior settle this matter by himself. If you interfere any further, the 2 of us will not sit idly by and ignore it. Zhu Pequan's voice also reached the ice palace. The Wampoa Sea King glanced at Xianxia and said, 9 minutes later, this person's divine sense will automatically return to his seat. This is already the limit of what I can help you with. Good child. I'll see you again in the future. After saying that, the divine will of the Wampoa Sea King faintly dissipated. Eh? The young man looked at Feng Xian in surprise and then at Xianxia. Was that person very powerful just now? Why didn't you ask him to help and kill the enemy outside the Bing Palace? Xianxia quickly said, Those are all problems that can be solved. Right now, the most important thing is to solve the unsolvable problems first. Su Ran is already on the verge of death. Xianxia immediately looked at Feng Xian and said, Feng Xian, don't ask any more questions. Listen to me. With that, Xiang Nan immediately told Feng Xian about Su Hongtian's father and daughter as quickly as possible. The young man and the old man looked at Xiang Nan in astonishment. Suddenly, Xiang Nan got the spiritual will of a young man. What exactly was he doing? Could it be that the young man was able to solve the mystery that the entire iron and steel continent hadn't solved in 10 minutes? Old man Tianji was very suspicious, but he did not interrupt Xiang Nan. He knew that this was his only chance. That Feng Xian had always listened to Xiang Nan's words earnestly, and he didn't ask himself how he got here or why he was able to divine sense out of his body. Divine sense wasn't a soul, it was just a thought. Not to mention Feng Xian, even someone at the Shen Qingzhu level couldn't release his divine sense, but with the help of the Sea King, he was able to pull Feng Xian's divine sense over. Yes, I'm done. Feng Xian nodded and said, time is limited, so I'll cut to the chase. Feng Xian said, I can't help you figure out exactly what to do, but I can help you clear up the whole problem. Right now, I won't explain it directly. Instead, I will restore the history of the past. You guys can find clues from it. That's true. Feng Xian paused and said, back then, Su Hongtian went to the Devil Sea to find a way to save old man Tianji. Perhaps he brought back a mysterious cultivation technique and successfully saved old man Tianji. I can imagine that after the Iron and Steel Continent officials and sects learned about this, Su Hongtian would have a chance to escape this continent, but he didn't. The reason should be very obvious. That is, he knew that even if he escaped, he would definitely die. Why did he die? I think there are two reasons. One is that he was seriously injured in the Devil Sea. The other is that he hasn't completely practiced that mysterious technique. He only practiced a portion of it, so his realm is unstable. He won't be able to live long. Xiang Nan nodded desperately. He didn't expect that Feng Xian would explain many small details that he had never noticed with just a few words. That's right. Back then, Su Hongtian had many chances to escape. But why didn't he run? He was blocked by someone. Feng Xian added. The people of the Star Guild said that some powerful cultivation techniques must be passed down through the will, so let's make a hypothesis of historical restoration. Suppose Su Hongtian knew that he was going to die and wanted to pass on the cultivation technique to someone else, but he didn't pass it on to Old Man Tianji. This means that even Old Man Tianji wouldn't be able to receive this kind of cultivation technique. If I were Su Hongtian, I would think of a way to impart it to someone who can be trusted and can receive the inheritance. Feng Xian glanced at Su Ran on the ground. Something's wrong. Su Ran doesn't have a martial arts realm, so he can't take it. Xiang Nan hurriedly said. Feng Xian said, Su Ran can't inherit it, but she can store it because she is not a human, but a puppet. That cultivation technique inheritance cannot destroy her. Xiang Nan patted his forehead and said happily, continue. Feng Xian said, if I were Su Hongtian, I would definitely not let the world find the secret in Su Ran. How to hide this secret is related to the three puppets. These three puppets should be the keys to Su Ran. Then Feng Xian slowly crossed his steps and said, if it was me, I would create a complete puppet and break it into 4 separate puppets to store the cultivation technique together. Because the inheritance of cultivation techniques cannot be stored by purely puppets, a half-man and half-puppet like Su Ran is of utmost importance. You mean Xiang Nan suddenly understood. Feng Xian nodded. Su Ran is the core of these 3 puppets. You can treat her as the heart of a puppet. You guys need to reconnect Su Ran and the 3 puppets into a complete whole. But I have to remind you. Even so, Su Ran is unable to perfectly store her cultivation technique. That cultivation technique has greatly reduced her lifespan. You must extract that cultivation technique before you can save her. As for the cultivation technique inheritance, it cannot be extracted. It can only be inherited by the next person. Feng Xian looked at Xiang Nan and said, you are the most talented person. You are the only one who has the chance to inherit a cultivation technique. Perhaps you will die or perhaps you will live. You should consider the consequences yourself. At this point, Feng Xian's shadow had already begun to fade. Right? Feng Xian's eyes moved as he looked at Xiang Nan and said, You've been to the Devil's Sea before. What did you encounter in the Devil's Sea? Xianxia was stunned by the question. I have encountered many things. Which one did you ask? Feng Xian muttered. What kind of power does it have to shape a puppet into a living person? This must have a lot to do with vitality. If I remember correctly, you said that you encountered a mirror world in the Devil's Sea and found the sword of the dead from it. This place is filled with the smell of death, but it is reversed. In fact, it is the result of a large amount of life force being sucked away. Ah, Xianxia said. What do you mean? Feng Xian said. That mirror world is the result of Su Hongtian's seal. But, Xianxia said, that mirror image world should have been sealed by an expert of the mysterious Tao more than 200,000 years ago, right? Feng Xian said, you have made a logical mistake. The mirror world is located in the time zone more than 200,000 years ago, but the people who entered it may not all be 200,000 years ago. For example, you. Then Xiangnian's brain didn't circulate so quickly, and he felt that he couldn't keep up with Feng Xian's speed of thinking at all. Feng Xian's body became fainter and fainter. It was already translucent. He said, in order to save old man Tianji, Su Hongtian stole the life force of the mirror world of the Devil's Sea to save Tianji and forge Su Ran. How do I steal it? It should be a mysterious technique. However, he didn't learn all of it, so he couldn't subdue the death sword. He could only leave the sword behind. I'll give you an opinion. If you want to inherit a mysterious technique, you should start with the dead sword. I suspect that the mysterious technique is compatible with the dead sword. A sword. Feng Xian's voice also started to blur. Everyone could only hear some fragments that seemed to be missing. What? What? Xianxia hurriedly asked. Feng Xian said, holding the sword. Inheritance? Do it yourself. After saying that, Feng Xian disappeared. Old man Tianji and the others were dumbfounded. What the hell? The young man had only used 9 minutes, and without any prior knowledge, he had forcefully restored a period of history to 7, 7, 8, 8. In fact, it had even filled in the part of Xiangnan's trip to the Devil's Sea. Quick! Xiangnan quickly looked at old man Tianji and said, hurry up and put Su Ran and the 3 puppets together. Only then did old man Tianji react and say, right. I didn't think of that. If the girl is the core of the puppet, then the 3 puppets will be dismantled into pieces and reassembled. Design drawing. Old man Tianji immediately found the blueprints of the 3 puppets. Previously, when he looked at the blueprints, he didn't find anything strange. But now that he had an idea, when he looked again, he found some clues. These 3 puppets actually had meridians. Oh my God! What kind of terrifying thing did senior brother create? Old man Tianji broke out in cold sweat. Look at the empty pipe on the 3 golems. None of the 3 puppets' empty channels are comparable to the wind ox horse, but if they are joined together with Ran girl, it will be a complete map of the meridians. Dismantle it. Dismantle it all. Xiang Bei, help! Xiangnan immediately rushed forward and dismantled the 3 fifth-stage Heaven Scryer puppets. Afterwards, the 2 of them didn't care about that much and directly stripped off Su Ran's clothes. There's a meridian connection here. Old man Tianji pointed at an area of Su Ran's right arm. Xiangnan used his saber to cut open his flesh and blood. Sure enough, he discovered that there was actually a small hole in his arm bone. Boom! At this moment, an explosive sound suddenly came from outside the ice palace. Xiangnan turned around and saw that the ice gate had actually been pierced through by 2/3 of its thickness. The foreign enemy is coming in. I'll go support them. Brother Xiang Bei, teleport me out. Quickly! The young man shouted. Before Xiangnan could think too much, he directly teleported the martial artists of the 17-star guilds outside the snow mountain. The process of splicing caused both Xiangnan and old man Tianji to feel incomparably miraculous. Each of the 5th-level Heaven Scryer golems was nearly 10 meters tall, but when they put a portion of the parts together with Su Ran, they immediately shrunk. It was as if he possessed vitality and was slowly moving. By the time the 3 puppets were all put together, Su Ran was also slightly taller than normal, more like a female warrior wearing heavy armor. At the same time, a streak of light began to slowly flow on Su Rant's body. The flowing light passed through Su Rant's meridians and circulated in a circular manner, causing her body to shine as well. Cultivation technique inheritance. Xianxia's eyes lit up. It's that technique inheritance. It's really triggered. Senior brother has set a good trap. Old man Tianji sighed emotionally. Not only did I conceal it from the officials and sects of the Iron and Steel continent, even I was unable to guess it clearly. Who would have thought that a young girl would actually be a puppet and even be able to join together with the other 3 puppets to form a complete whole? Su Rant's own meridians were faulted and incomplete. As for the incomplete meridians on the 3 puppets, once they were all linked together, they would form a perfect meridian diagram. As the spiritual energy circulated, the inheritance of cultivation techniques would naturally proceed. We're saved. Xianxian grabbed Su Rant's wrist and took out the dead sword with his right hand. Wait! Old man Tianji stopped Xianxian and pointed outside the ice door. Let's deal with those threats first. But now, the girl's condition has stabilized. She won't die for a while. If you accept the inheritance now, I'm afraid you won't be able to move freely for a short period of time. At that time, if the enemy rushes in, we will all die. However, we will be saved in vain. When Xianxian looked out, he saw that the young man was leading 16 subordinates to fight with the enemy, but he was no match for them at all. The opponent's realm was too high. In just 1 minute's battle, 7 of the young man's subordinates had already been killed. Quickly come back. Xianxian shouted and used one hand to suppress the teleportation array. The young man was defeated by his opponent and hastily retreated to the teleportation array. He was then teleported back to the ice palace. No! Blood flowed from the young man's body as he snorted and gasped. I can't beat them at all. Their realm is too high. Outside, the female archer started shooting at the ice gate again. They had also discovered the teleportation array, but on the one hand, they did not understand how to break it, and on the other hand, they did not have any void stones or space crystal stones, so they were unable to pass it in. Xianxian pulled out his saber and prepared to fight. You will die if you go. The young man grabbed Xianxian's wrist and said, They have 3 9th-level Heaven Scryer experts. That female archer has been sneak attacking from afar, and 5 of my 7 subordinates were shot to death by her. Then what should we do? Xianxian gritted his teeth anxiously. Old man Tianji said, The teleportation array can bring in the air from outside, right? It can be used now. As he spoke, he opened his storage ring and poured out a large amount of spiritual herbs. Those spirit herbs shone with light, and the lowest grade was also at the 5th grade. Old man Tianji glanced at the enemies outside the ice gate and said, Xiangbei, these spirit herbs are treasures that I have accumulated over the years. I have always been reluctant to use them. Today, I will spend all I have to refine 3 pills for you to increase your strength. Ah! How can that be? Xianxian was shocked. Old man Tianji said, Now is not the time to pity these spirit herbs. It's important to save your life. Of the 3 pills I want to refine, one is stronger than the other, and it will take longer. I'll refine the first one first. After you swallow it and increase your strength, you'll go out and pester them. Don't let them break through the door. Wait for me to refine the second pill before you come in and swallow it. Do you understand? As he spoke, old man Tianji placed down a pill refining furnace. He quickly grabbed a large amount of herbs and threw them into the furnace, starting to quickly refine pills. Rapid pill refining was a very troublesome problem. Because there wasn't enough time, the medicinal properties of herbs weren't fully utilized. Therefore, more herbs had to be used to fill the gap. This was equivalent to consuming 5 times more spiritual herbs per pill than under normal conditions. When the pill flames came together, the air in the entire ice palace was instantly drained dry. Xianxian immediately activated the teleportation array and absorbed a steady stream of air from the outside world. The people outside couldn't see clearly what was happening inside, nor did they know that Xianxian was stealing the air, only attacking the ice gate blindly. That kid from the southern domain. Outside the door, the handsome man chuckled and said, You actually dare to come to our northern domain to act wildly. Today, I'll let you taste the bitterness. Didn't you guys hide? Let me see how long you've been hiding. Although this ice palace is strong, my fallen snow sex galaxy bow is not a vegetarian. Another person shouted. That little brat from the southern domain. Come out and die. Xianxia looked at them coldly. Although he could only see a few blurry figures, he understood that there were 10 of them, and their auras were very strong. Right now, the only way was to swallow the pills to increase his strength. Absorbing the divine lightning would definitely not work. Once the divine lightning was taken away, the ice palace would be gone. Before he could start absorbing it, he would probably be shot to death. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. As for the ice door, it was only a thin layer that the other party had shot at. They weren't firing continuously either. After the female archer had used up her astral chi, she had to spend a lot of time recovering. All right, old man Tianji jumped up and struck the top of the furnace with his palm. The green light illuminated the entire ice palace, and a green pill fell into old man Tianji's hand. Xiang Bei. Old man Tianji handed the pill to Xianxia and said, "This is a 5th grade refined cultivation pill. If you swallow this pill, it will increase your cultivation by 3 years. Eat it." Xianxia took the pill and didn't swallow it immediately. Instead, he grabbed the pill and entered the dream world to eat it with his dream body. 3 years of cultivation might sound scary, but in reality, the level of improvement was very limited. Xianxia's level was raised through fortuitous encounters. If he stayed in seclusion for 3 years, it would not even be enough for him to advance from the 2nd level of Heaven Scryer to the 3rd level of Heaven Scryer. After the dream body refined the pill, it only rose from the early stage of the 6th stage of Heaven Scryer to the middle stage. After he came out of his dream, he fell into a dream again and swallowed it again. After 3 consecutive times, he developed drug resistance, and his dream body realm rose to the late stage of the 6th stage of Heaven Scryer. "What are you doing?" The young man looked at Xianxia curiously. "No matter what, I won't swallow it. What are you doing here and there with your eyes closed and open?" Xianxia didn't have time to explain that much to them. He just stuffed the pill into his mouth, ate it with his true body again, and raised his true body realm to the middle and late stage of the Heaven Scryer 2nd layer. A single pill could only be eaten once by others, but in Xianxia's place it could be eaten 4 times over and over again. Boom! An implosion came from Xianxia's body. This is a phenomenon caused by forcefully raising one's cultivation realm. Old man Tianji said, "Everyone, don't worry. What do you think? What's your cultivation level?" The young man hurriedly asked. Xianxia stood up and said with a huge saber in his hand, "It's already the middle and late stage of the 2nd stage of Heaven Scryer." The young man was greatly disappointed. There's still a long way to go. Killing them might not be enough, but it shouldn't be a problem to hold them off. Xianxia grabbed the giant saber and directly arrived at the snow mountain from the teleportation array. Ha! The female archer was sitting on the ground resting. She suddenly raised her head and said, "There is a strong fluctuation of astral chi." Whoosh! A shadow flashed. Xianxia stood at the entrance of the tunnel at the foot of the snow mountain. He carried a huge saber and said, "Aren't you looking for me? I'm coming out." The handsome man at the 9th level immediately burst into laughter. "Junior sister, continue to break the door open. Leave this kid to me." After saying that, the man flashed out and said, "Wild boy from the southern domain, today is the day you die. That depends on how capable you are." Xianxia's right arm trembled, and the giant saber hummed. Dream form descended. "You," the handsome man said angrily, "your realm? The 6th level of Heaven Scryer? Damn it! How did you do it?" Everyone in the ice palace was terrified. Everyone looked at the thin layer of ice door. Their hearts were very uncertain. With such a thickness, they would probably be able to break through the door 30 to 40 times more. At that time, wouldn't it be a tiger charging into the sheep flock and slaughtering them at will? He can't stop it. Cold sweat broke out on the young man's forehead. The 17 of us can't stop the 10 of them. Xiang Bei will die in an instant if he goes alone. Senior Tianji, can't this ice door be strengthened again? Old man Tianji was also very anxious. He quickly walked around and said, "No, the profound ice bombs are hidden in the ice palace. If we want to reinforce the ice door again, we must all go out. Otherwise, we will be frozen to death." Ah, the young man's face was already filled with despair. He did not know what to do. Outside, the handsome man pulled out a long sword and said, "Kid, so what if you're at the 6th level of Heaven Scryer? In the end, you're still 3 levels lower than me. I'll see how you can hold on." After saying that, the handsome man waved his hand and 3 sharp sword lights appeared. The difference between each level of the Heaven Scryer realm was very large, and that was something that the difference between the Heaven Origin realm and the Heaven Scryer realm. Xiangnan's eyes turned cold as he disappeared. Where is he? Not good. Junior sister. His target is junior sister. Shape-shifting and shadow-changing. Xiangnan directly dodged into the tunnel. The female archer was sitting on the ground circulating her energy to recover her aura. She heard a loud shout from outside and immediately felt that she was enveloped in death. That female martial artist was indeed worthy of being a superb material for archers. Her reaction power was simply indescribable. In that instant, Xiangnan suddenly appeared behind her, while she grabbed the longbow with her hand and said, "Jump in the Star River." Whoosh! The female archer had also disappeared when she was a child. The other 9 blocked the entrance of the cave and approached Xiangnan together. Damn it! The handsome man's face turned ashen as he angrily said, "I originally wanted to fight you one-on-one and give you a dignified method of death, but you used such despicable methods to sneak attack my junior sister. This time we won't show mercy." Everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiangnan's whoosh disappeared again. Shadow transformation. Return to origin. Xiangnan instantly returned to the outside of the tunnel. The female archer had just appeared from outside the tunnel when she saw Xiangnan chasing after him again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More than 30 sharp sword lights shot out from the tunnel, forming a crisscrossed net that chased after Xiangnan. There was no one in Xiangnan's eyes, only the female archer. He charged forward and chased after the female archer in the sky. The female archer was about to shoot an arrow with her longbow, but she discovered that she was about to be cut alive by Xiangnan before she could shoot an arrow at this distance. When she was decisive, she immediately gave up shooting an arrow and used the galaxy jump again. This time, she jumped even farther away, just to shake off Xiangnan and ambush him in the dark. The 9 experts also rushed out of the tunnel and turned into 9 shadows as they approached Xiangnan Wei. Xiangnan unleashed his lightning vision, and the female archer who was 60 kilometers away was immediately ordered to bow down. The 9 of them quickly surrounded Xiangnan and slashed down their sharp swords. Thunder escape. At the same time, Xiangnan turned into a streak of black lightning and accurately flashed to the female archer 60 miles away. Secondary light slash. Just as Xiangnan stopped on the left side of the female archer, a knife sliced across. The female archer shouted, "Star jump!" Whoosh! He dodged, but he didn't completely dodge. The female archer's flickering speed was also very fast, but she was scratched by the edge of the saber light from the second light slash on her waist. This saber strike almost cut the female archer's waist, cutting open a foot-deep saber wound beneath her left rib. Trash! The female archer screamed and appeared 60 miles away. She covered her stomach and ran further away. 9 people can't stop one person. Xiangnan bowed and turned into a bolt of lightning, chasing after the female archer. The female archer's speed was also extremely fast, and she could even maintain the same level as Xiangnan's maximum flying speed. Behind him, dozens of sword beams flew towards Xiangnan, sticking to the turf. The speed at which a person flew was far inferior to the speed at which a Dipper Chi was shot. Xiangnan couldn't avoid it. His body trembled and his entire body turned into a scattered bolt of lightning. Dozens of sword lights shot into the distance from the lightning, but they did not injure Xiangnan. Xiangnan discovered that this talent awakening was really useful, but there was a major drawback. After awakening, he was unable to move at an extremely high speed. After this delay, the 9 of them actually caught up to Xianxia. What ghost movement technique? The handsome man said angrily. Why does it feel like it's endless? I can't even use it up. Everyone pull up the formation. Don't let him escape again. The 9 of them immediately condensed a gigantic ball of light with their dipper chi and wrapped it around Xianxia, leaving him nowhere to escape. In the distance, the female archer and Xianxia drew a distance of 80 kilometers. She grimaced in pain, but she put on a longbow with her hand and said coldly, "Little brat of the southern domain, I want you to know the price of seriously injuring me. Thunder escape." Xianxia transformed into a streak of black lightning that instantly pierced through the 9 people's ball of light and arrived in front of the female archer. The female archer cried out in alarm. She turned around and fled. She was afraid of being beaten up and did not dare to directly collide with Xianxia. In fact, Xianxia could no longer use the light slash. If he used it again, his right arm would basically be unable to participate in the battle. Xianxia took out the bright moon cosmos mirror and shot out 2 beams of light at the spot where the female archer had escaped. The female archer's heart shrank, and she hurriedly said, "Jump the galaxy!" Boom! The female archer turned into a starlight and appeared 60 miles away. Xianxia turned around, wielding his saber in both hands, and fiercely slashed towards the 9 enemies chasing after him. The secondary light slash in the bright moon cosmos mirror was at the 2nd heaven scryer stage, while the one he personally released was at the 6th heaven scryer stage. With this strike, the flesh and blood of his right hand also shattered, and he saw the white arm bone through the flesh and blood rift. The 9 people who chased after him were caught off guard and were completely unable to dodge the sharp saber light. One of them was directly beheaded on the spot. Success! Xianxia turned around and ran towards the snow mountain. When he met the shocked 8 people, Xianxia's eyes looked towards the horizon. He teleported himself to the junction of heaven and earth, and then continued to fly wildly towards the snowy mountain. The 8 of them were fooled around, all of them furious as they chased after Xianxia like crazy. However, Xianxia had exceeded them by too much. He returned to the back of the snow mountain and immediately returned to the ice palace with a teleportation array. As soon as he entered the ice palace, Xianxia sat down cross-legged and said, "There is no spiritual energy in here. Who has spiritual stones?" As he spoke, Xianxia took out all his spirit stones. Normally, he didn't use spirit stones at all, but now it was extremely important. Fortunately, he had obtained some and kept them in his storage ring. Now, he had taken out 5 intermediate-grade spirit stones and 12 low-grade spirit stones. Not enough. Xianxia frowned. "I have spiritual herbs here." As old man Tianji was refining pills, he said to Xianxia, "The pile of spiritual herbs in the corner is useless for refining pills. You can pick and choose them." "That's great." Xianxia took out the 5th-grade spirit herbs and found 23 earth spirit herbs. He swallowed a stalk of spiritual herb, holding an elementary-grade spirit stone in his left hand and an intermediate-grade spirit stone in his right hand, matching them to recover his astral chi. But the young man looked at Xianxia anxiously and said, "You only delayed them for a few minutes. Then they can come back immediately." Xianxia closed his eyes and focused on recovering his aura. "Senior Tianji, just focus on refining pills. They won't be able to enter," he said. "Why?" the young man asked curiously. At this time, the 9 experts had indeed returned. The handsome man stood in front of the ice door and angrily gritted his teeth. "Junior sister, shoot through this ice door. Go in and drag that kid out and kill him." The female archer covered the wound on her stomach, but she slowly sat down. She said with a painful expression, "I just used up all my stellar energy to escape, so I can't use the galaxy bow anymore." "Ah, so that's how it is. Wonderful." In the ice palace, the young man clapped his hands and immediately laughed. Old man Tianji nodded his head in relief. "Kid Xiangbei is a brainless martial artist. Not bad at all." "Ah!" Outside the ice door, the handsome man roared angrily. "This brat did it on purpose. After making trouble for a long time, he wanted to consume your astral chi. Junior sister, give me the galaxy bow." I want it to recognize its owner again and let me shoot through the ice gate. Hearing this, Xianxia and the others felt their hearts sink. The female archer frowned and said, "This galaxy bow was personally passed down to me by my master. You can't give it to anyone else." The handsome man said anxiously, "I don't want it. You only lent it to me temporarily. I'll return it to you after I break the ice door." "That's right, little junior sister. Lend the Starry River bow to senior brother Duanmu. That little brat from the southern domain killed junior brother Daquan. We have to avenge him." The other 7 martial brothers also tried to persuade him. The female archer still shook her head. "But it will take at least half an hour for the galaxy bow to change its owner. At that time, if that brat rushes out again, it will be troublesome. We've wasted too much time in this exchange. Hurry up and give it to me." The handsome man was furious and rushed to the female archer, saying, "Give it to me." The female archer took a few steps back and aimed the arrow at the handsome man. "If you get any closer, I'll shoot you." The handsome man laughed coldly. "You don't have the aura to shoot through the ice gate, but you do have the aura to shoot me again. You can still do it with just 1 arrow." The female archer's eyes were also cold. All right. A junior brother hurriedly stood up and said, "We haven't killed the enemy yet. Why are we fighting internally first? Senior brother Duanmu, you really can't do it. Just think of another way." Hearing their argument, Xianxia closed his eyes peacefully. As he recovered his astral chi, he secretly calculated that his dream body could only take 10 minutes to descend. Just now, it took 5 minutes to chase after the female archer. There were still 5 minutes left. After swallowing another pill, his cultivation level would increase and he should be able to recover some of his usage time. Time passed bit by bit. Old man Tianji's pill furnace was getting redder and redder. That sign indicated that the next pill was coming out. As for Xianxia's dipper chi, it had also recovered quite a bit. At this moment, it was about 70% of its peak state. Right at this moment, boom! The ice gate was heavily injured. Everyone hurriedly opened their eyes and looked out, but they saw that senior brother Duanmu was holding a longbow and shooting at the ice gate. Boom! The second arrow came. "I've been tricked." The young man was stunned and anxiously said, "They deliberately wanted to quarrel with us just now. Damn it! That galaxy bow really fell into Duanmu's hands. Xiangbei, hurry up. Stall for a moment. My pill will take another 10 minutes to complete." But the ice gate has already lasted less than a minute. Old man Tianji hurriedly shouted. Boom! The third arrow landed on the ice door. Xianxia grabbed the giant saber and drove it out of the teleportation array without saying a word. "He's out." As the female archer recovered from her injuries, she shouted, "That strong aura has appeared again. Quickly chase after him." 9 people rushed out of the tunnel. Senior brother Duanmu put on a longbow and aimed it at Xianxia. He sneered and said, "Little brat, let's see how I deal with you." Dream form descended. Xianxia's saber trembled and combined with his dream body to reach the 6th level of Heaven Scryer. Duanmu's flowing light arrow had already shot towards Xianxia. As for Xianxia, he moved to Duanmu's side and raised his hand to slash him. "Good job." Duanmu laughed loudly and used the galaxy bow to block the saber. He held the bow in his right hand and the long sword in his left hand. After blocking the saber, the backhand sword was about to strike Xianxia. But in the end, that Duanmu was actually sent flying by Xianxia. What the hell? The experts of the Fallen Snow sect were all shocked. Isn't this kid at the 6th level of Heaven Scryer? How could he chop away senior brother Duanmu, who is at the 9th level of Heaven Scryer? Duanmu's expression also changed drastically. He hurriedly adjusted his posture and then pulled the bowstring towards Xianxia. The other 8 people shot out sharp sword lights at Xianxia one after another. Xiang Namping's sound dissipated into a large ball of lightning and formed around Duanmu. He stepped on the longbow with 1 foot and wielded a knife in his right hand, fiercely slashing towards Duanmu's head. Ah! Duanmu couldn't lift the longbow. He leaned back to dodge a knife and kicked Xianxia in the stomach. Xianxia's entire right leg instantly condensed violent lightning, causing a violent lightning foot to collide with Duanmu. It actually kicked Duanmu into an illusion and exploded onto the ground with a loud boom. As for Xiangnan, he was quick-witted and caught the galaxy bow in his hand. Even he was stunned for a moment. What? Why didn't Duanmu use the star jump? However, it was too late for him to think so much. Xiangnan ran towards the teleportation array with the galaxy bow in his hand and sent it into the ice palace with a whoosh. Ah! The young man looked at Xiangnan with the star bow in his hand and asked in shock, This weapon? Did you snatch it away? Yes. Xiangnan rubbed his nose and said, That Duanmu doesn't seem to know how to use this bow. Old man Tianji said, The galaxy bow has a special set of martial skills. Just now, they lied to us. The purpose should be to buy time. That female archer only had time to teach Duanmu shooting martial skill, but she didn't have time to teach him how to jump the galaxy. Then, do you know this martial skill? The young man was overjoyed. You were once an elder of the fallen snow sect. Why don't you teach Xiangbei how to use the galaxy bow? It's useless. Old man Tianji shook his head. This bow is meant to recognize the owner. The original owner must be willing to hand it over to you. Otherwise, it won't work, let alone. At this point, the galaxy bow in Xiangnan's hand suddenly disappeared. The longbow turned into a speck of light and inexplicably disappeared. Furthermore, the galaxy bow can be summoned back by its master at any time. Old man Tianji sighed. Outside the ice door, the female archer shouted, Senior brother, quickly return the galaxy bow to me. Duanmu said angrily, No, there is still time. I want to break the door. As he spoke, Duanmu stretched his bow. Xiangnani frowned. If you break the ice gate, I will kill you. With that, Xiangnan once again rushed out of the ice palace and rushed into the tunnel. You're going to die. The archer's eyes turned red with anxiety. This kid is simply a tarsal maggot. He's coming out again. Stop him, Duanmu anxiously said. I'll go and distance myself from him and shoot him. No way, the female archer hurriedly said. That brat's movements are very strange. There's no way to stop him. As he spoke, Xiangnan rushed into the tunnel with a huge saber in his hand. A saber light passed through the crowd and rushed straight towards Duanmu. Duanmu hurriedly raised his galaxy bow to block. Boom! The saber light struck the galaxy bow, sending Duanmu flying. What was fatal was that behind him was the ice palace. Duanmu slammed into the ice door and bounced back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Duanmu stood up with a gloomy face and coldly looked at Xiangnan through the cracks in the crowd. It's really strong, Duanmu said. This brat's astral chi is very extraordinary. The 8 of them rushed towards Xiangnan and greeted him with all sorts of messy martial skills. Xiang Namping's sound dissipated into a large arc of lightning and flew towards Duanmu, directly skipping all the attacks. Senior brother, run! Cried the female archer. Taking advantage of Xiangnan's awakening, Duanmu immediately turned into a beam of intense light, piercing through Xiangnan's electric arc and rushing out of the tunnel. Shape-shifting and shadow-changing, Xiangnan condensed into form and arrived outside the tunnel with a flash. Glaciers descend. Outside the tunnel, Duanmu was already prepared in advance. He raised his hands high up, and thousands of large icicles fell from the sky towards Xiangnan like a storm. Xiangnan awakened once again, and his entire body spread out into a flash of lightning. I understand. This is the awakening of the heavenly profound sex talent. Duanmu shouted. Impossible. The female archer's expression also changed. I've seen talent awakening before. There's no such thing. Don't you understand? Duanmu said angrily. This brat has the lightning meridian talent. That's why his talent awakening is to transform into the lightning elemental. So smart. The lightning gathered behind Duanmu to form Xiangnan. Xiangnan kicked Duanmu on the back of his waist to prevent him from escaping. Then, he sliced his hands horizontally and sliced Duanmu's head in half with a giant saber. Xiangnan glanced at the galaxy bow, then immediately returned to the teleportation array and returned to the ice palace. Talent awakening couldn't make Xiangnan's talent retreat, nor did he need to consume origin pills. However, it consumed a lot of astral qi. Transforming into lightning required Xianxia's entire body to be disintegrated and reconstructed. Every cycle required a large amount of astral qi as a price. I knew I couldn't pass the galaxy bow to him casually. The female archer waved her right hand and the galaxy bow appeared in her hand. What should we do now? Senior brother Duanmu is dead. Many disciples of the fallen snow sect panicked. They never expected that kid from the southern domain to be so powerful. With the 6th level of Heaven Scryer, killing a 9th level Heaven Scryer expert was simply incomprehensible. His saber is also a profound grade weapon. The archer's face darkened. Let me lead the battle. In the crowd, a red-haired man at the 9th level of the Heaven Scryer stage walked out. His expression was gloomy as he said, Duanmu was too careless. He was killed by his own tricks. It was his own fault. I am in charge of the overall situation. Junior sister, Duanmu is dead. The galaxy bow will automatically fall into the hands of the previous owner. You have regained the right to use the galaxy bow now. How's your aura recovering? The female archer said, Senior brother Xinglua, my astral qi has recovered to the 3rd level. However, if I shoot at the ice gate, then the southern domain kid will still come out to harass me. The red-haired man thought for a moment and said, You should go hide in the distance first. After we draw that kid out, you can ambush him secretly. Don't let him see your tracks this time. Yes. The female archer nodded and immediately flew out with the galaxy bow. A few minutes later, Xing Luo felt that the female archer had already found a place, so she said to the ice palace, Little bastard from the southern domain, get out of here. Xianxian sat in the ice palace and ignored him. No matter how the 7 of them cursed and even used weapons to chop down the ice gate, Xianxian was unmoved. Senior brother, we seem to have made a mistake. A disciple frowned. This brat only cares about the ice sect. Junior sister has gone far with the galaxy bow. That brat from the southern domain has no interest in coming out. Get out of the way. Xing Luo had everyone split up into 2 sides and condensed their dipper chi to shout at the distance. Junior sister, shoot from afar. Break this ice door open for me. As soon as he finished speaking, a streak of light arrow shot towards him from afar. At the same time, Xianxian teleported outside the ice palace and charged towards the female archer with incomparable precision. How did you find me? The female archer was so shocked that she didn't even dare to release the 2nd arrow. She immediately used the star jump. Xianxian chased after her 3 times and 4 times, but she wasted all her astral qi on the escape route. In this way, Xianxian returned to the snowy mountain, awakened with his peculiar talent and dodged everyone's attacks. He stepped onto the teleportation array and entered the ice palace. The disciples of the fallen snow sect looked at each other. Their faces flushed red with anger. They were stunned and didn't know how to solve this dilemma. They had never fought such an aggrieved battle before. The female archer took the galaxy bow and returned to the tunnel. She exchanged a glance with everyone inside. My astral qi is used up again. Inside the ice palace, old man Tianji slapped his palm on the pill furnace and said, Little brat Xiang Bei, take the pill. Just in time. Xianxian jumped up, grabbed the 2nd pill, and immediately sat down on the ground. Xianxian himself was about to run out of oil. This 2nd pill came at a good time. Old man Tianji said, This pill can increase your cultivation by 5 years. Xianxian did the same as last time. He entered the dream world first and swallowed it 3 times in a row. After that, he came out and swallowed it with his true body. As a result, his dream body had risen to the mid-late 6th stage of the Heaven Scryer stage, while his true body had risen to the mid-3rd stage of the Heaven Scryer stage. After consuming the same pill 3 times at the 6th level of Heaven Scryer, it could only reach the middle and late stages. However, after consuming the same pill once at the 3rd level of Heaven Scryer, it reached the middle stages. This was the difference in cultivation realms. Xianxian regained his composure, his eyes shining brightly. Astral qi and stamina have recovered by around 70 to 80%, and he can continue fighting for a while. Don't be too busy. Old man Tianji took a short rest and immediately refined a third pill. He said, if they don't attack, don't go out. Yes. Xianxia nodded. He swallowed a 5th-grade spirit herb and began to recover his remaining aura with his second hand holding spirit stones. In the tunnel, everyone from the Fallen Snow sect was at a loss as to how to solve the current situation. At this moment, a demonic aura descended from the sky. The disciples of the Fallen Snow sect hurriedly faced outwards and waited in formation. After the demonic energy landed on the ground, it transformed into 5 heaven-scrying 8th-stage demon race men. Who? Xing Luo heaved a sigh of relief. So it's a friend from Myriad Demon Island. At this moment, an evil demon male took 2 steps forward and asked curiously, why hasn't the enemy been dealt with yet? Are they that powerful? Xing Luo sighed. You don't know. That brat is going to play us to death. After Xing Luo explained the cause and effect, the evil and charming man raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but laugh. So that's the case. Looks like that kid from the southern domain is quite smart. But it doesn't matter now. We're here. We must help you eradicate that brat. Fortunately, we brought the heaven-breaking hammer this time. The evil-looking man chuckled and took out a 5-meter-long giant warhammer from his storage ring. Ah! Xing Luo's eyes lit up. But that shocking destructive high-grade heavenly weapon, the heaven-breaking hammer? The evil-looking man smiled faintly. Exactly. Although this heaven-breaking hammer is not as powerful as your sect's galaxy bow, it is more or less enough to break open the ice door. When I hit the ice door 100 or 200 times, I should be able to shatter it. Naturally. Xing Luo heaved a sigh of relief and said, the heaven-breaking hammer is a treasure that is specially used to shatter defense. In this case, hurry up and start. That brat only has one person. He can't hold back the galaxy bow and heaven-breaking hammer at the same time. Not busy, the evil-looking man said. Let's break through the teleportation formation first. He won't be able to escape. Hearing this, Xianxia stood up. He walked to the ice door and wiped the frost and snow with his hand. The ice door was already very thin, and at this moment, he could clearly see the situation outside in a daze. Standing at the door, Xianxia said, since when did the demon race begin to degenerate? They actually helped the heavenly profound sect's evil path. The evil and charming man chuckled. Your Excellency must be an expert from the southern domain, right? However, our demon race is not interested in the human race's struggle. We will help whoever gives us benefits. To us, we don't care about evil ways at all. Xianxia frowned and said, my relationship with the great empress of the southern demonic beast continent is quite shallow. Are you really willing to destroy our relationship for the sake of the profound sky sect? The evil and charming man was stunned when he heard this, and then he laughed loudly. It's fine if you don't mention the great empress. Once you mention her, I'll definitely kill you. I don't know where such an ancient royal family came from, but they actually threatened to unify the demon race. They really don't value our efforts of more than 100,000 years. Don't even mention her. She's on the verge of losing her life. All the demons in the world have migrated to the northern domain, and my Myriad Demons Island is the sacred land of the demons. In front of me, that so-called desert queen, he isn't enough. As he spoke, the evil-looking man raised his heaven-breaking hammer and smashed it down on the ice door. Boom! The ice palace trembled for a moment, and strands of hair-like cracks appeared on the ice door. Come out! The evil-looking man raised his eyebrows at Xianxia. If I don't come out, I will continue to smash the door. You guys! Xing Luo's eyes lit up. He knew the evil charming man's plan. He hurriedly said to his fellow disciples, hurry up and defend the teleportation array. We'll just wait for that brat to be forced out of the teleportation array and take him down in one fell swoop. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 disciples of the Fallen Snow sect immediately rushed out and surrounded the teleportation formation in the back mountain. They raised their swords high up, and as soon as Xianxia's light flashed, they would immediately be killed. The demonic man raised the heaven-breaking hammer high. while the female archer grabbed an intermediate-grade spirit stone and desperately recovered her aura. If Xianxia could restrain a galactic bow, how could he restrain the heaven-breaking hammer at the same time? There was always a weapon that could find an opportunity to shatter the ice door. Brother Xiangbei, I'm afraid we'll all lose this time. The young man smiled bitterly and shook his head. I never expected that a group of demons would be killed halfway. Looks like fortune is playing tricks on people. My life is over. Xianxia sighed and said, Originally, I wanted to restrain them and buy time. It seems that I can't do without fighting now. As he spoke, Xianxia wiped the ice door with his hand again. The devilish man's heaven-breaking hammer smashed into the ice door for the second time, causing the entire ice palace to tremble. Aren't you going to the teleportation array? The evil-looking man smiled sinisterly. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, For the sake of the great empress, I really don't want to touch the demon race unless I have to. However, you forced me so hard. I can only apologize to the great empress in my heart. Junior sister, go outside. Xing Luo said, This brat is going to come out through the teleportation array. Your current Dipper Chi should be able to shoot 2 or 3 times, right? Quickly go help the other junior brothers. As long as that brat comes out, he will be shot to death with an arrow. Xing Luo knew that Xianxia's movement technique was mysterious, and he also understood the awakening of talent, so he had another layer of protection. The awakened innate was able to dodge most attacks, but it was unable to dodge the profound grade galaxy bow. Because the galaxy bow was a profound weapon, there was already an embryonic form of the Tao within it. As for the awakening of talent, it was impossible to dodge the attack of such a weapon. The female archer sneered as she walked out of the tunnel. She put on a longbow and aimed in the direction of the teleportation array. At this time, Xianxia placed his saber horizontally in front of him and said indifferently, Who said that I can only leave the transfer array? Dream form descended, shape-shifting and shadow-changing. As long as you can see it with your naked eye, you can teleport there. Xianxia shouted as he appeared outside the ice door. The phantasm men's faces paled in shock. Xianxia slashed down on the forehead of the evil and charming man with a single saber. All of this happened too suddenly. The evil and charming man was completely unprepared. He was holding the heaven-breaking hammer high, and he hurriedly pulled the heaven-breaking hammer down to block Xianxia's saber strike. Clang! The evil-looking man was sent flying with his saber. Hurry up and attack! Xing Luo was the first to charge forward and roar. No matter how strong you are, you can't break through. His Dipper Chi condensed into a fan-shaped ice axe blade. As he charged forward, he charged towards Xianxia with the ice axe blade. Azure Dragon, go out to sea! Xianxia stabbed the giant saber into the ground and charged forward, colliding with the starfall. This time, both of them were pushed back by each other at the same time, but Xianxia only took 2 or 3 steps back, while Starfall took a dozen steps back. Strong again. Xing Luo's pupils contracted. Why is this brat so much stronger every time he comes out? He took the pill. I can smell the medicinal pills in his body. The demonic man rushed back with the heaven-breaking hammer. Xianxia's body shortened, and his front half leaned against the ground and rushed to the phantasm man, wanting to get rid of him first. The other 4 heaven-scrying 8th-stage demon race experts surrounded Xianxia and attacked him ferociously. In an instant, both the demon race's aura and the starfall human race's aura greeted Xianxia alone. Ray! The raptor waved its tail. Xianxia stood still and leapt onto the horse with his saber. The azure dragon phantom behind him appeared. A saber light that was close to the full moon slashed out in all directions. Boom! Xianxia used the strength of 1 person to resist the strength of 6 people, and all 6 of them were sent flying. As for Xianxia, he was half knelt on the ground by the terrifying power of the other party. Quickly come in! Quickly come in! Xing Luo roared. This brat has come out of the ice gate. Those outside, hurry up and come in. The female archer and the others were stunned for a moment and immediately rushed back to the tunnel. What's going on? As soon as she finished speaking, the female archer saw that Xianxia was blazing with a strong light, knocking a demon male out. Following that, Xianxia waved his waist and slashed horizontally, slashing the demon male on the spot. Pong! At the same time, the evil-looking man also caught up and smashed his hammer onto Xianxia's back. Pooh! Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood on the female archer's body. As for Xianxia, he was incomparably strong. Without even looking at the demons behind him, he slashed the huge saber in his hand towards the female archer's head. Galaxy jump! The female archer was frightened out of her wits. She had never seen such a life-threatening person before. She immediately recovered a little bit of her dipper chi and used it to flee for her life. Die! The evil-looking man raised his heaven-breaking hammer high and smashed it down on Xianxia's back for the second time. Sneak into the void. Xianxia suddenly disappeared and appeared behind the evil-looking man. You're the one who died, he said coldly. The evil-looking man turned around in a dream and saw Xianxia with a single glance. This hammer had just missed, so he didn't have time to turn around and defend. At the same time, Xing Luo saw that the situation was not good and had already slashed down towards Xianxia's shoulder with her sword in hand. Xianxia actually didn't dodge and slashed the evil and charming man in the waist with a backhand saber. But at the same time, Xing Luo's sharp sword also slashed into Xianxia's shoulder. With a cracking sound, half of Xianxia's shoulder bone was sliced into it. You actually didn't hide. You lunatic! Starfall was stunned. Xianxia had a chance to dodge, but as long as he dodged, he wouldn't have time to kill the phantasm man. Xianxia had several dazzling movement techniques, but every movement technique he used also meant that he had missed an opportunity to kill his enemies. If he continued to use his movement technique to dodge the enemy's battle, then this battle would be useless until the heavens and earth were old. If you want to kill someone, you still have to do it honestly. Everyone looked at Xianxia in shock. As for Xianxia, he bent his back and had a long sword embedded in his shoulder. Who? Xianxia let out a long breath and turned around. His cold eyes met Xing Luo's. At that moment, Starfall's soul was trembling. He had never seen such a gaze before. Xianxia licked his lips and said, "Come, let's have a good fight. Surround Junior Sister. Don't let him take advantage of this." Xing Luo shouted. The six of them surrounded the female archer in the middle, in case Xianxia suddenly flashed over and ambushed her. Xianxia grabbed the heaven-breaking hammer with his backhand, swung it round, and smashed it towards Xing Luo's head. Heaven-breaking return. Behind him, a demon coldly shouted. The heaven-breaking hammer was about to hit Xing Luo's head, but it suddenly raised its head and flew in the direction of the demon race behind it. Xianxia was stunned. He did not expect that the heaven-breaking hammer could be controlled freely by the demons. This time, his entire body was brought flying backwards. Luo! The demon clan's right hand slashed, and the heaven-breaking hammer suddenly fell to the ground halfway through. Xianxia released his grip in time, staggered and kicked the handle of the hammer, bouncing himself to the left. At the same time, 7 or 8 sword lights struck the heaven-breaking hammer at the same time, almost hacking Xianxia's chaos sword to death. At the spot where Xianxia shot backwards, there was a rushing demon. Xianxia suddenly made a forward somersault and stepped on the demon's shoulders. Then, he made another forward somersault with his saber in both hands. The giant saber pierced through the back of the demon race and didn't reach the hilt of the saber. Another demon clan member chased after Xianxia with a heaven-breaking hammer in his hand and smashed it on his shoulder. Xianxia blocked with his saber. Clang! The heaven-breaking hammer smashed into the blade head-on. The hammer's strength was boundless, and it actually sent Xianxia flying. A violent shockwave surged in all directions. As Xianxia flew, he forcefully twisted his body. His left hand slapped towards Xing Luo's sword, and his palm slapped back onto the sword. Xianxia borrowed his strength to jump and slash the giant saber horizontally towards Xing Luo's neck. The Starfall roared, "Frost defense!" A large ice ball suddenly appeared. Xianxia's giant blade slashed into the ice ball. The blade had just touched Xing Luo's shoulder, and more power was removed by the ice ball. 2 demons rushed over. One of them threw out a long whip and wrapped it around Xianxia's left arm, while the other raised his heaven-breaking hammer and smashed it down on Xianxia's head. Xing Luo threw off the ice ball and threw himself out. His body spiraled, and the sword flew at Xiang Nan's heart. Dragon Spirit Steel. An air shield suddenly appeared, rumbling. Several concentrated attacks simultaneously smashed down the air shield. Dragon Spirit Break. Xiang Nan withdrew his chi shield, and the azure dragon wrapped around the blade, splitting the demon race with the heaven-breaking hammer in half. Pong! Pong! Another demon and Xing Luo simultaneously kicked Xiang Nan on the right shoulder. Xiang Nan's right shoulder was directly shattered by the kick. Half of the shoulders that had been split apart were now completely severed. Xiang Nan grabbed the saber with his left hand and turned around to see a large saber light. The Starfall realm was extremely high, and he reacted very quickly. He instantly bent down and dodged a knife. However, the demon race was unable to dodge, and half of its head was cut off by Xiang Nan. This time, the 5 demon races were completely annihilated. Whoosh! A streak of light arrow attacked. Xiang Nan had just slain the demon race, and he didn't have time to dodge. He immediately wanted to flee into the void, but the female archer had been looking for an opportunity. This arrow came at the right time. Before Xiang Nan could even enter the void, he was pierced through his chest by the flowing light arrow. The arrow pierced through Xiang Nan's entire body, less than half an inch from his heart. Cough! Xiang Nan coughed out a mouthful of blood. The flowing light arrow pierced into his chest, and the end of the arrow was still buzzing with vibrations. Xing Luo flipped back and thrust her sword towards the space between Xiang Nan's eyebrows. Xiang Nan took a left flash and his knee rested on Xing Luo's chest. With a slash of his giant saber, Xing Luo was actually split in half. Hiss! The other disciples of the fallen snow sect were all stunned. Xiang Nan had already been pierced through his chest by the flowing light arrow, yet he still had the strength to fight. He could even easily chop the Starfall to death. At this moment, Xiang Nan stood hunchbacked, his entire body dripping with blood. His right shoulder was broken, leaving only one muscle connected to his arm. Flowing arrows were also stabbed into his chest, and fresh blood continuously gushed out. However, the corpses of the 5 demon races and Starfall were tragically placed on the ground. After a fierce battle, Xiang Nan killed 5 Heaven Scryer level 8 and 1 Heaven Scryer level 9 experts. The female archer and the others looked at Xiang Nan in shock. Even though Xiang Nan was seriously injured, no one dared to charge forward. They all felt a domineering aura emanating from the southern domain martial artist. Xiang Nan took a deep breath and pulled out the arrow with one hand. He casually threw it on the ground and turned to face the last 7 experts of the fallen snow sect. You still want to fight? The archer's heart skipped a beat. Xiang Nan actually laughed. He licked the blood on his lips and said, "If you hit me, I'll beat you to the end." The female archer could only feel her heart pounding and her pupils contracting. Junior sister. The last expert of the fallen snow sect at the 9th level of the Heaven Scryer sect gritted his teeth and said, "This brat is going to die soon. The few of us are going to restrain him. Find a chance to shoot him to death. Go!" After saying that, the 9th level Heaven Scryer expert was the first to charge towards Xiang Nan. Swoosh! A streak of light pierced through the sky. But, junior sister, you, the 9th level Heaven Scryer expert, suddenly turned around and looked at the female archer in shock. He then lowered his head to look. He saw a flowing light arrow that belonged to the galaxy bow stabbing into his heart. The other 5 disciples were all shocked as they turned around and aimed their weapons at the female archer. Xiang Nan was also stunned for a moment. He looked at the female archer in surprise. The female archer weakly smiled at Xiang Nan. I think I want to fight alongside someone like you." "What? Junior sister? What nonsense are you talking about?" The 5 fallen snow sect disciples simply couldn't believe their ears. The female archer smiled and shed tears. She said to Xiang Nan, "I have never met a martial artist like you. I want to fight with you." Whoosh! Xiang Nan let out a long sigh and then laughed. "You have already thought about it. I have many enemies. They all want to kill me. If you want to join my team, you will have to face endless pursuits. I'm not afraid. I don't want my talent to be buried. But these people will never be my best comrades. The archer nodded. I am an archer. But every time I have to be at the forefront. No one can help me defend against the battles on the front lines. Haha. Don't you think this is too ridiculous? That's why you've taken a fancy to me, Xianxia said. The archer nodded her head. Yes, I've taken a fancy to you. I've seen you fight like a madman to protect the people you care about. I'm jealous of them. Why do they have you? How can they have teammates who risk everything for them like you? I want you too. I want to be your teammate, and I want you to protect me as if you were a relative. To be able to fight with someone like you, even if I die in battle, I will not have wasted my life. At the very least, my life is better than others. Not a scheme. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. The female archer said, I swear on my Tao heart. Xianxia laughed heartily. The 5 disciples of the fallen snow sect looked at each other and then slashed towards the female archer. With a flash, Xianxia dragged the female archer away and returned to the ice palace from the teleportation array. My God! When the young man saw the archer, he was shocked. Why did you bring her in? Before Xianxia could reply, his body softened. The female archer hurriedly supported Xianxia and quickly said, The galaxy bow is not that simple. If you are hit by an arrow, the power of the arrow will corrode your body for a long time. Hurry up and sit down. I'll help you force out the remaining strength. What's going on? The young man was caught off guard. He was a little confused about the situation. Can't you tell? Old man Tianji smiled and said, This girl was convinced by Brother Xiangbei. It can't be, the young man exclaimed. How is this impossible? Old man Tianji said, Who doesn't want to fight with someone like Xiangbei? Aren't you willing to sacrifice your lives for him? Because we all saw something in him that was the first thing a martial artist saw. It was that thing that drove us into the martial path, allowing us to fight and resist. Money? We can never bribe everyone. But the quality of a martial artist like Xiangbei can infect us arrogant fellows. What is your name? Xianxia weakly sat on the ground and asked. The female archer sat behind Xianxia, her hands pressed against his back and said, My name is Xiao He, Dawn of Dawn, Lotus of Dawn. Xiao He placed his hands on Xianxia's back and sent a strand of astral chi in. He said, Don't circulate astral chi now. Let the spiritual sea rotate as slowly as possible. Otherwise, the power of the galaxy bow will reach your spiritual sea, causing damage to your spiritual sea. Xianxia acted according to his words. He no longer circulated his astral chi and allowed Xiao He's astral chi to flow through his meridians to expel the remaining power of the galaxy bow. This method was extremely dangerous. It was equivalent to Xianxia putting down all his precautions and accepting Xiao He's invasion of Dipper Chi. Once Xiao He suddenly had a bad idea. She could directly destroy Xianxia's spiritual sea and cripple his cultivation. However, Xianxia did not hesitate, nor did he have the slightest bit of doubt. Xiao He was deeply moved by Xianxia's actions. As an archer, what she needed most was the unconditional trust of her teammates. Only if her teammates trusted her, and at the same time her teammates could make her trust her unreservedly, could she use accurate archery to shoot down powerful enemies in the rear. Thank you, Xiao He whispered. Xianxia said, However, I have an ugly remark to make. Not everyone can join my team. What I value the most is not martial arts strength, but martial morality. If you were a madman who killed people like crazy, I wouldn't want you. Xiao He said, I like fighting. I don't like slaughter. When I was in Amethyst City, I only chose challenging enemy experts to attack. I never aimed my arrows at civilians. The actions of the fallen snow sect are their own decision. Those of us who are disciples can only obey. Xianxia nodded and said, However, I have a lot of personal matters to attend to. I may not be able to spend much time with others. When the opportunity arises, I will introduce you to my other 2 brothers. They are also trustworthy. There were 2 reasons why Xianxia did not like to set up a team. One was that he had too many personal matters and too many secrets. It was difficult for him to spare a certain amount of time to do one thing with everyone. Another reason was that his cultivation base had risen too quickly. He would often receive world-exterminating divine lightning for a period of time, and his cultivation base would suddenly jump, leaving all of his teammates far behind. Back in the Haoran sect, Xiang Nan and Murong Wanqing were teammates, but now the difference between their realms was not the slightest bit. There was no possibility of them doing missions together. Xiaohe nodded and said, "I understand your worries. Don't worry. If one day I can't keep up with you, that means I'm not worthy of being your teammate." Speaking of which, Xiang Nan didn't say anything. "Xiang Bei, this third pill is about to take shape." Old man Tianji gave Xiang Nan a hint of time and said, "There are about 10 minutes left. Can you do it? This pill needs to be refined and consumed immediately, because it raises one's cultivation by years. The longer the pill prevents it, the more medicinal properties it will dissipate." Xiang Nan did not even think about it and said, "Give this third pill to Xiaohe, and it will be considered a reward for abandoning the secret." "What?" Old man Tianji and the others were all shocked. The young man hurriedly said, "Xiang Bei, this third pill can raise your cultivation by 8 years. How many people have risked their lives to snatch that treasure? Such a treasure. Are you going to hand it over to someone? Aren't you being too generous? 8 years of cultivation? No, this kind of pill is too precious. I can't accept it. Besides, I also shot and killed a few of your teammates before." Xiang Nan smiled and said, "I have never been stingy when dealing with friends. Besides, the profound Sky Sect has used many benefits to rope in all martial artists in the world. If martial artists abandon their secrets and come to our side without any benefits, why should they transfer their camp? I don't have anything else good. Only this pill can be given to you, Xiaohe." The young man nodded. "I agree. Brother Xiang Bei's general pattern is correct. However, giving benefits should be done by the sect. Right now, you are sacrificing your personal interests." Xiang Nan said, "I don't care about this. It's settled. Senior Tianji, do you have any objections to giving that pill to Xiaohe?" Old man Tianji smiled and said, "I was once an elder of the Fallen Snow Sect. Now that I see that some disciples of the Fallen Snow Sect are willing to change their ways, I naturally welcome them greatly." That's it." Xiang Nan nodded. Xiaohe stared blankly at Xiang Nan's back. Everyone could tell the truth, but how many people could do it at the end of the day? A medicinal pill that could increase one's cultivation by 8 years. Giving someone away was a gift. This kind of courage was not something a martial artist would possess. However, Xiang Nan did not care about this small pill. It was just a single pill that had only increased his cultivation by 1 stage. If he could absorb the world-exterminating divine lightning, it would increase his cultivation by more than 10 stages at once. How many small realms would it be? When the pill came out of the furnace, old man Tianji gave it to Xiaohe and said, "Little girl Xiaohe, your realm is far inferior to Xiang Bei's. If you swallow this pill, I'm afraid you'll be able to directly jump from the mid to late 5th Heaven Scryer stage to the 7th Heaven Scryer stage." Xiaohe respectfully held the pill in both hands and hesitated. "Why don't you give it to this big brother?" Xiaohe looked at the young man. The young man smiled and shook his head. "We have done our duty in resisting foreign enemies, but you have transferred from the Fallen Snow Sect to our camp. It is not easy. This medicinal pill should be a reward for you." Xiaohe hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth, swallowed the pill, and sat down to refine it. At this moment, without Xiaohe's help, Xiang Nan didn't have any major problems. Xiaohe had already extracted 90% of the power of the galaxy bow from his body. At the last point, he could casually use the 9 purities cosmos technique to refine it. What's next? Old man Tianji looked at Xiang Nan and said, "What do you plan to do?" Xiang Nan thought for a moment and said, "We'll find an opportunity later. Everyone go out and reinforce this ice door. Then we'll return. Help Miss Su Ran deal with the danger first. Everything else will be taken care of later." Very reasonable. Old man Tianji stroked his beard and smiled happily. His greatest wish was to save Su Ran. Xiaohe had absorbed this pill for 8 years, which was the sum of the first 2 pills of Xiang Nan. Coupled with the gold content of her cultivation realm, it was far from being comparable to Xiangnan's. This time, it took her more than half an hour to refine it. The sound of two breakthroughs occurred in Xiaohe's body. The first time was to reach the 6th stage of Heaven Scryer, and the second time was to reach the early stage of the 7th stage of Heaven Scryer when the medicinal effects were exhausted. Xiangnan, thank you. Xiaohe opened her eyes and was naturally filled with joy. Xiangnan smiled. Your realm is too low, and you really need to improve. You can't always rely on the star bow. All right, let's go out now and have Senior Tianji repair the ice door completely. After everyone left the ice palace, Old Man Tianji activated the formation and controlled the profound ice bombs, repairing the gate of the ice palace completely. After that, everyone returned to the ice palace. Old Man Tianji said with a serious expression, "Now, it's time to pull out the cultivation technique inheritance from his body." Old Man Tianji helped the unconscious Su ran up and said to Xiangnan seriously, "Xiangbei, how confident are you in telling the truth?" Xiangnan took out the dead sword and said, "I don't know much about the inheritance of that technique, so I can't say it myself. I can only leave it to fate." Tianji looked at the sword of the dead and said, "This sword is very powerful. I wonder how many masters it has devoured. If you can't control it properly, you will most likely be harmed by this sword. My suggestion is that you accept the inheritance directly. Don't use this sword anymore. This way it will be safer." Xiangnan muttered, "Since Feng Xian mentioned the dead sword, I think there should be a reason for him. I choose to believe him." Old Man Tianji said, "All right, we can't find a better way anyway. Let's give it a try. If you feel that something is wrong halfway through the inheritance, you should immediately stop. Let's think of another way. Don't be impulsive." "Understood." Xiangnan sat on the ground and placed the sword of the dead on his legs. To be honest, Xiangnan was also very fearful of the dead sword. This thing was really strange. It was not for fun. It was so strange that even though it was so powerful, Xiangnan did not dare to casually use it. Every time he used it, Xiangnan felt that it was more closely related to him. Sooner or later, he would become his sword slave. Hiss! Who? Xiangnan took 3 deep breaths in a row. He had already made up his mind, and he also butted his hands together with Su Ran's. Su Ran was a puppet, so she could not inherit her cultivation technique, so she could only preserve it in her body. Once Su Ran entered the entire body and communicated with Xiangnan's meridians, the cultivation technique inheritance naturally flowed into Xiangnan's body. The moment the so-called cultivation technique inheritance entered his body, Xiangnan suddenly felt a strange illusion. The whole world had disappeared. It suddenly turned into endless darkness. A circular hole suddenly opened in the similarly dark sky, and a beam of light shot down. As for Xiangnan, he inexplicably fell to the ground from the round hole. "This is a dream?" Xiangnan looked around in surprise, only to discover that this place was not a dream world, because this place was completely black. Apart from the 10-meter radius enveloped by that ray of light, nothing else could be seen clearly. But what surprised Xiangnan even more was that he was holding the dead sword in his hand. "What's going on?" Xiangnanchi said, "Could it be that I was teleported to another unknown world? Or is this an illusion from the inheritance of a cultivation technique?" As he muttered to himself, Xiangnan walked forward with the dead sword in his hand. That beam of light also followed him, striking him from the sky, keeping him at the core of the pillar of light. How did this light come about? What does it represent? Xiangnan thought for a moment and subconsciously waved his death sword. In the end, he discovered that the beam of light had also moved. That's why. Xiangnan suddenly realized that the beam of light wasn't following him. But this sword is the core of the beam. After taking a few more steps, he suddenly heard a rustling sound in his ears. Xiangnan immediately became vigilant. He held his sword in both hands and looked in the direction where the voice came from. Suddenly, a fog-like thing appeared on the ground right in front of him. It looked a little like a human, but it was lying on the ground. What? Xiangnan was stunned. The thing suddenly raised its head. Its face was like black gas, and it had a pair of green eyes. In the boundless darkness, it emitted a faint green light. But gradually that thing's face changed. Although it still looked hazy, it did look exactly like Xiangnan's. This Xiangnan was completely dumbfounded. He didn't understand what was happening to him at all. The strangest thing was that a black sword that looked exactly like the death sword appeared in his hand. Before Xiangnan could react, the gas Xiangnan suddenly rushed towards him. Xiangnan subconsciously raised his sword lattice to block. Boom! The two swords collided and sent Xiangnan flying. Its power was so great that Xiangnan simply couldn't imagine it. Even the death sword was shaken out of his hand and flew away. Xiangnan flew backwards for dozens of meters. His entire body was in absolute darkness, and he couldn't see where the gas Xiangnan was. Xiangnan hurriedly turned his head to search. 50 to 60 meters away, the sword of the dead was lying on the ground, still illuminated by the beam of light. No, I have to get that sword quickly. Xiangnan bowed and sprinted towards the sword of the dead. However, he discovered that his strength seemed to have completely disappeared. This sprint was no different from the speed of a mortal. Rustle, 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 rustle in the surroundings. The movement of the gas Xiangnan appeared again. Xiangnan felt his hair stand on end, and a creepy feeling wrapped around his entire body. The gas Xiangnan was nearby. Then, a crisis enveloped Xiangnan's entire body, making him feel that he would most likely die in the next instant. With his strong sense of danger, Xiangnan rolled on the spot as he ran. At the same time, a black shadow swept past Xiangnan. With a chi sound, the black sword cut open a deep wound on Xiangnan's arm. It hurts. Heartbreaking pain. The pain made Xiangnan almost go into shock. He had never felt such intense pain before. If it was an ordinary person, he would have fainted long ago. However, Xiangnan relied on his firm willpower to force himself to wake up. He couldn't see where the gas Xiangnan was, so he clenched his teeth and rushed towards the sword of the dead. Damn it! No wonder this technique is so difficult to inherit. Without the death sword, if an ordinary person forcefully inherited a cultivation technique, they would probably directly arrive in this dark region. If not, they would have been forcefully killed like headless flies. There were still 30 meters left. 30 meters away from the dead sword. Xiangnan sprinted wildly. There were still 20 meters left. There were still 15 meters left. Rustle, rustle. The voice appeared again. Xiangnan suddenly accelerated and used all of his strength to rush towards the light where the sword of the dead was. A feeling of death enveloped him again. There were still 8 meters left. It's coming! Xiangnan roared and jumped in a wild rush. He threw himself forward and immediately rolled on the ground the moment he landed on the ground. Chi! The black sword sliced into Xiangnan's calf and stomach. The pain caused Xiangnan to die, as if he had been thrown into a pot of oil and tortured. There was still half a meter left. Xiangnan broke out in cold sweat as he clenched his teeth and was about to step into the light zone. Suddenly, a black claw grabbed onto Xiangnan's ankle, pulling him flat on the ground. Xiangnan's upper body was already in the light, while his lower body was being dragged back by something. Xiangnan turned around and gave a fierce kick backwards, as if he had kicked a half-gas and half-solid matter. After letting go of his claws for a moment, Xiangnan jumped up and ran violently. He had already entered the light zone, and when he was still 5 meters away from the king's sword, he once again flew out. At the same time, the black gaseous Xiangnan also rushed in. He held the black sword in his hand and stabbed fiercely towards Xiangnan's back. That thing was obviously faster than Xiangnan. He caught up to Xiangnan in a few steps and also pounced towards Xiangnan. The distance between the two of them was getting closer and closer. Only 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. 1 meter. Half a meter. The moment Xiangnan grabbed onto the dead sword, the thing also grabbed onto Xiangnan's ankle, and the black sword stabbed towards Xiangnan without hesitation. Xiangnan's backhand was a sword strike. Clang! The two swords collided. The power of that thing was extraordinarily great, sending Xiangnan flying again. This time, Xiangnan had risked his life, refusing to let go of the dead sword even if he died. He even used both of his hands to hold the dead sword in his arms, and his entire body fell into the distance along with the sword. As for that thing, it was like a shadow that swiftly swept past the light region. When Xiangnan flew backwards, it slashed towards Xiangnan again. This sword slashed into Xiangnan's left arm, directly cutting off half of his left arm. However, the pain was no longer as intense, and the pain had greatly decreased by more than 10 times. The dead sword is protecting me. Xiangnan's eyes turned cold. He lowered his head and looked at his left arm. His left arm was cut off from his elbow. Strangely, it did not bleed. The strange scene had only just happened. Holding the black sword, he bent his body and slowly walked into the light area. He picked up Xiangnan's broken arm from the ground and placed it on his back. As for Xiangnan's severed arm, it actually grew up. It gave that thing a third hand behind its back. "I've seen a ghost." Xiangnan frowned, and then his heart trembled. What the hell? The sword of the dead? Could this be the underworld? Everyone said that every star in the sky corresponded to everyone on the ground. A falling star represented the end of a life. Could it be that there was one person in the life realm, and there was one undead in the nether realm? Could that be his projection in the underworld? Before Xiangnan could think of too many complicated things, that thing had already rushed towards him with the black sword in hand. This thing's speed and strength are all stronger than mine. We can't face him head-on. That thing had already rushed forward and slashed towards Xiangnan's stomach, wanting to cut Xiangnan's waist. Xiangnan somersaulted backwards, avoiding the threat of that sword strike, and at the same time he stabbed the dead sword in the face of that thing. That thing bent down and lay on the ground, like a spider, and quickly crawled towards Xiangnan. Xiangnan's mind quickly circulated as he thought to himself, under the condition that all of his qualities were suppressed by that thing, there was only one way to win. "You want my body? Take it." Xiangnan resolutely cut off his left leg. The thing suddenly changed direction as it flew towards Xiangnan's broken leg. He hugged the broken leg and immediately inserted it into his waist. Xiangnan was also decisive. Taking advantage of the gap between his legs, he directly pierced through him with his sword. That thing was ruthlessly stabbed by the death sword at the core of the beam of light, and its mouth actually let out a miserable scream like a ghost crying and a wolf howling. Xiangnan was also exceptionally decisive. He first threw his left arm, and then he dared to chop off his left leg by Qi General. However, such a sacrifice would result in victory. That thing was nailed to the ground, and it was still screaming miserably. It even randomly waved its hands in an attempt to grab Xiangnan. Xiangnan stood on one leg, his right hand fiercely twisting the dead sword a few times, causing the thing to scream endlessly. Not dead yet. Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat. How should he kill this thing? Immediately after, that thing suddenly flew forward. The sword of the dead was originally stabbed into the thing's chest. As he rushed forward, the sword of the dead directly cut through his chest until it reached between his legs, cutting the entire lower half of the thing into two halves. However, that thing had already jumped up and hugged Xiangnan's neck. Its mouth suddenly opened to the size of a bathtub, and there was no tongue in its mouth. All of them were covered in sharp fangs, and it fiercely bit towards Xiangnan's face. Xiangnan sat down on the spot. The sword of the dead pierced straight upwards, piercing through the chin of that thing and piercing through the entire skull. The tip of the sword of the dead pierced through the thing's head, pointing towards the sky. However, that thing was still swinging back and forth, refusing to die. Could it be? Xiangnan thought to himself. When I was in the life realm, my ability to use the sword of the dead would revive the corpse. If I were to use the dead sword in this underworld, what would happen? Thinking of this, Xiangnan's thoughts stirred, and he immediately urged the dead sword to release its resurrection ability. Peculiar scene appeared. There weren't any dead people here who had risen from the ground and resurrected. It was the sword of the dead that suddenly burst out with a strong light, and it actually sucked that damn thing in. He sucked it into the sword. Ah! Xiangnan let out a long sigh. So that's how it was done. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of something at the corner of his eyes. At the edge of the light zone, there were strange patterns on the ground. Xianxia walked over to take a look and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Soul-locking formation. How? Xianxia was shocked. In such a damned place, there's actually a profound Dao formation. It's Su Hongtian. Xianxia immediately reacted. In the near future, only he and Su Hongtian were able to come to this underworld. However, Su Hongtian's situation was even worse than his own. He did not have the death sword in his hand. However, looking at the soul-locking array, Xianxia felt that something was amiss. Inside the soul-locking array, there was a soul replacement array. In an instant, Xianxia understood many things. His eyes couldn't help but turn red. Xianxia looked at the sky and tried to jump, but in the end, his entire body flew up. In the next moment, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes in the ice palace. "How are you doing?" Old man Tianji grabbed Xianxia's shoulder and said, "You scared us to death just now." "What?" Xianxia asked. The young man said, "You didn't know that your entire body had turned pure black just now, like charcoal that had been burned. You don't even have a breath or a heartbeat. We thought that your inheritance failed and you died. And I'm not dead, but it's about the same. I may have walked around the underworld gate." Xianxia was thoughtful. "What do you mean?" Old man Tianji hurriedly said, "Tell me what happened." Xianxia sighed and said, "I think I know how Senior Su Hongtian died. He didn't practice martial arts to kill himself, but sacrificed his own life." Then Xianxia told everyone what he had just experienced. Everyone was dumbfounded. Old man Tianji asked, "Did you really see the formation left behind by my senior brother near the underworld?" "Really?" Xianxia nodded. "Furthermore, that formation is very interesting. I have probably guessed what Senior Su Hongtian did and why he did it. This so-called martial art inheritance is not a martial art at all, but an inheritance capable of using the sword of the dead. Just like the galaxy bow, this dead sword must also recognize its owner. Otherwise, if it is used carelessly, its body will swallow up its own life." Old man Tianji said, "Then what did my senior brother do?" Xianxia looked at old man Tianji and said, "Let's talk about the inheritance first. Senior Su Hongtian has mastered the inheritance of the dead sword, but he didn't get the dead sword. But I think he must have done a lot of research and preparation before entering the underworld. That's why he set up the formation in such a dark place. Evidently, he didn't have the death sword, nor was he able to inherit all of the inheritance. He just walked around and came out again. Something's wrong." Old man Tianji said, "Since senior brother doesn't have the dead sword, how did he kill the undead inside and return to the life realm? This is the problem." Xianxia took a deep look at old man Tianji and said, "Senior, you'd better be mentally prepared, because what I'm going to say next may make you unable to withstand it." Old man Tianji took a deep breath and said, "Go ahead." Xianxia said, "In the nether realm, our corresponding undead can devour us from the living realm. It's the same as merging them together. Senior Su Hongtian doesn't have the death sword, so he thought of another way. Actually, he didn't defeat the undead. Instead, he let himself be eaten by the undead. However, he set up a soul lock formation and a soul substitution formation in advance to temporarily suppress the undead within his body. And that soul formation is actually prepared for you." Xianxia looked into old man Tianji's eyes and said, "Senior Su Hongtian went to the underworld to squeeze out his life force from his body and transfer it to you. In other words, he used his own life to exchange for yours to save you. This inheritance is good, and the sword of the dead is not used to save people at all." Old man Tianji's tears immediately came out. 100-year-old man actually covered his face and cried bitterly. What a precious brotherhood. The young man's eyes turned red as he sighed. This is a life-for-life exchange. He is going to die in place of his junior brother. Xianxia also sighed. Vitality is not astral chi, it can't be transferred to others, but Senior Su Hongtian has come up with such an alternative method. And Su Rant's appearance is another matter. After Senior Su Hongtian gave his life to Senior Tianji, he created a puppet, locked his own undead inside the puppet, and refined it into Su Ran. In other words, although Su Ran is not Senior Su Hongtian's biological son, Su Ran is indeed a continuation of Senior Su Hongtian's other identity. Old man Tianji cried bitterly. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the outside world. Senior brother, why are you doing this? Back then, I was obsessed with myself and insisted on finding a way to enter the nether realm with my true body. Why would you sacrifice yourself to continue living for me? How can I survive on my own if you die like this? As he spoke, old man Tianji grabbed Xiang Nan's dead sword and slashed it fiercely towards his neck. Senior, you can't. Xiang Nan was quick to snatch back the sword of the dead. Let me die. Don't stop me. Let me go with senior brother. I can be his companion in the underworld. Not anymore. Senior, Su Hongtian is gone. Xiang Nan's eyes reddened as he gritted his teeth and said, Senior Su Hongtian has been annihilated. Whether it's him from the life realm or the underworld, he has dissipated. Moreover, you still have Miss Su Ran. She is Senior Su Hongtian's life extension. If you want to die, who will take care of Su Ran? How can you repay Senior Su Hongtian for saving his life? These words stunned old man Tianji on the spot. Xiao He was also moved by this kind of brotherly affection between men. She silently shed tears and gave old man Tianji a handkerchief. Old man Tianji's eyes suddenly twitched as he said, Right, I still have girl Ran Ran. I still have girl Ran Ran. I want to repay senior brother. I will use all my life to take good care of girl Ran Ran. Xiang Nan sighed. He really didn't expect that the final answer would be like this. Su Hongtian's undead was imprisoned in Su Ran's body, giving birth to a puppet human like Su Ran. However, at the same time, the undead also brought his cultivation technique inheritance into Su Ran's body. Unfortunately, Su Hongtian did not have the ability to retrieve the dead sword. Only then did he have a last sliver of hope, allowing Su Ran to retrieve the 3 puppets. Actually, the 3 puppets had always been reserved for Su Ran. However, at that time, they were forced by the Iron and Steel Continent's officials and sects, so they could only hand them over. However, Su Ran's fate was good. In the Sea of Confusion, he really met Xiang Nan, who was holding the death sword. This kind of probability was more difficult than fishing for a specific fish in the sea. Perhaps Senior Su Hongtian is in the heavens, blessing Su Ran. Xiao He said. Xiao He was a disciple of the Fallen Snow sect, and he had also heard a little about what had happened between Su Hongtian and old man Tianji. Of course. How is she now? Is she safe? Old man Tianji hurriedly looked at Su Ran. Xiang Nan nodded. It's fine. She won't die anymore. The shells of these 3 puppets can also be removed from her body. Senior Tianji, when you have time in the future, you can teach Su Ran martial arts skills. At that time, as long as she wears these 3 puppets, she will be able to open her meridians. She will be a Heaven Scryer level 5 expert. This is also Senior Su Hongtian's last gift to Su Ran with apology. What about you? The young man looked at Xiang Nan and said, After obtaining the inheritance, what kind of ability did you obtain? To be honest, I don't know either. Xiang Nan shook his head. I don't want to know. What happened today is too unimaginable. And this dead sword is also extremely evil. It's better not to touch it. Xiang Nan put the sword of the dead into his storage ring. Yes. The young man nodded. You really can't touch this thing too much, and I don't know what kind of consequences it will bring you. Seeing that Miss Su Ran's complexion is getting redder and redder, I'm sure she'll wake up in a few hours. Old man Tianji wiped away his tears and said to Xiang Nan, Xiang Bei, thank you very much for uncovering the mysteries that have been hidden in my heart for so many years. You have also let me know how deeply and righteously senior brother treats me. Ever since I was young, no matter what kind of mistakes I made, senior brother has never criticized me even once. No matter how much trouble I have caused, he will protect me and shoulder it for me. Even if I was about to die, when he knew that he had to save me with his life, he didn't blame me at all. He just did it silently and used his life to exchange for mine. Rather than calling him my senior brother, it would be better to call him elder brother like a father. His feelings for me are just like a father's love. He never says anything, just pays heavily. Xiangbei, thank you. Please accept my respects. I can't. Xiangnan hurriedly supported old man Tianji and said, I did very little. I can't stand your gift. Old man Tianji said, the black ice bomb is yours. Actually, I'm not as kind as you think. My initial thought was that after you help me, I'll use the profound ice bomb to seal you up and seal you for eternity. His Xiangnan took a deep breath and said, why is that? Old man Tianji said shamefully, world-slaying divine lightning is not an ordinary treasure. How can it be given away so easily? The reason why I said I would give it to you earlier is to let you protect us without reservation. You know, most of the Xiandao cultivators have malicious hearts. This is true. However, I regret having my original thoughts now. I am willing to give the profound ice bomb to you. From today onwards, I will follow your example and be an upright person. Even if I die, I will die with dignity and a clear conscience. Otherwise, I will be sorry for senior brother's kindness to me. Xiangnan did not know what to say. He did not expect that this old man of heavenly secrets had been plotting against him. Old man Tianji said earnestly, Xiangbei, I sincerely warn you not to trust anyone easily. You must know that people are sinister. What you think is right may not be the case in the eyes of others. You are willing to do everything you can to help others. Others may not be grateful and may even stab you. But I think Brother Xiangbei is absolutely right. The young man nodded in admiration. If it weren't for him being Xiangbei, no one like us would be willing to risk our lives to follow him. That's right. Speaking of which, Xiangnan slapped his forehead and said to the young man, you didn't have to follow me. After escaping the Eye of Void, you should leave the Steel Continent and report all of this to the Star Guild. Yes, the young man smiled, but we are worried about your safety. Although we are a little overconfident, we have become a burden to you in the end. Quick, don't say that. Without your help, I won't be able to fight in peace. Xiangnan said. Old man Tianji said, I'll get the profound ice bomb right now. As he spoke, old man Tianji opened a diagram on the ground and saw that the ground was slowly divided into two sides. Inside, a huge ice thunder was flickering intensely. Old man Tianji said, I have set up a total of 888 restrictions in the pit, where the ice lightning is located to seal off the cold energy of the ice lightning. If we take it out now, all of us will be frozen in eternal ice. Xiangbei, I don't know what you're going to do with this cold lightning, but I can teach you the method of unlocking the restriction. You can activate it when we're far away. Old man Tianji whispered in Xiangnan's ear for a while, and Xiangnan nodded repeatedly. All right, everyone, get out of here. The farther away you are, the better. Old man Tianji led everyone out of the ice palace and fled far away. At this moment, Xiangnan was the only person in the ice palace. As he looked at the profound ice bomb, his heart was filled with incomparable excitement and panic. He had never come into direct contact with such a high-level world-exterminating divine bomb. The white flame blazing lightning was only ranked 17th, but this profound ice bomb was ranked 12th. He had crossed 5 rankings. There should be no problem. Xiangnan took a deep breath and said, I have already swallowed the thunder seeds of the 2 little ice thunder beforehand, laying the foundation. Absorbing the mysterious ice thunder's true body now is practically enough to withstand it. Thinking of this, Xiangnan no longer hesitated. He immediately shocked the 9 transformations of lightning and simultaneously unlocked the restriction that sealed the frost lightning. At that moment, the entire snowy mountain was frozen solid. A ring of white coldness spread out from the foot of the mountain in all directions. The mountains, rocks, trees, mud, insects, and wild beasts that passed by were all frozen into crystals in an instant. The temperature of this profound ice bomb was so terrifying that it actually directly modified the structure of everything. Whether it was the earth element of the rocks or the wood element of the trees, the frozen elemental structure had completely collapsed. In the southeast, 100 miles away, old man Tianji shouted, Not good! The cold air is spreading. Quickly retreat. Xiao He was dumbfounded and said in horror. We are all 100 miles away, yet we have not dodged the cold air? The group of people hurriedly flew further away, and the cold energy behind them was still chasing after them. In just a few seconds, nearly a fifth of the entire Tongtian mountain range was frozen by the cold air. This scene was spectacular. As for Xianxia, he was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture by the profound ice bomb. That kind of low temperature was unimaginable. However, Xianxia was still alive. The two little lightning seeds in his body gave him enormous resistance to lightning and cold energy. His eyes could still move slightly, and in his heart, they rapidly circulated the 9 transformations of thunder. As for the terrifying profound ice bomb, it was pulled into his body by the 9 transformations of thunder. In another instant, all the cold energy in the outside world disappeared. Everything revived. On the other hand, Xianxia's entire body had turned into a humanoid sculpture. Within his body, the 9 transformations of thunder were fiercely confronting the profound ice bomb, and they both wanted to surrender to each other. Time passed little by little. This time, Xianxia's absorption of the profound ice thunder was much calmer than before, but it was much longer. You seem to be fine? Xiao He saw the overwhelming cold qi and suddenly retreated like a ebb tide. He hurriedly flew towards the direction of the snow mountain. The others exchanged glances and rushed over hurriedly. Finally, everyone discovered Xianxia's ice sculpture inside the mountain. The ice palace had disappeared, and the snow mountain had returned to its original appearance. Inside the empty mountain, the temperature normalized. Only Xianxia, who was sitting on the ground, remained motionless. He was an iceman. What did he do? Xiao He's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly asked Old Man Tianji. Old Man Tianji muttered to himself, I don't know. This northern brat has a lot of secrets, and I'm a little confused. Could it be that he ate that profound ice bomb? The young man trembled. Everyone had strange expressions on their faces. Thinking about it, it was impossible for such a thing to happen. It was even less likely that gold would fall from the sky, but now, there was no other explanation. Kid Xiangbei is not a fool. He should know what he is doing. Old Man Tianji said, looking at this sign, he won't be able to freeze for a while. I need to visit a few old friends of the profound Tao. First, I need to help Ran Ran nurse her body. Then, I need to talk to them about how to break the ice. If Xiangbei really makes a mistake and is frozen, we can't let him stay in this state forever. Right. The young man hurriedly said, hurry up and go. We are guarding Xiangbei. Please find a way to freeze it. Yes, you guys stay here. I'll be back in a few days. If Xiangbei is frozen before then, you guys are ready to leave. Just bury a message at the foot of the mountain and tell me. With that, Old Man Tianji flew away with Su Ran. On the other hand, the young man and Xiao He simply sat down around Xianxia. Aren't you guys going back to the Star Guild? Xiao He asked curiously. The young man shook his head. For the time being, if we don't see Brother Xiangbei safe, we won't be able to let him go. Yes. The other 6-star guild members also nodded in unison. After a day and night passed, everyone quietly guarded Xianxia. 2 days and 2 nights passed, and Xianxia showed no sign of freezing. Everyone's hearts began to become anxious. Xiao He was the most anxious. She had just defected to Xianxia. If Xianxia was frozen to death here, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Early in the morning of the 3rd day, suddenly, a large amount of intense aura fluctuations appeared in the sky. Immediately after, he heard someone talking outside. That old ghost of the Huangpu Sea King has finally left. That's right. The sect master has instructed us not to cause any trouble in the near future, so as to prevent the Huangpu aristocrat clan from killing us. He told us to collect the 3 black space towers and bring them back to the sect. Hurry up and deal with this so we can go back early. Just thinking about it makes me angry. I was originally fine, but now I have to leave. In a month, our fallen snow sect will bid farewell to the Iron and Steel continent. Don't you blame the Huangpu clan and that little bastard from the southern domain? Xiao He and the others tensed their nerves and didn't dare to move. Right at this moment, a voice came from outside. 3 days ago, Xiao He betrayed the sect here and helped outsiders kill our own people. This is truly a place of shame for our fallen snow sect. Another person said, could it be that Xiao He and the Southern Domain Kid are still here? Are you crazy? They made such a big commotion. Yet they still dare to stay here and wait for death. No, I'm not talking nonsense. Quickly feel that there are a few slight fluctuations of Dipper Chi in the snow mountain. Another person said, perhaps it's the fluctuations left in the air after their battle. Let's go and take a look. As they spoke, they arrived in front of the snow mountain and looked curiously in from outside the tunnel. Under this gaze, damn it, they're still inside. The snow sect was also stunned. Who would have thought that the Southern Domain brat and Xiao He would actually be stupid enough to stay here and not leave? After Xianxia prepared to absorb the profound ice bombs, he destroyed the 3 black space towers. Who knew that things would turn out like this? Senior brother Duanmu. Those disciples were first stunned. Then they were overjoyed and shouted in the direction of the space tower. When Xiao He heard the words, Senior brother Duanmu, his entire body immediately became nervous. Quick, Senior brother Duanmu. The Xiao He who killed your younger brother is still here. What? A thunderous roar came from the sky, followed by a strong light that landed fiercely at the entrance of the tunnel at the foot of the snow mountain. The snow mountain that towered into the clouds was actually shattered by the shockwave generated by this landing. The crushed rocks in the sky were like meteors, shooting into the sky and piercing through the clouds. A middle-aged man of the second stage of fortune, with a large figure, was glaring at Xiao He, who had been razed to the ground in the ruins of the snow mountain. It's really you, Senior brother Duanmu shouted coldly. Tell me, did you kill my younger brother? Xiao He quietly took a step forward and used her body to block Xianxia's ice sculpture. Xiao He, hurry up and leave. Leave this place to us men. The young man took a step forward and spread out his arms to protect Xiao He. He whispered, quickly, take away brother Xiangbei's ice sculpture. We'll give you some time to stall. Xiao He was also decisive. She grabbed Xianxia's arm with her left hand and held the galaxy bow with her right, saying, Galaxy jump, don't go anywhere. Senior apprentice brother Duanmu suddenly pointed out, hitting the galaxy bow with his finger force, causing the galaxy bow to instantly fly out and freeze into an ice bow. Let's go. We'll buy you time. The young man waved his hand and roared, Star Guild charge. Surround them. Don't let any of them go. Under Senior brother Duanmu's command, a large number of fallen snow sect disciples surrounded everyone. These disciples were here to move the spatial black tower. There were a total of more than 200 of them, and Senior brother Duanmu, who was at the second level of good fortune, was the one leading the way. A battle with such a huge disparity in strength was simply impossible to continue. Senior brother Duanmu's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw the ice sculpture Xianxia sitting on the ground. His eyes were cold as he said, I have already heard the words of the junior brothers who escaped. My younger brother Duanmu Feng was killed by this kid from the southern domain. I want him to pay with his blood, and let him taste the pain of losing his loved ones. Duanmu turned into a white mark and rushed towards a Star Guild disciple. The Star Guild martial artist was extremely tough. He gritted his teeth and slashed at Senior brother Duanmu. Clang! Senior brother Duanmu didn't even dodge much. He directly used his arm to block a sword strike. Then, he grabbed the disciple of the Star Guild with one hand and pushed him in front of Xianxia. Impudent! The young man was so angry that he turned around and rushed forward to chase after him. However, 5 or 6 Snow Scryer sect disciples rushed forward and slashed the young man to the ground with a burst of swords, causing blood to gush out. Senior brother Duanmu grabbed the disciple of the Star Guild, and his eyes glared at Xianxia. He said angrily, Wild boy, I am only a younger brother like Fenger. You killed him. Today, not only will I kill you, I also want you to watch with your own eyes how your teammates died. Senior brother Duanmu was furious. In front of Xianxia, He pulled out the intestines of the Star Guild disciple from his stomach. The disciple of the Star Guild stared at his bloodshot eyes. Before he died, he was stunned and refused to yield. He opened his mouth and took a bite on Senior Brother Duanmu's wrist. "Let go!" Senior Brother Duanmu slapped the disciple's forehead with his palm, directly shattering his heavenly spirit cover. "Rain marks!" The young man cried out in pain. "We are not afraid." The other 5 martial artists of the Star Guild stood hand in hand and shouted in unison. "The Star Guild is not afraid of death." The young man's expression changed. He also stood up and stood with the 5 brothers. The 6 of them formed a circle and pulled their hands together. The 6 of them had resolute expressions on their faces as they said in unison, "Vow to die and fight until the last moment." You. Senior Brother Duanmu's face was cold as he said ferociously, "Why are you still acting so righteously with me? You guys are all dead, and you can't lose my younger brother's life." As he spoke, Senior Brother Duanmu rushed into the crowd and struck down with his palm, sending all 6-star guild martial practitioners flying. He raised his hand to grab a martial artist and landed in front of Xianxia. He said fiercely, "Kid, look, how did this second one die?" After he finished speaking, Senior Brother Duanmu dug out all of the martial artist's eyeballs and ruthlessly smashed them onto Xianxia's chest. Then, he stuck his hand into the martial artist's chest and pulled out a beating heart. "Let's fight him." The young man brought 4 martial artists and rushed towards Senior Brother Duanmu. The rest of the disciples of the Fallen Snow sect formed a circle of 3 floors. They all hugged their shoulders and watched the show, their faces carrying sadistic expressions. "Good job." Duanmu greeted him and shouted, "Falling Snow Palm! Pong!" He slapped out his palm and blew the drum, freezing the legs of the 5 people, including the young man, to the ground. Senior Brother Duanmu grabbed a martial artist and flew to and from Xianxia. Kacha! The martial artist's frozen legs were broken on the spot, but the cold energy was frozen, and not even a single drop of blood flowed out. The martial artist laughed loudly and spat a mouthful of blood on Senior Brother Duanmu's face. "You bastards who do evil for the tiger, one day you will be punished." Senior Brother Duanmu's face was ashen, and he wiped away the blood on his face. "I don't know if I will suffer retribution, but now you will be retributed soon." He brought the martial artist to Xianxia and kicked him down, causing the martial artist to directly lie on Xianxia's body. Following that, Duanmu's right hand formed a fist and smashed into the martial artist's back. It pierced through the martial artist's back and pressed against his heart. Then, it broke open his chest and smashed his heart onto Xianxia's chest. This enormous backlog of strength crushed the martial artist's heart on Xianxia's chest. Blood flowed like an infusion as it sprayed 5 meters into the air. Whoosh! A streak of light arrow accurately shot over. Senior Brother Duanmu's reaction was swift. Even at such a close distance, he dodged an arrow and turned to Xiaohe and said, "Use the galaxy bow to deal with me? Have you forgotten that I am also a disciple of the Fallen Snow sect? My understanding of the galaxy bow is no less than yours. Stay here obediently. I'll deal with you sooner or later." With that, Senior Brother Duanmu turned into a white shadow and flashed in front of Xiaohe. He slapped Xiaohe and sent him flying. "Wow!" Xiaohe spat out a large mouthful of blood on the ground and slowly crawled towards Xianxia. He muttered, Xiangbei, Xiangbei, hurry up, wake up." Within the ice sculpture, Xianxia's eyes were still closed, and his body did not move at all. Senior Brother Duanmu flew back and captured another disciple of the Star Guild. He escorted him to Xianxia and cruelly tortured him. One after another, they continued to kill until only the young people were left. The young man raised his head to look at the sky and sighed, "If you have the intention to kill a thief, you will not be able to return to the heavens. You only sigh that I am not strong enough. I, Li Qinghe, petition with my Tao heart. I hope that the heavenly blood will punish the Fallen Snow sect. I'm afraid your wish will not be fulfilled." Senior Brother Duanmu flew over and grabbed the young man. He broke both his legs and brought him to Xianxia. "Kneel down." Senior Brother Duanmu kicked the young man's leg. The young man's calf was already half broken, so he couldn't withstand the force and knelt down to senior brother Duanmu with a normal voice. Look, little bastard from the southern domain, open your eyes wide and see clearly. Senior brother Duanmu grabbed the young man's hair and pushed his face in front of Xiangnan. Look at the desperate looks in your companion's eyes. Look at their cries before they die. Southern region bastard, you should feel regret. You should never, ever touch my younger brother. The young man looked at Xiangnan's face and smiled. Brother Xiangbei, I am already dead and have no regrets that I can fight alongside a man like you in this life. I hope that in the next life we will still have the chance to fight together. At that time, we must get along with each other day and night, accompany each other with wine, and become a pair of enviable brothers. I, Li Qinghe, do not allow others to insult me. Brother Xiangbei, I'm sorry. After saying that, the young man circulated his astral qi and crashed into Xiangnan's chest. The ice on Xiangnan's body was incomparably thick and sturdy. At this moment, there was a muffled sound. The young man's brain actually burst out from the collision, and his entire head shattered. Senior apprentice brother Duanmu shouted angrily, "Damn it! I didn't personally torture this guy to death. It's really cheap for him." Whoosh! Another streak of light arrow shot towards him. Senior brother Duanmu quickly dodged, and the arrow shot into the crowd, putting 3 disciples of the fallen snow sect together on the spot. The 3 of them died together. Damn it! Many disciples of the fallen snow sect were furious. Xiao He, you crazy bitch, you're actually still killing fellow disciples. Xiao He's expression was cold, but he was very firm. What fellow disciples? I can't stand you guys killing innocent people. I only hate that I didn't have the courage to resist you all the time. Instead, I helped you slaughter the lives of the common people. Fortunately, I met Xiangbei. He gave me the courage to face my heart squarely. Senior brother Duanmu sneered. Well said. What you said is even better than what you sang. Xiao He, don't be so hard on me. If you play hard with me now, I'll make you feel worse than dead in a moment. Brothers and sisters, this woman killed our fellow disciples. Go on. Vengeance. 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 More than 200 disciples of the fallen snow sect immediately panted excitedly as a large group of people pounced towards Xiao He. Haha, junior sister Xiao He, I've been coveting you for a long time. Normally, your master treats you like a treasure. I don't have the chance to touch you. But now I have a chance. Although I won't be able to obtain your person, it would be very satisfying to smash my fist on the chest of my beloved woman. Everyone had a twisted and abnormal feeling in their hearts. That Xiao He was high and mighty in the fallen snow sect, just like a glacial beauty. No man could enter her eyes. But now, this lofty woman was pulled off the altar. What a delightful scene. The disciples of the fallen snow sect wished they could slap this ungrateful woman twice. Xiao He was actually unwilling to escape. She kept circling around Xiangnan. The longbow in her hand flicked repeatedly, shooting out streaks of flowing light arrows. One fallen snow sect disciple after another fell. However, archers had to attack from afar and protect themselves at the same time. If an archer exposed his position, then he would be at a disadvantage. Many disciples surrounded him. Someone punched Xiao He's right chest, knocking him back and smashing him into Xiangnan's body. Xiao He gritted his teeth and raised his hand to continue shooting. An arrow flew out, piercing through the heart of the martial artist who had smashed her fist. Another martial artist rushed forward and slapped Xiao He's face. Half of Xiao He's face was swollen from being slapped, and blood oozed out from the corner of her mouth. However, she decisively pulled the bow and shot an arrow. An arrow pierced through the martial artist's forehead. You're still protecting him. Senior brother Duanmu hugged his shoulders and stood outside to watch the play. You could have jumped out of this place with the river of stars, but of course you can't avoid my pursuit, he said. But you're actually an archer. You don't hesitate to fight the enemy at close range. But you still need to protect that little bastard from the southern domain with your body. Xiao He, you're really obsessed with ghosts. Chi, A Sky Scryer 7th stage martial artist found the right opportunity and took advantage of the moment he released an arrow. He used the sword in his hand to stab He's stomach. This sword strike was very dirty, intentionally piercing through He's navel. It clearly had the twisted pleasure of abusing a beauty inside. He clutched his stomach and took a few steps backwards before crashing into Xiangnan's body. Blood gushed out from the bloody hole on his back, splitting a red flower of blood on Xiangnan's body. Another person jumped over and fiercely grabbed He's chest. He gritted his teeth and knocked the martial artist back. He raised his hand and shot an arrow through the martial artist's throat. 3 martial artists rushed forward. One of them hugged He's left arm. The 2 of them grabbed He's legs respectively. The 3 of them used all their strength to unfold He's legs. They sat flat on the ground and assumed the shape of a horse. He suddenly threw back, then flipped back and fired 3 arrows in a row at the instant his body flipped up. Senior brother Duanmu was quick-witted and waved his hand, dragging all 3 of them away with his dipper chi. However, He's arrow speed was peerless, still piercing through their chests. Only the last person managed to barely escape. Another martial artist circled behind He and hugged him tightly from behind. A trace of determination flashed in He's eyes. She turned her longbow, and it suddenly became smaller. It was actually aimed at her stomach and shot an arrow. Not only did the arrow pierce through her stomach, it also pierced through the stomach of the martial artist behind her. The martial artist took 2 steps back in pain and didn't even have time to scream when he opened his mouth. He suddenly turned around and shot an arrow through the martial artist's forehead. Calm down. How dare you? The technique was old and spicy. He's combat ability reflected the highest quality of a top archer. The pain would not cause her hands to tremble, nor would it cause her arrows to tilt by a hair's breadth. In a desperate situation, she could not stop the longbow in her hand from being pulled full, nor could she stop her arrows from piercing through the sky. He turned around and jumped over Xiangnan's head. At the same time, he put on a bowstring and shot the 2 of them to death. She circled around Xiangnan for half a circle and shot 3 more arrows at the same time, killing 3 people. Senior brother Duanmu roared, "Enough!" After saying that, Duanmu Fei swept past and grabbed He's neck with one hand. Galaxy jump! He's body flashed, but she did not escape. Instead, she came to the other side of Xiangnan. With a boom of the longbow in her hand, she shot an arrow of flowing light towards Duanmu. Duanmu couldn't dodge and was pierced through his entire left arm. Ah! Duanmu was furious. "You damn bastard!" Duanmu slammed his palm down from the sky, directly knocking He to his knees. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Xiangnan's back. Everyone surrounded He and surrounded all of his escape routes. He was actually smiling. She looked at Xiangnan's back with blood in her mouth and said, "This feeling is really good. So protecting a person would make me so brave and kill so happily. Xiangbei, thank you for giving me the pill. It allowed me to experience the power of the Sky Scryer 7th layer. This is something I have never experienced before." As he spoke, He suddenly stood up and pulled the arrow away to shoot at a martial artist. The martial artist was so scared that his face turned pale that he hurriedly tried to dodge. However, He's body shook and she fell softly. Her injuries were too severe, her stamina was exhausted, she lost too much blood, and she consumed too much astral chi. However, she half sat on the ground and slowly moved backwards. She sat back to back with Xiangnan and smiled miserably. "It seems that there really is no escape this time. Xiangbei, since I have chosen you, I will definitely accompany you to the end. Even if I die, I will die with you." Ah! All the disciples raised their weapons high up and were about to come up and chop He into meat paste with their messy swords. "Stop!" Duanmu raised his right hand and shouted. The disciples hurriedly stopped and looked at Duanmu in confusion. Duanmu narrowed his eyes and said, He is a traitor of our fallen snow sect. Killing her like this is too easy for her. I want to bring her back to the fallen snow sect to be judged by the sect, read out her guilt, and nail her to the pillar of disgrace." I want everyone to know how she died. I want all her relatives, elders, and parents to know that she betrayed the sect and was executed by us. My fallen snow sect's dignity cannot be sullied. All the disciples' eyes lit up as they raised their weapons and shouted heaven-shaking cries. Before that, I want Xiaohe to see with his own eyes how I killed this kid from the southern domain. When Duanmu walked in front of Xiangnan, he clenched his fists and condensed his violent aura, causing his entire right fist to erupt with dazzling light. Then, a punch smashed into Xiangnan's chest. This was a super heavy punch from the second stage of good fortune. Its power was already comparable to the power of an arrow from the star bow. But in the end, the thin layer of ice on Xiangnan's body was not shattered. It was only a spider web-like crack. Duanmu frowned and raised his fist to smash down. Xiaohe suddenly rushed over and used his body as Xiangnan's shield. The Duanmu transformation technique was extremely fast. His fist turned into a palm and sent Xiaohe flying with a slap. He shouted, "Bound!" Everyone came up and tied Xiaohe into a dumpling. Duanmu looked at Xiangnan and smiled sinisterly. "This brat has some ability. Xiaohe, pass on the galaxy bow to me. You are no longer a disciple of the fallen snow sect. You are not qualified to master the galaxy bow." Xiaohe's face was covered in blood, but he turned his head around, extremely stubborn. Duanmu's expression fell as he said in a deep voice, "I know that you are not afraid of death, but I know better what women are afraid of. I'll give you another chance. If you don't do as I say, I'll ruin you in front of this kid from the southern domain. Not only do I want to ruin you, I also want all my fellow disciples to kiss you. I want to ruthlessly trample on your body." Hearing this, the disciples of the fallen snow sect began to pant excitedly. Their eyes were red and they were eager to try. Xiaohe was so frightened that he suddenly shrank, and a terrified expression finally appeared on his face. Duanmu sneered and said, "Since I'm a fellow disciple, I haven't done this yet. I don't want the other junior sisters and senior sisters to look at me differently. But if you force me, I'll have to do this. Now, release the galaxy bow and pass it on to me." As he spoke, Duanmu had already begun to undo his belt. Xiaohe spat, "Despicable, shameless, dirty rats. Why didn't I see through your nature earlier, you filthy bastards?" Duanmu rushed forward and punched Xiaohe in the stomach. This time, he hit the wound on her stomach, causing the veins on her neck to bulge and her entire face to turn purple-red. "Lift the ban." Duanmu rubbed his fists and said coldly. Xiaohe gritted his teeth, but in the end, he gave up the right to use the galaxy bow. Duanmu laughed loudly. "Xiaohe has rebelled. From today onwards, I am the new owner of the galaxy bow." With that, Duanmu turned around and shot an arrow at Xiangnan. This fellow clearly knew how to use the galaxy bow and knew all the incantations of the galaxy bow. That arrow was actually 10 times more powerful than Xiaohe. The galaxy bow increased in strength with the user. The arrow pierced through the ice on Xiangnan's body and pierced through Xiangnan's stomach. "Xiang Bei!" Xiaohe cried out in alarm, but the disciples on both sides slapped him more than 10 times, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Immediately after, a cold water splashed Xiaohe awake. Duanmu said coldly, "It's not that easy. You still want to watch this little bastard from the southern domain die from being played by me." Duanmu pulled the galaxy bow with his hand, and another arrow pierced through Xiangnan's stomach. Shortly after, he flicked his bowstring and shot 10 arrows, filling Xiangnan's stomach like a hedgehog. "Is it painful?" Duanmu narrowed his eyes and said, "Next is the arrow that will take your life." Duanmu pulled back the bowstring and shot an arrow through Xiangnan's heart. Then he fired 6 more arrows in a row. A total of 7 arrows stabbed into Xiangnan's heart. Xiaohe's entire body seemed to have lost its soul, and he didn't move anymore. He just stared blankly at Xiangnan. Tears streamed down her face, and she began to sob in pain. It was not easy to find a teammate to rely on. It was not easy to regain the courage to say no to the powerful. However, this feeling only lasted for 3 days, and in the blink of an eye he was deprived of it. "Senior brother, "This brat is already dead," a disciple said. Duanmu nodded and said, "I know, but if I let him die like this, it would be difficult to resolve the hatred in my heart." After saying that, Duanmu finally pulled out an arrow and directly pierced through the space between Xiang Nan's eyebrows. The light arrow shot in from between Xiang Nan's eyebrows and pierced through half of the back of his head. At this moment, Xiang Nan's entire body was filled with arrows. His stomach, chest, heart, and head were all stabbed. Duanmu spat on Xiang Nan's face and kicked Xiang Nan to the ground. He said, "Take away the 3 spatial black towers and bring Xiao He back to the sect for trial." Everyone cheered loudly and left. It's snowing in the Heavenspan Mountains. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers covered the snowy mountains and covered Xiang Nan. Waves of northerly winds blew over, and the empty Heavenspan mountain range left behind many songs and sobbing stories. The Dipper Chi arrows on Xiang Nan's body gradually dissipated. He was buried in the thick snow and did not move at all. Time passed. The fallen snow sect had already prepared to leave the Iron Continent, fearing the Huangpu clan's revenge. In the sect, the strongest elders had already left the Iron and Steel Continent one step ahead of schedule to search for a new sect location on the northern continent. As for the disciples who managed the logistics, they arranged transportation tasks in the sect to tidy up the warehouse. The Iron and Steel Continent was destined to be an unpeaceful place. Over the past few days, the 10 main cities on the Steel Continent had been carved up and bloodied by many sects. In the past few days, the Huangpu aristocrat clan had attacked forcefully, annihilating all the disciples of the 10 main cities, killing a total of 87 elders of all sects, big and small, and attacking 87 people. 1 day passed, 2 days passed, and 3 days passed. The disciples in charge of logistics of the fallen snow sect had already sorted everything out. In a large hall, Duanmu sat on the seat that once belonged to an elder, playing with a small light arrow. A senior brother ran in and cupped his fists. "Senior brother Duanmu, our elders have already found a new sect site. They are currently negotiating with other sects in the area. It's said that we'll be ready in 3 to 5 days. We can move." Duanmu nodded slightly and said, "Everything needs to be handled carefully. There are no high-level elders in the sect. The strongest ones are me and a few other good fortune realm martial brothers. We must not make a mistake at such a critical juncture. Otherwise, our brains will be in danger." The disciple smiled and said, "The Huangpu aristocrat clan has made an agreement with us that they will not continue to pursue us. And behind us is the heavenly profound sect. Looking at the world, who else can touch us in the slightest? The Star Guild is a threat." Duanmu said, "However, they have no reason to attack us. We have killed hundreds of millions of civilians, but we have also suffered retaliation from the Huangpu clan, and we have even been driven out of the Steel Continent. I don't think the Star Guild can say anything." "Yes." The disciple sighed and said, "What a pity. Originally, he could have taken down the Iron and Steel Continent in one fell swoop. Who would have known that a Huangpu clan would be killed halfway? Speaking of which, that Huangpu aristocrat clan is truly terrifying. It actually..." The Heavenspan Mountains. The thick snow suddenly moved. The 2 snowbirds, who were foraging on the ground, were so frightened that they fled far away. Immediately after, the snow moved again. Suddenly, a snowman sat up with a cry. Xiang Nan looked at his body blankly. Was he dead? Or was it just a sad dream? Recalling the past few days, Xiang Nan's memories gradually recovered. He remembered that when he was absorbing the profound ice thunder, he suddenly flashed with spiritual light and entered the dream world. Would he be able to absorb divine lightning once in the dream world? The result was really possible. That absorption directly raised Xiangnan's dream body realm to the late stage of the 9 Great Heaven Scryer realm, the half-step fortune realm. When his true self absorbed the profound ice thunder, his cultivation base also soared. He jumped from the 3rd level of Heaven Scryer to the 6th level of Heaven Scryer. It was during this process that Xiangnan personally witnessed the young people being tortured and killed. He personally saw Xiao He defend himself helplessly and alone. His hot blood spilled on his body. However, Xianxia was unable to move in his dreams or in the ice. Just as Duanmu was about to shoot him, he suddenly had a strange telepathy. He could feel the power of death ringing in his mind. It was the sword of the dead. Xianxia knew that he would not be able to escape this calamity, so he simply ruthlessly drove the sword of the deceased. At that moment, his heart stopped beating and his breathing disappeared. He was no different from a dead person. After that, with the arrow between his eyebrows, his memory was interrupted. Am I dead? Xianxia stood up and shook off the snow on his body. He looked at the frozen wound on his stomach. He touched the space between his eyebrows. A bloody hole was still there. 7 arrows struck his heart. An arrow struck between his eyebrows. But I still stood up. I'm actually still alive? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as the sword of the deceased shot into the 9 heavens with a clanging sound. Whoosh! The strange sword turned back from the sky and accurately landed in Xianxia's hand. Undying body! Xianxia's pupils constricted and he was shocked. My inherited method of using the dead sword can actually turn me into an undead, an immortal body. What if I now have the ability to dispel the sword of the dead? Thinking of this, Xianxia began to slowly remove the ability of the sword of the dead. At the same time, the penetrating wounds on his body began to slowly heal. After all the abilities of the dead sword were removed, Xianxia was shocked to discover that he had completely recovered. His heart was beating again, and his breathing reappeared. Xianxia's right hand trembled, and the dead sword began to tremble. The power of a dead soul wrapped around him once again. At that moment, Xianxia's face turned snow-white and completely devoid of color. The blood in his body stopped flowing, and his heart also quieted down. Only the dipper chi in his meridians was still slowly flowing. He waved his sword and cut off his right arm. However, he had a very peculiar feeling. It was as if all parts of his body had come to life. To be exact, they all possessed independent consciousness. Xianxia's heart trembled slightly. The broken arm on the ground actually flicked its fingers and crawled back towards him. I can actually control my broken arm. Xianxia was shocked again. He took the broken arm and used astral chi as thread to stitch it up again before withdrawing the power of the death sword. His heartbeat and breathing recovered, and his severed arm was slowly healing. Xianxia glared at him in shock and muttered to himself, Indeed, the dead sword gave me the undying body. As long as I don't have a corpse and am thrown into a different place, I can be revived forever. He closed his eyes and sensed something, and a message entered his mind. The ability of the Sword of the Dead was reset every 3 days, and could only be used for 1 hour every 3 days. This hour can be used in batches, intermittently 10 times, 6 minutes at a time, or 1 hour at a time. Once the time limit was exceeded, and before the ability could be restored in 3 days, the Sword of the Dead would devour Xianxia's life and turn him into a sword protector undead. Xianxia recalled that when he was shot by Duanmu, he activated the undying body, but within the next hour, the undying body was ineffective. However, his body was frozen by the profound ice lightning, causing him to not truly die because of it. 3 days later, the Sword of the Dead was reset, and he broke through the ice. Xianxia shook his arms, and a surging aura surged within his body. Heaven Scryer Level 9, Half-Step Fortune Realm Dream Body Strength, Heaven Scryer Level 6 True Body Realm. An hour later, Xianxia buried the corpses of the Star Guild martial practitioners in the Heavenspan mountain range. He kowtowed 3 times to the young man's tombstone. Brother, I'm sorry. In order to protect me, you still didn't leave the Steel Continent alive. But I, Xianxia, swear by my life that if I do not avenge you, I will suffer from the 9 heavens lightning tribulation and will never be able to surpass my life. Looking at the empty tombstone, the 2-meter-tall man Xianxia couldn't help but cry. In the end, even until the end, he was unable to personally ask for his name. Xianxia's fist landed on the ground, and his indignant roar shook the heavens and earth. Fallen snow sect, I want your blood debt repaid with blood. Whoosh! A strong light shot out from the sky. Xiangbei. When that light descended, it was Old Man Tianji. He looked at Xianxia excitedly and said, "You really froze." But then, when old man Tianji saw Xianxia's unfriendly expression, his heart trembled. What happened? Why is there such a large amount of vengeful spirit energy floating in the air? Xianxia said expressionlessly, "Where is the location of the fallen snow sect? What exactly happened?" Old man Tianji said anxiously, "Tell me what happened on the day I left. Why did you go to the fallen snow sect? We haven't escaped the pursuit of the fallen snow sect in the past few days. Are you going to enter the tiger's mouth instead?" Xianxia said with a cold face. The brothers of the Star Guild were slaughtered by Duanmu, and Xiao He was also captured back to the sect. I wonder if this matter is a matter of life or death. You want to kill the fallen snow sect? Old man Tianji was also deeply saddened by this matter, but he said, "They are all dead. Do you still want to die? Fallen snow sect, where is it?" Xiangxia's eyes were firm and unquestionable. Old man Tianji gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it. It's time for this grudge. I'll go with you." Xiangxian said, "You still have Miss Su Ran to take care of. If you die, then Senior Su Hongtian's painstaking efforts will all be wasted." But old man Tianji still wanted to speak. Xiangxian said, "This is a personal grudge between me and the fallen snow sect. I will settle it myself. If I can survive, I will get revenge. If I die, I will definitely not lose. You don't have to persuade me anymore. I've already made up my mind to kill that fallen snow sect headquarters." Old man Tianji persuaded him for a long time, but Xiangxian remained unmoved and was already determined. Old man Tianji had no choice but to take out a map and point out the direction of the fallen snow sect. He said, "There are two paths that can be passed. One path requires a detour. It will take 2 to 3 days. The other way is through the Dead Canyon. It used to be an ancient battlefield with vengeful spirits entangled around it all year round. It's very dangerous to pass through there." Xiangxian carried the dead sword on his back and said, "Senior, take good care of Miss Su Ran. We will meet again in the future." With that, Xiangxian transformed into a beam of bright light that shot straight into the sky. Half a day later, Xiangxian arrived at the vast valley of the dead. The terrain here was complicated. There were mountains and rivers, grasslands, rivers, and forests. The entire region was located in a basin. From the sky, it looked like a crack in the ground. From the ancient times until today, the martial artists and demons had fought countless battles here in order to fight for the Steel Continent. The hostility in this place soared to the sky, and the resentment did not dissipate all year round. Xiangxian carried the sword of the dead as he walked across the grasslands. Wherever he passed, the flowers and plants withered strangely, and in the blink of an eye, they died one after another. The corpses that had turned into dust for tens of thousands of years had actually reassembled and crawled out of the dirt that had just rotted away. This was the true usage of the dead sword. He used the dead sword to absorb the life force of all living things in the world to revive his undead. Instead of feeding the dead sword at the expense of his own life force, as Xiangxian had once done. In this way, Xiangxian would be able to awaken the king without paying any price. However, the price paid by the world was enormous. The more dead the sword of the dead summoned, the more vitality it would absorb from the earth and trees. Wherever he passed, he would die. However, at this moment, Xiangxian no longer cared about those things. In his eyes, there was only the fallen snow sect. He walked through the dead canyon like a circle. Around his body, a gray, circular aura constantly spread out. The aura grew larger and larger, engulfing the grasslands and causing them to wither. The aura field engulfed the forest, causing the forest to decay. It engulfed the mountains and turned the green mountains and waters into a gray, deathly silent land. One skeleton after another climbed up from the ground, holding a broken weapon and silently following behind Xiangxian. The skeletons of demonic beasts flew into the sky from the depths of the earth, circling around Xiangxian endlessly. One by one, the super experts who had once dominated the world also walked out from the soil. Their bodies were wrapped in the death spirit black qi as they silently followed behind Xiangxian. The sword of the dead still had its limits. It could not allow the undead to display their abilities before they were born. Moreover, the older a creature died, the less powerful it would be when it was resurrected. Among these undead, there were even half-saint experts who had once devoured the heaven-rending earth. However, now that they were walking behind Xianxia, some of them were at the origin realm while others were at the heaven scryer realm. But there were too many of them. Tens of thousands of undead demonic beasts circled in the sky. On the ground, hundreds of thousands of undead were rumbling about. Xianxia walked at the front, his expression extremely cold. Behind him was a group of undead army. Old man Tianji was always worried about Xianxia and silently followed behind him. However, this scene in front of him caused old man Tianji's face to turn incomparably pale. From afar, a wave of black gas soared into the sky, filling the heavens and earth. The resentment even soared into the 9 heavens and condensed into an incomparably large black vortex that rotated counterclockwise. Doomsday old man Tianji tilted his head back slightly, and his pupils contracted to the extreme. The sword of the dead's endurance had already reached its limit. It had to devour more life force in order to revive more undead. Xianxia had completely emptied the dead canyon, which was already lacking in life force. Xianxia raised the death sword high up and only heard a dragon roar through the 9 heavens. The good fortune first layer undead ice dragon soared into the sky. Fallen Snow Sect trial stage. Today was the day the Fallen Snow Sect retreated. The other 2nd and 3rd grade sects had followed the Fallen Snow Sect to massacre civilians. Once the Fallen Snow Sect left, they would no longer have any backing. Therefore, the Fallen Snow Sect promised to take away hundreds of 2nd and 3rd grade sects together. On the trial stage, Xiao He was expressionless and tied to a stone pillar. Below the stage were the 150,000 sect disciples, whose hands were stained with the blood of civilians and who had slaughtered countless civilians with their brutal wrists. The disciples of the Fallen Snow Sect, the 2nd and 3rd grade sects, were already fully equipped. Duanmu stood on the trial stage and shouted, "Our sect on the Iron and Steel continent does not allow any traitors to exist. Today, I want Xiao He to wash away the humiliation she brought to us by bloodbath. When we establish our prestige, it will be the day of war. Roar!" 150,000 disciples shouted loudly, their cries resounding through the clouds. Everyone was incomparably excited. They were looking forward to a beautiful future. They were looking forward to the beautiful days when they could follow the Fallen Snow Sect and grow stronger together. But at this moment it was dark. Everyone, including Duanmu, looked towards the northwest in horror. The sky was covered, and there were countless pairs of black wings flapping in the air. The beautiful iceberg where the Fallen Snow Sect was located was also enveloped. Countless undead climbed up the entire mountain range. Those undead were like strange spiders, and they quickly climbed against the wall. Some of them hung upside down on the pillars, like spiders crawling on the roof, making desperate sounds. Roar! A dragon roar resounded through the sky, and a giant frost dragon spat out cold air as it descended from the sky. On the back of the ice dragon stood a man with a cold expression. "It's you." Duanmu suddenly trembled. "This is impossible. You are already dead. Why are you still alive? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Xiang Bei. Xiao He was also quick-witted, and then he shouted loudly. Xianxia stood on the head of the ice dragon and said to Xiao He, "I have already admitted that you are my teammate. One day you will be a good brother, and you will be a good brother for the rest of your life. Xiao He, you are not alone. If someone ties you to Saber Mountain, I will kill you. If someone sweeps you into the Sea of Fire, I will kill you into the Sea of Fire. Someone even pulled you close to hell. I'm going to break into hell and drag you back." Xiao He nodded desperately, tears streaming down his face. "You," Duanmu pointed at Xianxia and roared angrily. "All right, you wicked brat. You can actually control the undead. How dare you claim to be a decent person from a famous sect? So that's what you Southern Domain martial artists are. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. You really make people laugh out their teeth. With your evil and charming state, You still have the face to accuse us." The cries of the disciples of the various sects were like a tide. Xianxia coldly waved his hand and said, "Kill him. I want blood to flow like a river here. I want no grass to grow here. I want no one here who can stand on the ground alive." The army of the undead engulfed the fallen snow sect like a tide. More than 100,000 sect disciples roared angrily, welcoming this unprepared battle. At the beginning of the war, the undead army had fallen into a disadvantaged situation, being suppressed and beaten by the sect disciples. The undead rushed into the battlefield brandishing their shabby weapons, as if they knew nothing about life or death and didn't know how to fight with fear. If a person died, if he was even more powerful than when he was alive, then the world would truly be in chaos. However, the undead legion had an advantage that a living person would never possess, and that was immortality. Those undead warriors didn't have any martial skills, only their own realms and physical qualities. They were chopped to the ground time and time again, but they got up again and again. At the beginning of the battle, the sect disciples had a high momentum. Previously, they had done a big job and slaughtered so many civilians along with the fallen snow sect. This was the period when their morale had risen. It was like a little hooligan who had just followed a big hooligan and successfully snatched a vote in the street. They were excited and had a kind of arrogance that the heavens and earth gave up their lives. But then, the momentum began to fade, and when they realized that this was a battle that was impossible to win. When the undead warriors they chopped up again and again got up from the ground again and again, jumped over, raised their axes and chopped towards them, they began to panic and lose their wits. If you find your enemies, no matter how you kill them, you won't be able to kill them. However, your physical and mental strength will continue to decline as the battle progresses. How will you feel? The army of the undead charged 3 times. 3 times, they were blocked by a large number of sect disciples, but the 4th time, they finally broke through the crowd. Damn it! What kind of monsters are these? Why can't they be killed? Damn it! I've already cut this thing down 3 times before. Why are you standing up now? The situation began to change. The disciples of the sect could no longer hold on and gradually retreated. As for the undead warriors, they seemed to possess endless fighting spirit. They rushed into the crowd, quickly climbing, jumping, charging, and killing all the disciples on the ground. Senior apprentice brother Duanmu flew into the sky. The galaxy bow in his hand continued to shoot repeatedly. Rounds of flowing light arrows fell down. His eyes were already red with killing intent. Each round of arrows could kill at least 10 undead warriors. The undead killed by the profound grade galaxy bow could not get up again. But Xianxia didn't care at all. His army of undead numbered more than 100,000. Immediately after, an even more terrifying and desperate scene appeared. Those sect disciples who had been killed had actually gotten up as well. They had turned into undead and turned their heads to deal with the fallen snow sect. We increased instead of decreasing, while the enemy retreated step by step. Senior brother Duanmu and the other 4 good fortune first-layer experts were stunned when they saw this scene. Pooh! A 3-meter-tall undead warrior jumped up and slashed the sect disciples in half. The 2 halves of the sect disciple's body wriggled a few times and joined together again. He stood up and turned into an undead warrior. Turning around, he began to slaughter his fellow disciples. Senior brother Duanmu flew into the air. Seeing this scene, he felt his head buzzing, and he said in a trembling voice, "Doomsday! This is the real doomsday." What was even more terrifying than massacre was transformation. Xianxia looked at the undying army of undead and at the skeletal soldiers that had been hacked into pieces and reassembled, as if he had seen himself in the state of a dead soul. After entering the state of the dead, he was like them, a monster that had lost its life and heartbeat, and could not be killed no matter what. Xianxia did not feel the slightest bit of joy or excitement. All he felt was infinite sorrow. This was not what he wanted. He was a decent disciple of the Grand Howran sect, but now he was forced into the corrupt path. The sword of the dead was heresy and evil. Every undead warrior who was hacked to death and resurrected would consume the power of the sword of the dead. As for the dead sword, It absorbed the life force of the world from its surroundings to replenish its body. The fallen snow sect, which had once condensed spiritual energy and was blessed by heaven, had now turned into a strange mountain covered in gray tracks. Why did you force me? Xianxia clenched his fists and clenched his teeth. Why did you force me to this point? Something's wrong with that brat. Senior brother Duanmu suddenly shouted. He pointed at Xianxia in the sky and shouted, "The sword in his hand is shining. It's an evil sword. It must be because of that sword that he was able to survive. Everyone take that sword away, and he will no longer have the ability to resurrect indefinitely." As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of sect disciples roared and rushed into the sky, rushing towards Xianxia. Xianxia put his hands behind his back, and the dead sword floated beside him. Thousands of flying undead rushed down from the sky and collided with the disciples who flew up. At this time, Xianxia's army of undead had already reached 150,000, while the sect disciples had been reduced from 150,000 to 110,000. 40,000 disciples of the martial arts sect were dyed in the blood of the fallen snow sect, and the blood was flowing like a red river. In the sky, the huge gray vortex seemed to be about to devour everything. It slowly rotated, sprinkling with resentment that covered the heavens and the earth. "It is not my wish to suppress evil with evil." Xianxia let out a long sigh and said coldly, "But you are forcing me to use extreme methods. Is this worth it?" In the distance, He looked at Xianxia sympathetically. "Value," Xianxia said resolutely. "Look at the faces of these people. Look at their ferocious expressions. Do I want to use virtue and righteousness to influence them? It's useless. Some people are born to like turbulence and create chaos." Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, "There will always be people who will stand up to them. If this person is definitely me, I will not hesitate. Even if I bear the infamy of tens of thousands of generations, even if I am despised by the people of the world, I will admit it." As he spoke, Xianxia raised the dead sword high up and said, "I want blood, wash, fall, snow, sect. I want to let them taste the feeling of being slaughtered by despair. Let these damned scum taste the pain of being chopped open by an ice-cold blade. Kill!" The frost dragon carried Xianxia on its back and dived towards the trial stage. The colossal dragon opened its icy mouth and whistled through the air, releasing an astonishing chill. Wherever the cold energy passed, it left behind a path of frost. All the disciples on the path were frozen into icicles in an instant. Pa! Xianxia snapped his fingers and the icicles shattered into pieces of ice. "You evil path! You don't deserve to be a sect disciple." In the air ahead, senior brother Duanmu shouted at Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes turned cold as he shouted, "I am not worthy, but you are even more unworthy. Have you ever been soft-hearted in the face of those unarmed commoners? Have you ever been condemned by your conscience? Let me tell you today, I am here to do you. Even if I degenerate into a ghost, I will drag you all into hell together. Oh, I'm not fighting anymore. I surrender. I don't want to die yet. What the hell are these things? Why can't they be killed? Quickly let me out. I won't be a martial artist anymore. Let me live." The disciples of the sect continued to retreat, and deserters had even begun to appear. They cried and hugged each other, but they were mercilessly split into two by the charging undead warriors. One corpse after another fell, and patches of red blood stained the earth red. The disciples of the Iron and Steel continent had become weak. They could no longer endure it. The double torture of their bodies and minds began to cause a large number of disciples to fall into a state of collapse. The killing intent in Xianxia's eyes couldn't be stopped. When he saw this scene, he became even angrier. "You know how to be afraid. You don't want to die either. I saw with my own eyes how your people massacred the people in Amethyst City. You trampled on those people as if they were trash. Treat them like beasts and kill them on the streets. Now you know you're scared? You want me to let you live? I'll fuck your ancestors. Did you show mercy back then? Kill, kill, kill. He had to pay the price for what he had done. Sympathy for the perpetrators was a sign of cowardice. These people didn't have any sympathetic value. Xiao He. Xianxia looked at Xiao He on the trial stage and said, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I'll come and save you now." After saying that, the frost dragon spat out a cold breath and rushed towards the trial stage. Groups of disciples were frozen into icicles. The dragon howled and hovered in mid-air. Xianxia jumped down and cut the iron chains and knives on Xiao He's body. "Xiang Bei." Xiao He grabbed Xianxia's arms and said worriedly, "Do you really understand what you're doing? A martial artist, you can't do anything that goes against your heart. Otherwise your Dao heart will be damaged. In order to save me, if your Dao heart is damaged, you might never be able to raise your cultivation again in the future." If Xianxia was originally a madman, then Xiao He would not even persuade him and would directly accompany him to massacre him. But she knew that Xianxia was not crazy. A martial artist would violate his nature and plant a heart demon in his heart, causing a trauma to his Dao heart. This situation would cause a martial artist to encounter countless bottlenecks in his martial path in the future, and he might even be unable to move forward for the rest of his life. Xianxia nodded. "I know what I'm doing, and I know that these people deserve to die. Perhaps from the very beginning, my Dao heart was not to accumulate virtue and do good, but to punish evil." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The strong light of martial Dao fell onto the trial stage. It was the 5 great fortune realm experts led by Duanmu. Duanmu's expression was sinister and twisted as he stared fixedly at the dead sword. "Shuehua, love. Zhao Kuo. Chung Feng, help me kill this brat and avenge my fellow disciples." That's what he said. But Duanmu's thoughts were filled with an incomparable desire to snatch away the dead sword. He thought that as long as he snatched away this sword, he would be able to control the undead. He would possess Xianxia's current abilities. These 5 people were extremely powerful. Duanmu was at the 2nd level of fortune, while the other 4 were all experts at the 1st level of fortune. Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. He also stared at Duanmu and said, "It was you who told me to watch my companions die from being abused by you. Duanmu, today I will let you pay with blood. How did you kill my friend? I will return it to you. Xiang Bei, don't be impulsive. You can't beat these guys." Xiao He anxiously shouted. "In your army of undead, there are no people who can fight against the 5 of them. Although the army of the undead was large in number, it was not easy to kill these 5 fortune realm experts." "Who said that I want the undead to kill them?" Xianxia pulled out the nightmare saber and said coldly, "I will personally kill him. Ha ha. Just you." Duanmu's eyes widened, and 2 fierce lights shot out from his eyes. He raised the galaxy bow and shot an arrow of light towards Xianxia's face. Xianxia grabbed Xiao He and changed shadows, instantly arriving at the head of the ice dragon. The frost dragon swooped down and sprayed cold air at the 5 of them. "This ice dragon's realm is extremely high. Hide." Duanmu was the first to turn into a beam of bright light and flee the scene horizontally. The other 4 fortune realm experts also flickered. The ice dragon spat out ice from the enormous trial stage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 shadows also jumped onto the ice dragon's head. Duanmu drew his bow and shot 13 arrows straight at the ice dragon's forehead. 13 arrows of light pierced through the ice dragon's head in an instant, but the ice dragon was completely unaffected. The hole in its head was filled with broken bone powder. "Senior brother Duanmu, hurry up and snatch that brat's evil sword. We're almost unable to hold on." Right below, a group of disciples desperately resisted the army of the undead and shouted loudly. The ice dragon let out a mouthful of cold air, freezing all the yelling disciples into ice sculptures. "Go! Kill the little bastard of the southern domain first." Duanmu took a few steps back and aimed the galaxy bow at Xianxia. With the 2nd stage of fortune, the arrows of light he shot out were countless times stronger than Xiao He's. Xianxia pushed Xiao He away and rushed forward with a huge saber. The speed of the flowing light arrow was extremely fast, and it was very difficult to dodge with the speed of his physical body. Xiang Nan directly flew into the void, crossed several arrows, and appeared right in front of Duanmu. Little bastard? Who are you calling? Xiang Nan grabbed Duanmu's neck and slashed the giant saber fiercely at Duanmu's head. Rumble. 3 strands of Dipper Chi hit Xiang Nan at the same time, sending him flying. In the end, that saber still failed to land on Duanmu. How could it be? Shuehua was suddenly stunned. My fortune level 1 realm actually failed to explode that brat? Amidst the raging flames, Xiang Nan's figure gradually became clearer. His expression was ice cold, and a huge saber was placed in front of his chest. Profound grade weapon, Shuehua exclaimed. No wonder he can block our attack. Duanmu. His saber is actually of the mysterious stage. What a big harvest. Duanmu laughed loudly. A person actually has 2 profound weapons on him. Kill him and snatch them over. The 5 of them turned into 5 shadows and shot towards Xiang Nan from different directions. Xiang Nan sent Xiao He flying with a wave of astral chi and said in a deep voice, "Hide far away. Today, my saber will drink blood." Pong! Xiang Nan's right arm trembled and his dream body descended. Xiang Nan's realm suddenly rose violently. Heaven Scryer level 6. Heaven Scryer level 7. Heaven Scryer level 8. 9th Heaven Scryer stage. Half-step fortune realm. Divine grade lightning veins, plus the heavenly spirit Xiang Nan's cultivation level was unimaginable. That Xiang Nan's explosion of cultivation realm had unexpectedly sent all 5 masters flying. What happened? Duanmu Nu's eyes turned red. His realm can still explode? Is it that sword again? Battle of encirclement. Shuehua shouted. No matter how powerful his realm is, he is still at the Heaven Scryer realm. The 5 of us at the Fortune realm? Are you still afraid of him? Zhongqing, Zhaokua, Chengfeng, join me in tangling this brat. Senior brother Duanmu. Shoot him from afar with the galaxy bow. Apart from Duanmu, the other 4 were not disciples of the fallen snow sect. They came from various second-class sects, and the martial techniques they used were all strange. Shuehua roared first, then rushed towards Xiang Nan. Mighty 9 heavens! However, seeing this person punch towards Xiang Nan, that fist condensed a 100-meter diameter Dipper Chi fist and smashed straight towards Xiang Nan from the sky. Dragon Spirit Steel. Xiang Nan raised his great saber high and a solid air shield appeared out of thin air. Boom! That Dipper Chi punch smashed into the Dragon Spirit Steel shield, and it actually crushed the Dragon Spirit Steel. The top of the air shield had already sunk, and it could suppress Xiang Nan's head. There was an insurmountable gap between the half-step fortune realm and the true fortune realm. This was the point of alternation between 2 great realms, and it was no longer something that could be measured by the difference between a small realm and a first realm. Who? Xiang Nan let out a long breath. He twisted his body and slashed towards Shuehua. The little azure dragon clenched its saber and fiercely smashed into Shuehua's fist, knocking Shuehua back tens of meters. Such a strong aura? Shuehua felt a stifling sensation in her chest, pressing the sweet blood down her throat back. The other 3 rushed forward at the same time. Taking advantage of Xiang Nan's chop, one of them slashed his sword towards Xiang Nan's neck, while the other slashed his sword towards Xiang Nan's back. The third person jumped up and smashed a folding fan towards Xiang Nan's head. The sound of the folding fan whistling became loud to 100 meters. On the surface of the fan, there were faintly the phantom images of 3 mountains. The power of the 3 mountains descended from this fan. 3 mountains fell down and landed on the head of a 9th-level Heaven Scryer martial artist. It was very difficult to cause any damage. However, if a good fortune first-layer expert slapped 3 mountains on the head of a Heaven Scryer 9th-layer martial artist, the result would be completely different. Xiang Nan was unable to dodge, but he quickly raised his saber and blocked the folding fan. Boom! The folding fan slapped the giant saber and sent Xiang Nan flying. Halfway back, Xiang Nan opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood into the sky, forming a red mist of blood. Xiang Bei, run! You can't beat them. They are 5 fortune realm experts. Xiao He cried out anxiously. However, without the Star River bow in her hand, It was almost equivalent to losing all of her fighting strength. In front of the 5 great experts, her 7th-level Heaven Scryer realm wasn't worth mentioning at all. Looking at Xianxia, his body heavily smashed into the mountain and fell down along with a large amount of falling rocks. That fan almost killed Xianxia, and nearly all the bones in his body were broken. Now, Duanmu Shou stretched his bow and said, "Kid, do you want him back? Did you find us with a majestic look? Do you think you're amazing? Ha. He's just an idiot who's a sheep in a tiger's mouth." Whoosh! The flowing light arrow shot towards Xianxia. At that moment, Xianxia used the dead sword to open his undying body. An arrow pierced through his heart. However, his heart had stopped beating, his blood flow had stopped, and his breathing had also stopped. Boom! Countless falling stones were blasted into powder, and Xianxia rushed out with the nightmare saber in his hand. Why isn't he dead? Xuehua's heart trembled. He clearly saw an arrow of light piercing through Xiangxia's heart. That arrow had clearly hit his heart. In this world, there were still people who wouldn't die even if they were pierced through their hearts. Duanmu also widened his eyes in shock. Although he had personally shot through Xianxia once, this time he was watching as Xianxia did not die. That kind of shocking power was enormous. However, the more this happened, the more Duanmu yearned to snatch away the death sword. It's time for a fight between men. Xianxia twisted his neck, pulled out the arrow, and casually threw it aside. Brat, obediently hand over the profound armament. Xiaoque played with the folding fan in his hand and said, "With your strength, you won't be able to break through our defenses. Even if you hit the heavens and earth, you still have no chance of winning." "Is that so?" Xianxia bowed slightly and rushed towards Xiaoque. "A thieving heart never dies." Xiaoque coldly chuckled and rushed towards Xianxia. The other 3 experts went to wrap up Xianxia from 3 different directions. These 4 Fortune Realm experts instantly struck Xianxia. 3 people. A sharp sword pierced through Xianxia's stomach, and a long saber stabbed into Xianxia's chest. A hook locked Xianxia's neck. Meanwhile, Xiaoque's folding fan pierced through Xianxia's throat through the crack in the hook lock. The 4 of them struck at the same time from the 4 corners. That scene looked incomparably heroic. As for Xianxia, he was actually laughing. The corner of his mouth rose slightly as he coldly said, "Lead to death. Secondary light slash." Xianxia had 4 weapons stabbed into his body, but he was still able to slash out with a single saber. Sky Scryer 9 Great Late Phase Sublight Slash. That saber light was extremely domineering, instantly cutting open Xiaoque's waist and slicing that Xiaoque's waist on the spot. Xiaoque's upper body fell backwards. His eyes filled with disbelief. "Get out of the way. Something's wrong with this brat." Zhongqing quickly jumped back and pulled out the sword from Xianxia's stomach. Xianxia turned around and grabbed Xuehua's neck with his left hand. "Be careful." Duanmu fired 3 arrows in a row. The 3 arrows all hit Xianxia's back. He shot Xianxia forward and rolled down onto the ground with Xuehua. Xuehua jumped up and was about to run when Xianxia grabbed his ankle and slashed back. Secondary light slash. The good fortune first layer Xuehua condensed the Dipper Chi shield at the fastest speed possible. Boom! The light slash struck the Dipper Chi shield, and both of them were cancelled out, causing both of them to explode. The terrifying aura shockwave crushed all the surrounding sect disciples and undead warriors into ashes. As Xianxia flew back, he rushed back and knelt on Xuehua's shoulder. The huge saber pierced through Xuehua's head and stabbed out from his lower crotch. The tip of the saber stabbed into the ground with a clanging sound. Xianxia's broken right arm had actually recovered due to the body of a dead spirit after releasing the second light slash twice. This was an unexpected harvest for Xianxia. He had ignored the benefits of the body of the dead. "Damn it, you monster!" Taking advantage of Xianxia's opportunity to kill Xuehua, Zhongqing rushed up and stabbed Xianxia's chest 10 times in a row. The speed of the 10 swords was like lightning, piercing through Xianxia's back. "Zhongqing, quickly dodge. Don't fight him at close range." Duanmu shot 13 arrows in a row, all of them piercing through Xianxia's body. Xianxia's body was crisscrossed with 13 arrows of flowing light, but he fiercely pulled out the huge saber from Xuehua's head. In return, he slashed down with a single beam of light, slashing Zhongqing's waist on the spot. "Run by the wind!" Duanmu shouted loudly. Cheng Feng stared blankly at Xiangnan, killing 3 Great Fortune Realm experts in a row. He was already panicking in his heart. Hearing Duanmu's roar, he turned around and fled, completely losing his will to fight. Xiangnan turned around and chased after Cheng Feng with his shining arrows. "You dare!" Duanmu pulled out his longbow and said, "I don't believe that I can't shoot you to death. 13 arrows won't do, but 130 arrows." Duanmu swooshed 2 streaks of light shot through Xiangnan's feet and nailed him to the ground. Xiangnan was incomparably valiant. He brandished his saber and cut off his ankles. He turned into a bolt of lightning and arrived beside Cheng Feng. "Ah!" that Cheng Feng shouted loudly, his pupils contracting. "Time! Light! Slash!" Xiangnan twisted his waist and used his waist strength to split Cheng Feng's head in half. Xiangnan immediately jumped back with a backward somersault, pulled out the 2 streaks of light arrows from the ground, and reconnected his feet. "Last one, it's your turn." Xiangnan raised his head to look at the sky, his eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at Duanmu. Duanmu suddenly trembled. You, what kind of monster are you? What the hell? You really saw a ghost?" That Duanmu was scared out of his wits. He was confident that he could defeat the enemy, but an enemy that could be defeated but could not be killed was meaningless. "You want to run?" Xiangnan roared and turned into lightning as he chased after Duanmu. "Galaxy jump!" Duanmu's body flashed as he attempted to flee 60 miles away. "Seal it!" Xiangnan shouted. This wasn't the first time he had fought with the Star River Bow. He had already figured out the path of this profound grade longbow and had prepared himself in advance. By the time Duanmu wanted to escape, the ice dragon that had been waiting on the path ahead of time had already spat out a large amount of cold air and condensed into an ice wall. Boom! Duanmu's jump failed. He fiercely smashed into the ice wall, causing the entire ice wall to collapse, but he also bounced back. Galaxy Jump was indeed not a spatial movement ability. Although it was fast, it moved linearly. As long as it moved linearly, it would definitely hit an obstacle. Xiangnan also took the opportunity to catch up and grab Duanmu's arm. "Oh, you devil! Get lost!" Duanmu drew his longbow and shot an arrow at Xiangnan's forehead. The flowing light arrow pierced through the space between Xiangnan's eyebrows. Xiangnan's head was suddenly thrown back, and he actually rolled back. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. "You! How did you torture and kill my friends one by one?" Xiangnan used the most extreme form of revenge. He condensed the power of thunder and lightning into his teeth, alternating the thunder and lightning back and forth at the speed of sublight. He bit Duanmu's shoulder with a kacha. Duanmu screamed miserably, "Star River Jump!" Whoosh! Duanmu flashed into the sky on the other side. However, Xiangnan bit off a large chunk of Duanmu's flesh. Pooh! Xiangnan spat out the flesh and blood. "You can't escape!" Duanmu shouted as he flew towards Xiangnan with a stream of light arrows. Xiangnan dodged all the arrows in the void. The moment he condensed his body, he charged in front of Duanmu at the speed of light and punched Duanmu's left leg. Pong! Duanmu's left leg and Xiangnan's right arm exploded at the same time. One of Duanmu's legs was blown to pieces, and he screamed in pain. As for Xiangnan's right arm, it actually condensed again. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Duanmu held the galaxy bow and ran away again. Xiangnan bent down and bowed. All the arcs in his body jumped and he shouted, "Sub-speed of light!" Pa! Xiangnan turned into another bolt of lightning and smashed Duanmu's right leg with another punch. This time, Xiangnan's right arm exploded again. This was simply a suicidal attack. Only a single attack at the speed of light could break through Kaidu-Mu's defensive power at the second level of good fortune. However, not dying didn't mean that he didn't feel any pain. Every time Xiangnan smashed his fist into Duanmu's body and exploded his right arm, he could feel the pain of the back of his hand being shattered. However, he still used this method to take revenge. It could be seen that Xiangnan's hatred towards Duanmu had already penetrated deep into his bones. Duanmu was almost finished. He did not have an immortal body. His legs were blasted apart, and his entire body had already fallen into a semi-unconscious state. The unbearable pain kept him from fainting, but losing both his legs and a large amount of blood made him faint. Duanmu couldn't even use the star jump anymore. He was only in a daze, only knowing how to escape, fly, and avoid the great killing god Xiangnan. Impossible. This is impossible. My Duanmu, am actually going to be killed by a heaven scryer realm trash. This is impossible. Duanmu had a sound in his mouth, and he didn't know what he was muttering. Xiangnan caught up and grabbed Duanmu by the collar. He almost put his face on Duanmu's face and said coldly, "What I can't stand the most is seeing someone I care about being tortured and killed in front of me. You've successfully aroused my hatred." Ha! Ha ha! Duanmu smiled miserably and said, "You only need to kill someone else's relatives, and no one else is allowed to kill your friends? Do you hate me? Do I hate you? I only have one brother. But you killed me. Bullshit, your ancestors." Xiangnan roared. "Who was the first to start slaughtering civilians? Who blocked us in the snow mountain and forced us into a desperate situation? If you want to hate, you should hate yourself for not disciplining your younger brother properly and not letting him learn how to be a man. Without him, let him learn how to be an upright man." Xiangnan grabbed onto Duanmu's back. His right hand was shaped like a saber. His entire palm was wrapped in lightning that jumped at the speed of sublight. He slowly stabbed towards Duanmu's chest. Slowly experience the pain. Feel the despair of killing my friend at the foot of the snow mountain. The hand knife had already pierced through Duanmu's skin and slowly pushed into his abdominal cavity. Duanmu opened his mouth wide, his eyes almost bleeding. However, there was a cough in his throat, and he was unable to say a word. "It's people like you." Xiangnan gritted his teeth and squeezed out word by word. "If it weren't for you, how chaotic would the world be? If it weren't for you, how could your lives be ruined? Countless innocent lives would have been killed. You black-hearted bastards. I'll kill one of you. I'll kill 10,000 of you." Pooh! Xiangnan's palm finally pierced through Duanmu's stomach and pulled out his entire spine. Duanmu's face was ashen and his pupils rapidly dilated. He coughed and said weakly, "If there is an afterlife, I still want to cough. I still want to kill them. Ha! Ha ha, I only hate weapons that aren't as strong as you. Otherwise, you will be the one who died here today. You're still preaching to me? As a martial artist, cough. Isn't it just, you want to be above everyone else? Isn't it just, pong?" Xiangnan punched Duanmu's head and exploded. "You two brothers should have been cut into thousands of pieces if you still refuse to repent at the end of your life." Xiangnan shook the blood on his hair. "Are you all right?" He hurriedly rushed up to support Xiangnan. "It's fine, I won't die." Xiangnan closed his eyes and tried his best to calm down the anger in his heart. After taking away the body of the dead, he immediately felt a huge wave of fatigue sweeping through his entire body. "You..." He looked at Xiangnan in shock and said, Your face! Your face! What?" Xiangnan asked while panting. He hurriedly condensed an ice realm and shone it on Xiangnan's cheek, saying, "There's something on your face." Xiangnan looked at the ice realm and saw a slender scar appear on his left cheek. The scar was gray and looked like a blade. Xiangnan frowned and used the 9 Purities Cosmos technique to heal the scar. However, the result was that the scar could not be smoothed out. "This is a corpse." He felt a chill surge above his head and said anxiously, "Stop using that evil sword. Even though you have obtained a temporary undying body using it, this evil sword is still devouring you. Your scar is irreparable." Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, there was a price. Xiangnan looked at the dead sword in shock and felt his hair stand on end. Above the sword, there was actually a face of black gas condensing and smiling sinisterly at Xiangnan. The sword of the dead had a total of 2 abilities. One was to control the undead, and the other was to obtain an immortal body. However, manipulating the undead would devour the world's lifeline and use the vitality of all living things to exchange for the revival of the undead. Undying would bring unimaginable consequences to the user. Xianxia touched his face. The knife-shaped scar on his left cheek was slightly sunken. At first glance, it looked similar to an ordinary scar, but the color was dark gray. However, if one were to carefully perceive it, the scar area would not feel anything. It would be like a piece of dead meat. Xiangbei, don't use it again. He said anxiously. I know. Xianxia nodded. At this moment, the army of the undead had completely suppressed the disciples of the sect. The army of the undead had already grown to 230,000. As for the disciples of the sect, there were only 30,000 left. Blood flowed like a river. The Fallen Snow sect was originally a beautiful mountain range where spiritual chi condensed. At this moment, the mountain range had also turned gray. The sword of the dead had devoured its vitality, turning it into a mountain of death. This was a war without corpses. All the dead people became undead and stood up again to join the battle. Looking down at the azure ground, he was also frightened. This scene is too terrifying. This is not what the human world should look like. Xiangbei, what did you bring into the human world? Hate. Xianxia said. Do you think it's scary? But I think it's sad. If the Fallen Snow sect hadn't done so many evil deeds, how could there be so many dead people? And how could there be such great resentment? At this moment, a strong light suddenly flew over from afar. Not good. It's our sect's elder. Xiaohe's expression changed drastically, and he said, there must be an elder who noticed that the large group had not kept up, so he returned to check, but now it was too late to leave. The strong light suddenly stopped in midair of the Fallen Snow sect and turned into a middle-aged man who was dumbfounded. The middle-aged man looked at the scene below, and for a while he was unable to react. Who is it? The middle-aged man was suddenly stunned, and then he was furious. Who is it that is presumptuous in my Fallen Snow sect? The target was very easy to find. Apart from the large number of strange undead, only Xianxia and Xiaohe were left. Let's go. Xianxia stopped Xiaohe behind him and whispered, hurry up and leave. This is a good fortune 5th layer elder. Xiaohe said anxiously, if I don't leave, I will die with you. If it wasn't for saving me, how could you have barged into the Fallen Snow sect? Let's go. Xianxia said angrily. It will be too late if we don't leave. There are 2 of us. He will definitely be the first to capture me. You still have time. Hurry up and leave. Xiaohe still wanted to speak. Xianxia turned around and pushed her away, then threw the Star River bow to her. Let's go. Don't let me sacrifice myself in vain. Let's go. It's you. The elder looked at Xianxia and said angrily, what did you do to my disciples? What the hell is this? What's wrong with my Fallen Snow sect? Let's go. Xianxia shouted at Xiaohe. Xiangbei, I will definitely avenge you, Xiaohe said with a sour nose. After saying that, Xiaohe's eyes flashed with determination. Star River jump. You want to run? The elder immediately rushed towards Xiaohe. Xianxia turned into a bolt of lightning and directly intercepted the elder. The elder gritted his teeth and grabbed Xianxia's neck at lightning speed. He said angrily, how did our disciples of the Fallen Snow sect become monsters that are neither human nor ghost? Did you do it? Speak. Xianxia was choked speechless. The elder's hand relaxed a little, but Xianxia laughed heartily. That's right. It's me. I'm here to do your Fallen Snow sect. I want you to pay with your blood. The elder's eyes turned red and he shouted at Xianxia's face. Turn them all back. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, dream on. I hate killing too few people. If you hadn't come in time, I would have slaughtered the Fallen Snow sect. You bastard. The elder was furious and his palm pierced through Xianxia's stomach. Blood gushed out of Xianxia's body. This time, Xianxia did not borrow the body of a dead spirit. He would rather die than let the undead Xianxia occupy his body. When he died, There was only one peerless genius missing in the world. However, if the undead occupied his body, then the undead would become the biggest hidden danger in the martial world. Xianxia, who was wholeheartedly defending his dignity, would become the greatest god of slaughter in the world at that time. "Quick!" the elder roared. "Quickly change it back!" "Impossible, cough!" Xianxia coughed out a mouthful of blood. He held a huge saber in his hand and quickly slashed towards the elder. Secondary light slash. However, that elder had the 5th level of fortune. This level was not something to be played with. The elder was even faster than Xianxia and sent the nightmare saber flying. "What is this?" Immediately after, the elder's eyes moved and he grabbed the dead sword from Xianxia's back. He was shocked and said, "What a powerful undead energy! Is this the thing that resurrected those dead? Ha ha! Ha ha! What a treasure!" The elder's excited expression twisted. He said happily, "Little brat, you gave me a good thing. When I kill you, this sword will belong to me." Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "Even if I die, I will still drag you onto my back." As he spoke, Xianxia made a crazy move. At the same time, he took out both the white flame blazing lightning and the profound ice frost lightning. Fire in his left hand and ice in his right. The elder was stunned. World-devastating divine lightning? 2. This was the first time Xianxia had truly obtained 2 world-exterminating divine lightning. The 2 cold lightning bolts he had collected earlier were only small lightning seeds. And now it was the true body of the 2 world-exterminating divine lightning. Xianxia lowered his head and looked at the massacre field below, saying, "It's time to end it. What are you doing?" Seeing that Xianxia had actually collided with the 2 divine lightning dynasties, the elder was so frightened that his soul dissipated. He hurriedly reached out to stop him. However, those who did not know how to shock the 9 transformations of lightning were simply courting death by directly touching the world-devastating divine lightning with their hands. Just as the elder grabbed the 2 divine lightning bolts, he quickly retracted his hands. One of his hands was burnt to an unpleasant state, while the other was frozen into an icicle. "Die!" Xianxia roared. "All of you scum, die for me!" Boom! The 2 world-exterminating divine lightning bolts were firmly pressed together by Xianxia. At that moment, it was as if a natural disaster had descended. The flames and frost produced an unimaginable explosion. At that moment, there was no light in the world, and the sun and moon paled. The entire snow-falling sect site, including more than 200,000 undead army disciples and 30,000 surviving sect disciples, was instantly wiped out by the explosion. The mountain was gone, leaving behind a flat ice field. The undead and disciples were also gone, turning into ash in the air. As for the elder at the 5th level of good fortune, he was engulfed by the intense light and wiped out by the screams. 2 days later, in the ice and snow, Xianxia wore a cloak and walked towards the distance step by step. When the divine lightning exploded, he fled into the void and escaped a calamity. At this moment, the white flame blazing lightning and the mysterious ice frost lightning were quietly floating in Xianxia's spiritual sea, circling around it. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of white frost chi and rubbed his face forcefully. That explosion had almost emptied out all of his cultivation realms, causing him to fall from the 9th level of Heaven Scryer to the 1st level of body tempering. "I didn't expect that the world-extinguishing divine lightning would be like this." Xianxia wrapped his collar and felt a chill run down his spine. However, he could feel that the 2 divine lightning bolts were reviving, and his realm had also begun to rise. "Around noon tomorrow, I'll be able to return to my peak condition." Xianxia quietly felt the spiritual sea. In 3 days, his cultivation realm would recover to the 9th level of the Heaven Scryer realm. That scene is really scary. When Xianxia recalled the scene of the explosion of the 2 divine lightning bolts, he also felt shocked. He turned around and looked at the horizon in the distance. The fallen snow sect address was gone, and more than 100,000 disciples had also died. Inside the storage ring was the nightmare saber and the corrupt sword of the dead. "I don't regret it," Xianxia rubbed his hands and tried his best to keep his body warm. He said, "Whatever needs to be protected, do your best. I won't let go of anyone who deserves to be killed. Not enough, my realm is not strong enough. I still need to continue to improve." A lonely lighthouse appeared in the blizzard. At the top of the lighthouse, a strong red light flashed, guiding the travelers in their direction. It was very dangerous for an ordinary person to walk in a world filled with snow and wind. It was very easy for them to develop snow blindness and lose their judgment of direction and distance. As a result, they lost their way and died on the way. In places like this, large numbers of travelers would die every year. Their corpses were buried deep in snow, and they would not be discovered for decades. And this kind of lighthouse was used to guide people in their direction. Xianxia put up an arbor and looked at the sky. The snow and wind didn't see the sun or the moon, and the white world of ice and snow couldn't find anything to use for reference. After entering the lighthouse, Xianxia shook off the snow on his body and discovered that there were more than a dozen travelers resting inside. However, Xianxia swept his gaze over it, but didn't find any traces of Old Man Tianji. He couldn't help but sigh. Ever since the Battle of the Fallen Snow Sect ended, Xianxia immediately sent a message to Old Man Tianji, agreeing to meet here. However, the trouble was that after Xianxia had sent the signal, his cultivation base deteriorated. In just an hour, he had fallen to the first level of body tempering. After that, he received another reply from Old Man Tianji. However, the situation was very bad, because Xianxia did not even have the slightest bit of early weather, nor did he even have the ability to reply to the signaling. It had been 2 days and 2 nights since the incident, and Old Man Tianji had never received a reply from Xianxia. I wonder if he would think that Xianxia had encountered something unexpected. "Friend, are you alone?" The guard in charge of the lighthouse walked over and patted the snow on Xianxia's back. "The weather is getting worse and worse," he said. "It's not easy for you to walk alone in such a place and come to the lighthouse alive." As the guard spoke, he brought Xianxia another bowl of steaming ginger soup. Xianxia thanked him and asked, "Has an old man been here these past 2 days?" "I've been here." The guard nodded. "We don't have many travelers here. I remember clearly that an old gentleman came the night before yesterday and said that he was waiting for someone here." "Where is he?" Xianxia hurriedly asked. The guard smiled and said, "It seems that the person he is waiting for has left with a lot of worries. He just left last night." "This is troublesome." Xianxia lowered his head and frowned. The iron and steel continent was in a period of chaos. In order to accommodate Su Ran, Old Man Tianji would definitely leave this continent. If Elder Tianji had already left the iron and steel continent, he would probably not be able to find Xiao He. What Xianxia was most worried about was Xiao He. She did not know that Xianxia was still alive. With her personality, she might find trouble with the Profound Sky Sect or the Fallen Snow Sect. At that time, the problem would really be serious. "Little brother, your accent doesn't sound like someone from the northern region." On the nearby table, one of the dozen or so travelers greeted Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and didn't have the mood to talk. He only wanted to wait here for 2 more days. If he couldn't wait for Old Man Tianji, he would first think of a way to return to the southern domain. No matter what, he had to show his face to let Master rest assured. That person drank a lot, but he really wanted to chat with Xianxia. He simply walked over and sat beside Xianxia, hooking his shoulder. Xianxia frowned and didn't say anything. The man said, "Looks like you are young and not a native. You must be here to search for gold, right? Sai, this steel continent is not peaceful. We have just arrived and accidentally encountered a sect massacre, causing people to panic. I'm afraid you've come for nothing this time." Xianxia nodded and drank a mouthful of tea. "Yes," he said. The man said, "Hey, we are both fallen from the horizon. If you have a treasure to open your eyes, it can be said that you didn't come to the steel continent for nothing." As he spoke, the man took out a pitch-black ore. The ore was 10-edged and looked like a shuttle, but it contained extremely powerful earth elemental energy. "Oh," Xianxia said, "black-spotted sparkling stone?" The man came to his senses and said, "You know what to do. Then tell me what this thing is for. The man clearly wanted to show off. The other dozen or so travelers looked at Xianxia with interest. Even the idle guard leaned against the door frame, carrying a cup of hot tea with an expression of anticipation. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "Black-spotted sparkling stone is a rare metal ore. Its hardness has already reached the level of a heavenly-grade elementary-grade weapon. Unfortunately, this ore does not have any spiritual energy and cannot be turned into a spearman's weapon. Although it is precious, it is not a rare treasure." The man said excitedly, "I didn't expect you to be so young. You really know a lot. Let me tell you, we bought this ore at a high price. We specially came to the Steel Continent to exchange it." "What's the use?" Xianxia asked as he drank his tea. Actually, he didn't care about the use of the ore at all. It was nothing more than passing the time. "Guess." The man blinked mysteriously. Xianxia helplessly smiled bitterly and said, "I can't guess." The man lowered his voice and said, "It's used to imprison orcs." "Oh." Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "Orcs? There are also orcs on the nearby continent." The man said, "Ha! There really is something you don't understand." The man wanted to show off, so he sold a lawsuit, but when he saw that Xianxia was lacking in interest, he said, "We are from the Hongqing continent. We have a powerful clan called the Wu clan. I heard that an orc was raised a few years ago. Later, the orc betrayed us for some reason. He bit his master to death and escaped from Hongqing. I heard that the orc has appeared again recently. Do you think it's courting death?" In the end, it was captured by the Wu clan. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. How could this story be so similar to Tuyun's encounter? The man added, "This black-spotted glorious stone is used to forge a cage. It is said that the orc is going to be imprisoned and there is going to be a beast-slaughtering convention." Xianxia hurriedly asked, "What kind of orc is that?" The man thought for a moment and said, "It seems to be a wolf or something. I have never seen it with my own eyes. In any case, the Wu clan has come to our auction house to order black spot glorious stones. We will come to the Iron and Steel continent to look for them." Hearing this, Xianxia's expression turned cold. What a narrow path. I didn't expect that Tuyun would return to the northern region and be captured by that damn clan again. However, Tuyun was with Hongmeng Xiaojun. How could he be caught by a clan? Could it be that something had happened to Hongmeng and Xiaojun? The more he thought about it, the more anxious Xianxia became. He wished he could immediately feel that Hongqing continent was going to take a look at the situation. That Wu clan is amazing. They are famous in the area. The man did not notice the change in Xianxia's expression and continued to say to himself, "The Wu clan's clan master, Wu Delong, is a great master of the good fortune third layer. Say, isn't a clan head of this realm really awesome? He's practically a local emperor." At this moment, the door of the lighthouse was pushed open. A gust of snow swept into the room, and the two of them walked into the room. "Senior Tianji." Xianxia suddenly stood up. "Xiangbei, I've been waiting for you." Old man Tianji immediately walked over excitedly. "Xiangbei, are you still alive? That's great." The other two girls also ran towards Xianxia. These two were Su Ran and Xiao He. "How are you? Are you all right?" Xiao He hurriedly checked Xianxia's condition and found that he was not seriously injured. Only then did he feel relieved. "Good boy. Your life is big enough. You did a beautiful battle." Old man Tianji sat down and patted Xianxia on the shoulder. He smiled and said, "Your ticket has already spread throughout the Steel Continent. Right now, all the forces are looking for you." Xianxia smiled and said, "By the way, I was just about to leave the Steel Continent. This time, I wanted to say goodbye to you. I'll leave tomorrow at noon. However, I originally planned to bring Xiao He back to the southern domain first, but I have something to do now. I need to make a transit trip to the Hongqing continent. And let's not talk about this. Let me examine this knife-shaped scar for you." Old man Tianji looked at the scar on Xianxia's face seriously and said, "Xiao He has already told me about it. The origin of this scar is not simple." Xianxia subconsciously touched the scar on his cheek and said, "Can you see anything?" I need to examine it carefully. Old man Tianji took out a large pile of things. There were potions of different colors and a two-colored prism. After the examination, Old man Tianji sighed and said, "Things are a little tricky. Come out and I'll talk to you outside." Xianxia and the other four walked out of the lighthouse. In the snowstorm, Old man Tianji lowered his voice and said to Xianxia, "I'll tell you the origin of this scar. Don't be scared. Prepare yourself in advance." Xianxia smiled and said, "Although I don't dare to say that I have experienced great storms, I still have some experience. If you have something to say, just say it directly." Old man Tianji said, "This is not a scar, but dead meat. To be clear, this is a piece of the skin of the undead." "What?" Xiaohe and Su Ran were both shocked. "What do you mean?" Xianxia hurriedly asked. Old man Tianji said, "You went to the underworld and sealed your undead with the evil sword, didn't you? At the same time, you also relied on this evil sword to obtain the ability to live forever, didn't you?" Xianxia nodded. Old man Tianji said, "That undying ability does not belong to you, but to your undead. You borrowed your undead's undying ability, but there is a price to pay. Every time you use this ability, the undead will invade a portion of your body. In the future, when that undead occupies more than half of your body, you will turn around with him. You will be sealed inside the evil sword, and the undead will replace you and live in this world." Hearing this, Xianxia broke out in cold sweat. "Xiangbei, listen to my advice. Don't use this evil sword anymore." Xiaohe hurriedly said, "Xiangbei only has a small scar on his face. It shouldn't be a problem, right? If you use it a few more times, it will at most spread to your neck." Old man Tianji shook his head. "Haven't you heard of this change? If the undead invaded a portion of Xiangnan's body, their strength would be a bit greater. This time, Xiangnan only has such a small scar. The next time, his undead parts will double." Xiangnan nodded and said, "I understand. From now on, I will not use the dead sword again unless I have to." Xiangnan instantly understood the cause and effect. He had always known that the dead sword would devour the master and devour more than one master. However, Xiangnan had always believed that this was because the previous owners of the dead sword did not know the correct method to use this sword. But now it seemed that he was mistaken. It was precisely because the previous swordmasters knew how to use this sword. They had all obtained the ability to live forever. However, this ability was an irresistible temptation for martial artists, causing the previous swordmasters to sink deeper and deeper, unable to extricate themselves, and eventually being devoured by their own undead, disappearing into this world. This sword was extremely evil. It actually knew how to use the greed of human nature. Xiangnan was extremely happy. Fortunately, Old man Tianji had solved a great mystery for him. Otherwise, when he realized that something was wrong, it would really be too late. Old man Tianji said, "Everything is born with its own order. Life and death are the cycle of the heavenly Tao. How can you not pay a heavy price for not dying against the heavens?" Xiangnan nodded in agreement. "I have something else to tell you. The Star Guild has already made up its mind to officially start a war with the profound sky sect." Old man Tianji added. "This is a good thing," Xiangnan said. Old man Tianji nodded. "Yes. The Star Guild has already issued a hero's order to gather all the heroes in the world to the Central Plains to form a strong team of martial artists to deal with the profound sky sect. I suggest you go there. After all, the Star Guild's influence is all over the world. They have countless precious information and all kinds of channels that you don't know. If you can go to the Star Guild and share information with them, it's better than fighting alone." And that's right. Xiangnan also thought that this was a good idea. On the one hand, after joining the Star Guild, he would be able to better deal with the profound sky sect. Not only would he be able to quickly find Jiang Shuelu, he might even be able to find the whereabouts of the next world exterminating divine lightning. However, the Star Guild is very cautious. They are worried that people from the profound sky sect will sneak in, so the requirements are very strict, said Old Man Tianji. You must return to your own sect in the southern domain and be personally recommended by your sect's sect master. Only then can you take the hero's token to the Central Plains. Otherwise, if you go there alone, they won't accept you. Understood, Xianxia replied. This was what he was most happy to see. From the beginning to the end, he was very dissatisfied with the Star Guild. He knew that the Profound Sky sect had made a big move, but he was still unwilling to make a move. Now, with the Star Guild joining us, dealing with the Profound Sky sect will be much smoother. Xianxia said, Xiao He, come with me to the Hongqing continent. After you finish your work, I'll take you back to the southern domain. Xiao He naturally agreed without the slightest hesitation. Before leaving, Xianxia entered the lighthouse and distributed a few jars of wine to the travelers. After finding out the exact location of the Wu clan, he cupped his hands and said goodbye. Outside the lighthouse, Old Man Tianji said to Xianxia, You can leave first. I will also take little girl Ran to the southern domain to avoid the limelight. At this moment the world is in turmoil. Only the Blue Tide continent is the safest place, because there is a heavenly tribulation realm Haoyan Emperor guarding it. Xianxia said happily, That's the best. After I return to the southern domain, I will definitely treat you and Miss Su Ran well. After bidding farewell to Old Man Tianji, Xianxia and Xiao He officially embarked on a trip to Hongqing continent. I wonder how good my hometown is if I don't go out. After witnessing the turmoil in other regions of the world, Xianxia missed the Blue Tide continent incomparably. In his hometown, martial artists could not fight in the city. In his hometown, everything was in order. Xianxia finally understood that the strength of a regime often gave the people a sense of dependence and security. The Blue Tide continent was now the holy land of martial arts in the entire southern domain, and it was no longer what it used to be. Xianxia and Su Ran passed through the teleportation array and arrived at Hongqing continent after several turns. They then boarded a flying ship and headed towards the Snow Cherry Empire. On the ship, Xianxia's thoughts had already flown back to Haoyan, and he couldn't wait to see his parents and his master. I wonder if Master's expression will change a little when he sees me. Xianxia couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth as he thought of the cold and innocent Su Kaiyue. Xiao He looked at Xianxia with curiosity and couldn't help but ask, Which girl do you miss? She's laughing like this. Don't talk nonsense. Xianxia clasped his fists and said, I miss my master. Xiao He let out an "oh," and her mood was obviously somewhat depressed. Xianxia also knew that he had said the wrong thing, so he hurriedly said, Don't be sad. Come with me to join the Haoran sect. That place can give your family a feeling. Xiao He's eyes lit up and he smiled. Is that Xianxia's sect, the Haoran sect? Have you heard of Xianxia? Xianxia asked. Naturally. Xiao He said proudly, I was once a disciple of a first-class sect. The war between sects in the southern domain was quite a big one. Our Fallen Snow sect is well informed and has also learned about this matter. Xianxia said, Since you know Xianxia, I have to apologize to you. Actually, my name is not Xiangbei. I am Xianxia. Xiao He was stunned and said, Stop joking. Xianxia is already dead. Besides, Xianxia is only a heavenly Yuan realm martial artist. You have already stepped into the fortune realm with half a foot. Whether it's me or not, believe it or not, it's you. Xianxia smiled, not wanting to explain too much. Originally, he thought that Xiao He did not know about Xianxia, so he did not reveal his identity, but since she knew, he told the truth. The Wu clan was a powerful clan located in the Snow Cherry Empire and Glacier Province. After arriving in the territory, Xianxia had already inquired about it. The one who had captured the Slaughter Luck was a branch of the Wu clan. Later, the clan head of that branch was bitten to death by the Slaughter Luck, and the clan fell into despair. He returned to his clan. This time, for some unknown reason, the people of the Wu clan discovered the heavily injured werewolf Slaughter Luck in the snow domain and captured it back. 2 days later, the Wu clan was going to convene a beast-slaying conference to slaughter the beasts and show them to the public. That werewolf? Who are you? Xiao He asked curiously. After hearing the news, Xianxia's expression became very ugly. he said in a low voice. He is my good brother. Xiao He let out an "oh," and couldn't help but laugh. I'm starting to sympathize with the Wu clan now. In order to save Xiao He, this valiant man had even lifted up the headquarters of the fallen snow sect, let alone a small martial artist. After arriving near the Wu clan, there was indeed quite a commotion in the city. Everyone knew that the Wu clan was going to execute an orc, so they had been waiting to see the commotion for a long time. Xianxia and the other two stood outside the main entrance of the martial house. The Wu clan had a third-stage fortune clan master in charge. They could really see through the heavens. The entire mansion was built in the most prosperous area of Luoying City, and it occupied 1/3 of the small third-grade sects. What are you going to do? Xiao He carried the galaxy bow and said, Do you want to make a move now? Xianxia waved his hand and said, There's no hurry. I'll go in and get some information. Xianxia had learned a skill from Fengxian, which was to think about the cause and effect before doing anything. Otherwise, if he acted recklessly, the result might not be the same as he had expected. Tuyun had always been with Hongmeng Xiaojun, so why was he captured by the Wu clan? If this Wu clan knew some secrets and destroyed this clan recklessly, wouldn't there be no place for them to ask? Let's go. I'll take you to buy some good clothes, Xianxia said as he turned around and left. Xiao He listened inexplicably, but did not ask anything else. Xianxia found the most expensive tailor in the city and ordered a set of high-grade luxurious clothes for himself and Xiao He. He even took out a few ores that were used to forge earth-grade weapons, polished them into gemstones, put them on his fingers, and dressed himself and Xiao He up as rich young masters. After that, he packed a large pile of messy spiritual herbs and ores he had obtained from the Demon Sea into 2 large boxes from his storage ring. After that, he hired someone to carry the suitcase and swaggered into the Wu clan. I'm from the Xiang clan of the Iron and Steel continent. I heard that the Wu clan has an orc, so I came here to observe and visit. These 2 boxes of gifts are a greeting gift for your clan. I can't respect them. Xianxia cupped his fists and said to the porter. The porter opened the box and his eyes lit up. Please follow me, honored guest. I will call my master now. After entering the living room of the martial house, Xianxia sized up the place and carefully sensed it. This manor was rich in spiritual energy, so it was very suitable for nurturing the descendants of the clan. It was of great benefit to young martial artists. At the same time, there were a few powerful auras in the martial arts world. One was the Good Fortune 3rd layer, the other 2 were the Heaven Scryer 8th layer, and the remaining few were around the Heaven Scryer 5th layer. This was already very impressive for a clan. Very quickly, a well-dressed middle-aged man strode in and greeted Xianxia as if he was an old acquaintance. Young Master Xiang. The middle-aged man smiled at Xianxia and said, It's truly a great honor for you to come. I wonder why you gave such a heavy gift at this meeting. It's not just to see the orcs, is it? Xianxia smiled and said, To tell you the truth, I really came here purely out of curiosity. I've only heard of orcs, but I've never seen them before. I wonder, how did your manor find that orc? What was the situation like back then? I also want to broaden my horizons. I can catch one even if I'm not safe. The middle-aged man laughed loudly and determined that Xianxia was a fool. He said, Nothing much. When we found that orc, he was already seriously injured and lying in the snow, dying. Xiangxia's heart sank and he hurriedly asked, Is there no other orc or human? The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, No, that's weird. Xianxia rubbed his chin and asked, I heard that the orc is going to be executed in 2 days. Can I see the orc before that? Don't blame me. I can't wait any longer. I'm very curious. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment. Xianxia took out a high-grade earth-forging gem and placed it on the table. Look, although the Wu clan was powerful, when they saw the high-grade ore, the middle-aged man's eyes couldn't help but shine. No problem. I can help you settle this matter. The middle-aged man led the 2 of them through the layers of courtyards and walked towards the inner courtyard. Suddenly, a group of people passed through the corridor diagonally opposite him. The corner of Xianxia's eyes curled, and his heart sank. Xiaojun? Amongst the crowd, Xiao Jun was one of them. Furthermore, it seemed that Xiao Jun was in a low mood. He just lowered his head and his left face was swollen, as if he had been slapped by someone. Xianxia suddenly felt that something was wrong. What exactly was going on? He didn't say anything immediately, because judging from Xiao Jun's situation, he didn't seem to have been arrested. On the contrary, those servants had a faint expression of reverence towards Xiao Jun. The situation was getting weirder and weirder. After arriving at the deeper courtyard, the middle-aged man opened a secret passage and said, "The orcs are imprisoned in the dungeon. Follow me, 2 of you." The 3 of them entered the dungeon along the tunnel. There were rows of cells here, and about half of them were imprisoned. Xianxia felt even more puzzled. Why would a clan set up a dungeon? And there really are prisoners in the dungeon. The 3 of them walked to the deepest part of the cage. It was a dark cage. The cage was very strong, but it was not enough to guard against heaven-peeping realm martial artists. "It's inside. Guys, please follow me in." The middle-aged man greeted him and strode into the cage. "This cage is a little deep. I can't see it clearly from outside. I'll go and light the lights." Xianxia smelled a stench of blood floating out, and inside, there was indeed the aura of slaughter luck fluctuating. Xianxia was anxious. He rushed forward with 2 steps and grabbed Tu Yun's arm. Before he could speak, he heard a clanging sound from behind. Xianxia suddenly turned around. The cage was locked. "You..." Xianxia was stunned for a moment and said, "What do you mean?" He reacted very quickly and immediately grabbed the galaxy bow. At the same time, a gray mist descended from above. "Not good, it's poison." Xianxia was shocked. Xianxia and He both softened and sat on the ground at the same time, feeling weak all over. This poison is so powerful. He actually poisoned all the Heaven Scryer realm martial artists. The middle-aged man stood outside the cage and laughed loudly. "Who are you pretending to be? You pretend to be the Xiang clan of the Iron and Steel continent. It must be known that our Wu clan is close to the Xiang clan. You can't fool me." "Despicable," he said angrily. The middle-aged man laughed loudly. "Young lady, I advise you not to struggle anymore. This poison is cultivated by my father, Wu Delong, with his Dipper Chi. Your heaven-scrying 7th stage will not be able to be undone for a while. You 2 imposters, please reflect on yourself here." After saying that, the middle-aged man turned around and left. "What should we do?" He hurriedly pushed Xianxia's shoulder. "This poison is really strong, and it has been released all along. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape." "Don't worry." Xianxia calmly waved his hand. "Things aren't that simple. The Wu clan won't do such a thing just because we pretend to be the Xiang clan. I think there must be another reason." "Shoo! There's a strong aura fluctuation outside." After saying that, Xianxia sat cross-legged and used his Immortal Ascension technique to float his consciousness out of his aperture. Outside the dungeon, the middle-aged man was facing a silver-haired old man and said respectfully, "Father, your perception is correct. That woman is indeed carrying a profound grade longbow. I observed it from close range just now. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the galaxy bow." The old man stroked his beard and smiled. The middle-aged man said, "Should we kill those 2 young men? That bow will be able to be used by you." The old man shook his head. "Don't worry. That young boy looks like he is at the origin realm, but he actually conceals his cultivation realm. It shouldn't be simple. And that woman is a disciple of the Fallen Snow sect. Although the Fallen Snow sect has just been expelled by the Huangpu clan, the skinny camel is bigger than the horse. Let's lock them up for a few days first. If no Fallen Snow sect elder comes to ask for help, then," as he spoke, the old man made a hand gesture to wipe his neck. The middle-aged man sneered. "I understand." Xianxia frowned. It turned out that the old man had discovered Xiaohe's weapon in advance. Afterwards, Xianxia did not return to his cell. Instead, he floated his consciousness out and found where Xiao Jun was. In a unique courtyard, however, there were strict guards. In the room, Xiao Jun was sitting at a table and sighing. "Xiao Jun," Xiang Nan directly transmitted his consciousness to Xiao Jun's mind. Who? Xiang Nan. Xiao Jun recognized Xiang Nan's voice and said happily, "Is it really you?" Xiang Nan said, "I'm in the Wu clan right now. What's the matter with you, Yuan Meng? Off you go." Xiao Jun's expression suddenly changed as he shook his head in disappointment. "Speak quickly." Xiang Nan shouted. "What am I going to do? You and Tu Yun are trapped here. Hurry up and explain everything to me. Otherwise, I will make a move." Xiao Jun smiled bitterly and said, "You go, Xiang Nan. You can't beat Wu Delong." Randomly, Xiao Jun could not resist Xiang Nan's questioning, so he explained the reason. It turned out that Xiao Jun was not surnamed Xiao. He was a member of the Wu clan, but his background was not simple. Xiao Jun's father was a branch disciple of the Wu clan, while his mother was a demon. The combination of humans and demons had already caused the Wu clan to feel ashamed. Moreover, Xiao Jun's father's status in the clan was not high, so the result could be imagined. Ever since he was young, Xiao Jun had never had a good expression on his face. Occasionally, he would be called over by the elders of the clan and scolded fiercely. His parents were also forcibly separated by the clan. His mother could not defeat Wu Delong and committed suicide angrily, while his father died of depression. Xiao Jun couldn't stand the Wu clan's eyes and hated Wu Delong, so he fled the Wu clan and changed his surname to the distant southern domain. And because Xiao Jun possessed an extremely rare light attribute talent, this kind of talent was originally incredibly fierce, directly covering half of the demon race bloodline on his body. Not even Xiang Nan could see the presence of the demon aura on Xiao Jun's body. Xiang Nan sighed. This matter was troublesome. Since this Wu clan is Xiao Jun's clan, then there's no way to make a move. You can't kill the elders of your good brothers, right? Where's Yuan Meng? Xiang Nan asked again. Xiao Jun sighed. Yuan Meng and I are separated. The gemstones we are looking for are no longer together. Big brother Yuan Meng asked Tu Yun to follow me. The two of them are good companions. However, halfway through, I discovered that a young martial artist had mysteriously disappeared. I thought about your commission and went to check without permission. In the end, I was chased for tens of thousands of kilometers by experts from the Profound Sky sect and was seriously injured. Even though we managed to escape in the end, we still managed to meet the Wu clan and capture Tu Yun and me. According to Xiao Jun, the Wu clan was a clan with very strict family rules. Especially when dealing with traitors, it had always been an iron-blooded policy. From this, it could be seen how much they hated Xiao Jun for defecting to the Wu clan. Xiang Nan only felt that good fortune played tricks on people. Xiao Jun was actually from the Wu clan, and Tu Yun was actually raised by the side of the Wu clan. Could it be that, in the dark, there was a will of heaven? This matter is not easy to handle. Xiang Nan thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I'll think of a way to save you. We'll escape from the Wu clan overnight and never come back." After Xiang Nan returned to the dungeon, he first examined Tu Yun's injuries. Tu Yun was tied up in midair by 8 iron chains. Countless wounds covered his entire body. He was already unconscious, half dead and half alive. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth as he watched this scene, but in order to take care of Xiao Jun's face, he endured it first. "We'll leave this place when night comes." Xiang Nan greeted Xiao He. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to circulate the 9 purities cosmos technique to resist the powerful poison. The Wu clan had always been a clan dominated by poison. They could be said to be extremely proficient in the path of poison refining. This was also something that Xiao Jun had learned from his mouth. However, the 9 purities cosmos art was similarly unfathomable. Xiang Nan continued to circulate his cultivation technique. By the time the moon reached the heavens, it would be almost completely resolved. He then cut off the iron chains of Tu Yun and quietly slipped away with Xiao He. After the 3 of them found Xiao Jun, under Xiang Nan's lead, they took out the Wu clan and headed towards the teleportation array. Xiao Jun had always had an inextricable knot in his heart, but he had never mentioned this matter. He had been disguising himself as a hee-hee-ha-ha all day long. When Xiang Nan first got along with Xiao Jun, He could tell that this was a young man with a sad story hidden in his heart, but Xianxia never asked about it, nor did he point it out. Sometimes, being overly cheerful was a kind of concealment. Xianxia had always wanted to find an opportunity to help untie Xiao Jun's knot, so that his smile could truly shine brightly. Unexpectedly, the result would be this kind of situation. As the saying goes, an honest official cannot interfere with household affairs. Xianxia also did not know what to do. After the few of them left the Wu clan, they found an inn and left Xiao Jun and Tuyun behind. I'll go find the teleportation array first. There's a queue for that thing to be used. I'll buy the guards and pick you up when I come back, they said. Throughout the entire process, Xiao Jun remained silent. He only lowered his head, and there was a sense of disappointment and sorrow on his face that Xianxia had never seen before. Seeing his expression, Xianxia felt as if he had been pricked by a needle. Is this still the cheerful, smiling, and teasing Xiao Jun I know? The Wu clan was powerful, so Xianxia didn't dare to bring Xiao Jun to the teleportation array for fear of being recognized. He first gave the guards a large amount of gold coins, telling them to keep quiet no matter what they saw. After the arrangements were made, Xianxia returned to the inn and prepared to take everyone away. As a result, the inn had turned into ruins. The people on the streets were in a mess, and the air was filled with a faint smell of sweetness. Shit! Xiangxia's heart skipped a beat. Xiao Jun and Tuyun were arrested again. Where's Xiao He? Xiangxia's eyes were red. He carefully sensed it, but he couldn't sense Xiao He's aura. They must have been captured by the Wu clan. The Wu clan was thinking about the Galaxy Bow and would definitely not let Xiao He off. The only person who could defeat Xiao He was the good fortune third-layer Wu Delong. Xianxia gritted his teeth angrily and turned into a beam of bright light as he charged in the direction of the Wu clan. Buzz! When Xianxia was about to fall into the martial house, a screen of light suddenly appeared above the martial house, blocking Xianxia's path. Wu Delong! Get out of here! Xianxia roared angrily. A cold snort resounded through the night sky, followed by a strong light that shot into the sky, transforming into Wu Delong and the middle-aged man. That Wu Delong was the old man who was outside the dungeon. He pointed at Xianxia and coldly shouted, "What a cowardly thief! How dare you snatch away my clan's disciples? You really don't put my Wu clan in your eyes." Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, "I'll give you a minute to hand over my men. I can pretend that this didn't happen. Otherwise," the middle-aged man was furious. Xianxia took a deep breath and pulled out the giant saber. The dipper chi in his body exploded violently. "Otherwise, don't blame me for being heartless. How dare you? I'll kill you." The middle-aged man was furious and was about to charge forward. "Wait!" Wu Delong waved his hand and said, "This child will be useful. The beast-slaying conference will be held in 2 days, and it will also be the day of our clan's selection. Why don't we let him be the training partner and let our outstanding martial juniors use him to practice their skills?" Xianxia sneered. Wu Delong smiled and took out a token from his hand. "Let's see what this is." Xianxia frowned and looked at the command talisman. He actually felt Xiao Jun's life fluctuations inside. Wu Delong said, "In order to prevent the rebellion of the clansmen, every member of the Wu clan has been personally poisoned by me from the day they were born. As long as they are within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, I can activate this talisman and kill him." Xianxia was shocked and said, "What a vicious method. Even his own clansmen are scheming like this." Wu Delong smiled and said, "Without the means, how can I control such a large clan, and how can I allow my clan to prosper until now? Little brat, I'm afraid you have a lot of feelings for him. If you're worried about your brother's life, then listen to my arrangements." Xianxia felt a chill coming from the bottom of his feet and rushing straight to the top of his head. The clan should be a safe haven, but the people of the Wu clan are actually so ruthless. Listen or not. Wu Delong grabbed the command talisman and shook it, saying, "I'll kill Wu Jun's little evil beast sooner or later. If you don't listen, I'll kill him now." Xianxia took a deep breath and carried the giant saber on his back. "Speak." As long as you can save my brother's life, you can give me your orders. Wu Delong laughed heartily. In the dungeon, Xianxia sat quietly on the ground and looked at the moonlight in the sky. Next to her was the unconscious Xiao He. Her abdomen was struck by a palm. The palm print was black and obviously poisonous. Tu Yun was tied up again, and dozens of lashes appeared on his body. At this moment, Xianxia's heart was cold, but even colder. He lay flat and gradually fell asleep. In his dream, he happened to encounter that mysterious woman. The two of them exchanged greetings for a while, but it had been a long time since they saw each other, so they naturally missed each other very much. I finally thought of you again. The woman smiled with tears in her eyes. These days, I have always felt that something is missing. Now that I see you, I recall it. Xianxia held the woman's hand and said with a wry smile, "You are much more relaxed than me. When you wake up, you forget about me. But I, be it awake or dreaming, have always missed you." The woman blushed and laughed softly. Xianxia thought for a moment and asked, "Do you know what the soul-sucking poison is?" The woman suddenly became nervous. "What? You were poisoned?" "It's not me." Xianxia shook his head. The woman heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I've heard of this kind of poison. It's an incomparably vicious method. The so-called soul-seizing poison is actually used to lock a person's life soul into a talisman when they were young. When the need arises, they only need to destroy the talisman. Those who are locked in the talisman will die together. Therefore, although this method is called soul-sucking poison, it is not actually a poison. There is no way to unilaterally detoxify it." "Then what should we do?" Xianxia hurriedly asked. The woman said, "To break this poison, we need to set up a soul-sealing formation on the body of the poisoned person. But this is very troublesome." "What do you mean?" Xianxia asked. The woman said, "First of all, the poisoned person cannot know that he has been set up with a soul-sealing formation. Otherwise, if he knows, his talisman will react and the poisoner will immediately discover it. Secondly, the poisoned person must have an incomparably strong desire to survive and stimulate his fighting spirit. Otherwise, just relying on the soul-sealing formation will not do. Come, I'll teach you how to set up this soul-sealing formation." Dawn. Xianxia woke up, feeling very anxious. This was Xiao Jun's sad place, and also the place where both of his parents died. Xiao Jun's mood was undoubtedly at an all-time low in the face of his relatives and indissoluble hatred. It was easy to secretly set up a soul-sealing formation on him, but how could Xiao Jun regain his confidence? It was very troublesome. Tomorrow is the beast-slaying convention. In the evening, Xianxia quietly sneaked into Xiao Jun's room. Taking advantage of his carelessness, he knocked him unconscious in an extremely fast manner. Then he placed a small soul-sealing formation on his chest. Whether or not he can succeed depends on tomorrow. The next morning, the entire martial house became lively. A large number of people came to watch the beast slaughter. At the same time, today was also the selection of the Wu clan. In Hongqing continent, the first-class sect, the Red Tassel sect, had sent envoys to personally supervise and select disciples from the outstanding young people of the Wu clan. Wu Delong attached great importance to today's big day. Beast slaying could establish its might, while selection could be Yang Wei. Wu Delong wore a red robe full of joy, and he was the first to find Xianxia. Wu Delong said, "Today, you will be used as a sparring partner to let the younger generation of my clan fight. You must show your outstanding martial arts ability. But in the end, you will be defeated by the younger generation of our clan one by one, so as to show the preciousness of our clan's talent. Do you understand? Don't play tricks on me. Don't forget, Wu Jun's life is still in my hands." Xianxia narrowed his eyes and nodded. "Got it." Outside the martial house, there was a high-rise arena, and a temporary audience seating was built around it. It was divided into 4 parts, and there were banquets and banquets in all 4 directions. Only influential people in the city could go to the spectator stands, have a feast, and watch the matches. Ordinary people could only stand at a distance. Fortunately, the arena was well built and could be seen from afar. Especially around the arena, there were 4 huge bronze mirrors. No matter which direction they looked from, they could accurately see the arena from the bronze mirrors. The Wu clan really put in a lot of effort for today's day. Just as the morning light shrouded them, Wu Delong led a large group of clansmen, dressed in red and green, and anxiously waited at the street corner. The onlookers were already surrounded. Everyone followed Wu Delong and occasionally put up an arbor to look into the distance. I heard that the people from the Red Tassel sect came here specifically for the Wu clan. That's right. The Wu clan's clanmaster is a peak fortune realm expert. He can be said to be omnipotent. The Red Tassel sect naturally attaches great importance to such a hero. Of course not. If the Wu clan can produce a good fortune realm martial dragon, then there are a few more. Which sect in this world doesn't want a junior like this? That Wu Delong's eldest young master is also very formidable. He is an expert at the Sky Scryer 7th layer. Ha! This Wu clan really has many talents. Hearing everyone's discussions, Wu Delong couldn't help but raise his head high and act with high respect. On the other hand, the younger generations of the Wu clan were all overjoyed. They rubbed their hands and fists, waiting for them to perform well today. Coming! Suddenly, Wu Delong's expression changed and he hurriedly said, "Quick! Quickly play the music." The sound of blowing and singing rang out, and red lanterns hung all around. On the horizon, a red cloud appeared. This red cloud came at a very fast speed, and a hazy and holy white light flickered on the edge of the cloud. Red Tassel Sect. All the people cried out in unison, and the people all crawled on the ground, as if they were welcoming a heavenly deity to descend to the mortal world. However, a red ship slowly descended from the red clouds and a group of 20 people jumped down. Ha! Someone from Wu. Welcome to the Red Tassel Sect. Wu Delong clasped his fists and bowed before striding forward proudly. From the direction of the Red Tassel Sect, there was a group of young disciples who looked to be in their 20s. They were only at the 6th or 7th level of the heavenly Yuan realm, but their identities weren't ordinary. Elder Wu, one of the leading young men, and Wu Delong nodded. This time, we have been ordered by the sect to observe the selection of the martial clan. We want to select 3 juniors from your clan and directly enter our Red Tassel sect. As he spoke, the young man clasped his fists and faced the sky respectfully. 3. Wu Delong was overjoyed. Good. Good. Very good. Come, Chinger, Honger. Quickly come and meet your future senior brother. Wu Delong pulled 2 17 or 18-year-old youths and introduced them to the sect messenger. He said happily, "This young man is called Wu Duanqing, and this girl is called Wu Xiaohong. They are my eldest grandson and eldest granddaughter. They are also the 2 most talented and accomplished youths of our Wu clan. They are both 17 years old now, but they are already at the 2nd level of the origin return stage." The sect messenger raised his eyebrows. Oh? 17-year-old Guiyuan 2nd layer? Not bad, really a good seedling. Greetings, senior brother. The man and woman bowed respectfully to the sect messenger. On the other side, in order to show their face, the Wu clan brought their juniors and elders to greet the messengers of the sect. They enjoyed the feeling of being watched by everyone and chatting with the Red Tassel sect in the crowd. On the other side, outside the arena, there were 2 big red pillars. One was tied to Xiao Jun, while the other was tied to Tu Yun. Xianxia stood under the pillar, hugging his shoulders and looking into the distance. Xiao Jun sighed and said to Xianxia below, "Brother, hurry up and leave. I don't want to implicate you. There is no way for you to stay alive. Wu Delong is ruthless and ruthless. He will definitely try his best to squeeze out all of your value." Xianxia said, "If you don't leave, I won't leave. I won't abandon my brother." Xiao Jun said, "Your future is boundless and promising. Don't ruin your future for me." Future? Ha! Xianxia thought of what Xian Qingzhu had said and couldn't help but laugh. What future? What future is worth sacrificing your brother? Forgive me for not being ambitious. The first person in my heart is the one I care about, the second is Zhangsheng, and the third is justice. I didn't leave a place for that future. If you want to die, then die. I never care. Xiao Jun's eyes turned red. but he lowered his head and didn't say a word. This isn't you. Xianxia said indifferently. Do you want to live? Do you want to leave? I can't do without it. Xiao Jun shook his head and sighed. Grandpa will kill him before he leaves the city. I asked you if you want to live, Xianxia said. Xiao Jun hesitated for a moment and sighed. Let's not say if you can defeat Wu Delong, but if you want to save me, you will inevitably slaughter the Wu family. Xianxia, let me ask you something. If there comes a day when your life needs to be exchanged for someone from your family, would you be willing? They don't deserve to be your family, Xianxia said. Xiao Jun fell silent. Xiao Jun had always been an emotional person. Even if his family was ruined by the Wu clan, he still couldn't overcome the moral obstacle in his heart. Xianxia nodded slightly. Don't be abducted by morality. Sometimes, people who are related by blood may not necessarily be your relatives. Those who have no family or reason with you are the ones willing to die for you. Xiao Jun, think for yourself. Just give me one sentence when you want to leave alive. Over there, gongs and drums were bustling. The Wu family had already stepped onto the arena to announce the grand arrangements for today. The first was the competition between the younger generation of the Wu clan. After selecting 3 outstanding disciples, they would kill Xiao Jun and the werewolf slaughterer to celebrate. Killing Tu Yun was to tell everyone that the Wu clan was not to be trifled with. Killing Xiao Jun was to alert the younger generation of the Wu clan and not betray their clan. Wu Delong played a good game of chess and took care of all the details. Could be said to be a meticulous arrangement. All right, the eldest son of Wu Delong, the middle-aged man at the Sky Scryer's 7th layer, clapped his hands and said, There has been a small change in the selection of the clan. We have invited a young genius to be our training partner. Wu Delong came to Xianxia's side and handed him a pill. He said coldly, Eat it. This pill will allow you to suppress your cultivation to the 9th level of the Xiantian realm. Also, I know that you are a Heaven Scryer realm expert, and you have a lot of combat experience. I want you to defeat 20 juniors of my clan in a row and lose to Qinger, Honger, and the people you've decided on in the end. Not only do you have to play well, you also have to lose cleverly. You have to show off Qinger's battle attainments and lose beautifully. Do you understand? I'll listen to you. Xianxia nodded. Wu Delong's expression was gloomy as he coldly said beside Xianxia, It's best not to play tricks. Don't forget that Wu Jun's life is still in my hands. Go! Xianxia swallowed the pill and jumped onto the arena. Wu Delong's eldest son pointed at Xianxia and said, This is a young disciple from the primordial chaos sect of the southern domain. I heard that he is definitely the number 1 person of his age in the primordial chaos sect. Everyone was in an uproar as they pointed at Xianxia and began to discuss. Everyone was curious about Xianxia, a rare martial artist from the southern domain. The Wu clan had also randomly arranged an identity for Xianxia. Wow! Looks like this young man is only 18 or 19 years old. He's actually at the 9th level of the Xiantian realm. That's amazing, as expected of a first-grade sect expert from the southern domain. However, compared to our northern domain, it's still a bit lacking. The audience's sense of superiority arose spontaneously. Each of them held their chests up, not to mention how proud they were. The messengers of the Red Tassel sect also whispered to each other, pointing at Xianxia. The leading messenger smiled faintly. I've heard that there are many experts from the primordial chaos sect. However, they are far away in the southern domain and have never had the opportunity to visit them. Today, it seems that the number 1 expert in the primordial chaos sect is indeed not comparable to our Red Tassel sect. He is still slightly lacking in quality. Maybe I'll go to the primordial chaos sect and give them some pointers when I'm free. That won't do. In the spectator stands, a wealthy man hurriedly said, You can't pass on the martial arts knowledge of our northern region to the southern region. If they are behind, then let them fall behind. The messenger smiled and said freely, The martial Tao is the Tao of all martial artists in the world. We should naturally carry forward it, not preserve it. Well said. Wu Delong praised loudly. I'll accompany you someday. Go to the primordial chaos sect and preach martial arts. Standing on the arena, Xianxia coldly watched them sing together and complacently boast. All right, the younger generation of the Wu clan will listen. The eldest son of Wu Delong shouted. The younger generations of the Wu clan responded loudly one after another. They were filled with imposing auras, and they seemed to want to do something big. The eldest son said, "Today, there are a total of 46 Wu clan juniors participating in the election. They are set to be between the ages of 17 and 20. The winners will have to defeat their friends from the Primordial Chaos Sect. If you win and lose to young Master Xiang of the Primordial Chaos Sect, you will be considered eliminated." The audience immediately cried out in shock. Someone said with admiration, "Old Master Wu Delong, you're really not biased. You actually set such cruel rules." Another person echoed, "Wu Delong, there is a dragon of virtue. The game is about to begin." 46 younger generations drew lots one by one and divided them into pairs. Obviously, the drawing of lots had been arranged. The so-called Qinger and Honger were both ranked first and second from the bottom. They were obviously going to be the finale. First of all, there were two juniors fighting. One was at the 8th level of the Xiantian realm, the other was at the 9th level of the Xiantian realm. Both of them were wielding swords. The two of them exchanged blows on the arena. They were very carefree. As the sword shadows flickered, their gazes were exceptionally sharp, as if they were going to fight to the death with each other. The red tassel sex messengers watched and nodded nonstop. Someone would suddenly point out two moves on the spur of the moment. In the end, the 9th level Xiantian disciple narrowly won with one move. Next, he was going to fight with the Primordial Chaos Sect's young Master Xiang. Xianxia also walked over with a long sword in his hand and cupped his fists. "Please!" The winning brat was in high spirits. While Xianxia was speaking, he suddenly thrust his sword towards the space between Xianxia's eyebrows. Xianxia's right hand shook, and his left hand lightly flicked on the boy's sword. With a clang, the boy released his sword. As for Xianxia, he took a step forward and placed the sword on the boy's neck. Everyone's eyes widened in horror as they stared at Xianxia, like they were looking at a monster. The next 5 consecutive battles were like this. Every winning junior had to fight against Xianxia, and almost all of them had been defeated by Xianxia in one move and two moves. Xianxia obeyed Wu Delong's orders and deliberately wanted to win quickly. As a result, the atmosphere at the scene became exceptionally oppressive. Everyone was so worried that their hearts rose to their throats. That Wu Delong's arrangement was extremely ingenious. What he wanted was this result. What he wanted was a tense atmosphere. Only in this way would the audience be able to unite against the foreign enemies of the southern domain. Under such circumstances, the last few younger generations of the Wu clan would suddenly win and defeat Xianxia. That way, they would be able to create a heroic image of the Wu clan's younger generation camp. This was an attempt to build momentum. As expected, after Xianxia easily defeated the 10th martial artist junior, the audience cried out in shock. Even the messengers of the Red Tassel sect began to worry. There were even people who quietly went over to ask Wu Delong how this match would continue. The Primordial Chaos sect is indeed formidable, far beyond our imagination. The messenger frowned and said, "Yes, I didn't expect his combat skills to be so outstanding. This is the case in our Red Tassel sect. I'm afraid that he is also a famous figure. Old Master Wu, your Wu clan has a heavy responsibility. You can't lose face in your own territory. I'll leave it to you. You must win." Wu Delong nodded with a difficult expression. "Don't worry, even if I, Wu Delong, fight to the death with the last junior of our clan, I can't lose face in the northern region. This is good. This is the style of a grandmaster." The messenger was extremely touched. Their conversation could not escape the ears of Xianxia and the others. These 4 were true experts, and they could hear every word clearly. Xiao Jun lowered his head in shame. He felt that Wu Delong's acting was truly shameful. Xiao he sneered and cursed at Wu Delong 18 times in his heart. The match continued, and Xianxia defeated the 11th, 12th, 14, and 18. 18 battles, 18 consecutive victories. The atmosphere at the scene was already as oppressive as the eve of a storm, as if the sky had become much shorter. The audience was sad, embarrassed, and even more eager to win. Someone shouted for the Wu clan to cheer, but the audience all shouted together. Wu Delong jumped onto the arena at the right time and cupped his fists and cupped his hands to the crowd. "Thank you for your respect. My Wu clan will definitely throw out their heads and sprinkle their blood. They will also seize back the honor for our northern region." His words instantly captured the hearts of the people and gained unprecedented support. But then Xianxia defeated the 19th and 20th. There were only the last 3 groups left, and there were a total of 6 martial clan juniors. Wu Delong quietly gave Xianxia a look and waved Xiao Jun's life talisman in his sleeve. It's about time. In the first battle, it was Honger who won and wanted to fight against Xianxia. Xianxia walked towards her and cupped his fists. "Please!" Honger spat on Xianxia's chest and scolded, "Dog thief! You dare to show off your might in the northern domain? You really have the guts to eat the bear heart leopard." A little girl with a logo spitting at a grown man was a bit unsightly. However, this Honger's actions had won him a lot of praise. Everyone in the northern region was united in their determination to defeat the southern region's dog thieves. Today, originally, Xianxia had no expression, but after seeing Wu Delong's threatening gaze, he could only pretend to be angry. He laughed loudly and said, "Northern region martial artists don't even have a single one that can fight. Yet they still dare to speak out loud in front of me? What are you talking about?" Many red tassel sect messengers stood up one after another and pointed at Xianxia and cursed angrily. The audience also cursed, and someone even threw a wine jar at Xianxia. Honger's nose twitched in anger and said, "Look at the sword!" Xianxia immediately fought with Honger. The cheers and cheers were endless. This Honger's kung fu was indeed beautiful. Her sword moved sideways and her moves were fierce. Normally, swordsmen use swords and they mainly majored in stabbing and hacking, but Honger mainly lifted, raised, hooked, and chopped. As a result, if a person fought against a swordsman too many times, he would be caught off guard by an opponent like Honger and feel uncomfortable. You clearly saw that her sword was stabbing at you, but she suddenly changed her stance and slanted it on your wrist. However, it could be seen that this Honger was obviously arrogant. Her sword moves and moves were all life-threatening. He wished he could pierce through his opponent's heart, liver, and lungs as soon as they met. "All right." An envoy from the Red Tassel sect immediately cheered loudly. Hearing this, Honger became even more spirited. Her tiny figure jumped up and down the arena, and she was inextricably linked to Xianxia. The 2 swords crisscrossed each other. Sword shadows shone on the faces of the audience. The audience was so nervous that they didn't even dare to breathe out. However, Xianxia immediately discovered the problem. He couldn't lose beautifully to this Honger, because Honger's sword moves were desperate. He completely ignored Xianxia and stabbed at his crotch, between his eyebrows, throat, and heart. This kind of fighting method was extremely vicious. Xianxia was unable to block or dodge it. The more he dodged, the faster the other party chased after him. The more he blocked, the more vicious the other party became. He was simply risking his life. There was usually only one way to deal with such a person, and that was to fight head-on. Whoever fought with the sword would be faster and more sly. But if he really did, Xianxia would stab Honger to death. Seeing Honger thrust her sword towards Xianxia's heart, Xianxia also found her flaw. If she slid her long sword against Honger's back, she would be able to hit her throat with her sword, but Xianxia could not. He couldn't hide, he was forced to the edge of the arena, and he couldn't kill. Xianxia calmed down and was relieved. Chi! Honger's sword instantly pierced through Xianxia's chest. Rolling red blood flowed out from the edge of the sword, dyeing the arena red. It was only an inch away. The blade of the sword was only an inch away from hitting the heart. Xianxia's body softened and he knelt on one knee. The cheers of the audience were unstoppable. Because of Xianxia's arrogant performance, no one sympathized with him now. Honger pulled out her sword excitedly. The middle-aged man walked forward and said, "The winner of this match is..." Clinker. After Honger pulled out her sword, it was time to end the match, but she suddenly chased after him and stabbed at the space between Xiangnan's eyebrows. This sword strike was clearly meant to kill Xiangnan. Xiangnan's eyes turned cold and he immediately tilted his head to dodge, while the sword edge cut a wound on his cheek. Xiangnan panted as he covered his chest and jumped 3 times in a row. And that Honger had also chased after him 3 times, the sword pressing against his heart. The sword chased after his life. I lost. Xiangnan waved his hand and shouted. The crowd burst into laughter. Honger didn't seem to be able to relieve her anger. She still wanted to go up and make another sword attack, but now she didn't have the chance. She could only glare at Xiangnan fiercely, then cupped her fists and faced the audience, excitedly accepting everyone's praise. In the second match, he didn't give Xiangnan a chance to catch his breath. That Qinger won and fought against Xiangnan. This brat's moves and routine were exactly the same as Honger's. They were also arrogant and domineering. Obviously, they were used to suppressing people of the same age. As soon as she got up, Qinger went to fight Xiangnan head-on. This kind of fighting style gave off a shameless feeling. It was as if you could kill him, but you were too soft-hearted to bear it. However, he didn't know how to appreciate it. He glared at you and rushed over. He had to kill you. This method of fighting was extremely flawed, but it was also very dangerous. The Red Tassel sect envoys began to exclaim in alarm, constantly boasting about the martial arts swordsmanship. Xiangnan was already injured, but after being chased like this, his body was incessantly cut open by Qinger one after another. Xiang Bei, Xiao Jun cried out sadly, "Stop fighting. I beg you, stop fighting. You can leave. Don't let me die of guilt." Xiangnan's entire body was covered in blood. He used his sword to support his body and lowered his head. The red blood dripped down the tip of his hair, but he smiled. "Whoosh, I'm not leaving. You're my brother. If you want to die, I will die here with you." The Red Tassel sect envoy hurriedly asked Wu Delong. "Then why is Wu Jun pleading for Xiang Bei's mercy?" Wu Delong snorted coldly. "It's Xiang Bei of the Primordial Chaos sect who instigated Wu Jun to defect from the Wu clan and join the Southern Domain. That's why." The messenger nodded slightly. "I didn't expect that he would be such an ambitious thief." When Qinger heard this, she was filled with righteous indignation, and her sword pierced through Xiangnan's right leg. Xiangnan suddenly knelt down, his body heaving violently. Qinger stepped on Xiangnan's back and said, "Thief, today, I will take your life." "Xiang Bei," Xiao Jun roared. "Hurry up and dodge! Hurry up and dodge!" "Master!" Tu Yun did not know when he woke up, but the 5-meter-tall werewolf was already crying until tears flowed down his face. That Qinger raised her sword high and pierced through Xiangnan's back with one strike. The snowy sword jumped out from Xiangnan's chest and was dyed a shocking red. This sword strike did not pierce Xiangnan's heart. He knew. Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat. The two of them knew what Wu Delong had planned. However, the other 40 younger generations clearly didn't know the inside story. Humph! Qinger kicked Xiangnan's back and pulled out her sword. Qinger won this battle. The middle-aged man walked up with a big appearance. The applause at the scene was so loud that the sky was almost turned upside down. The middle-aged man pretended to ask Xiangnan, "Young Master Xiang Bei, our Wu clan has no grievances or enmity with the Primordial Chaos sect. If you don't want to injure your life in vain, you should give up. The Qingshan that you left behind is not afraid of no firewood. Why do you have to take action against my Wu clan? Could this be your first battle in the Northern Domain?" These people were shameless to such an extent, it was truly amazing. However, when Xiangnan saw Wu Delong's gaze, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's fight again." "Why?" A messenger from the Red Tassel sect frowned and said, "You are also a disciple of a first-class sect. It's enough to make a fuss. There's no need to risk your life. The Wu clan has a large number of people. I will give you a chance regardless of your past grudges. Why are you putting your nose on your face? Ha ha! Ha 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 ha!" Xiangnan leaned on his sword and laughed. "I just refuse to accept it. The fuck. will never yield to anyone. Looking at Xiang Nan like this, Xiao Jun and the others felt as if they were being gouged out by a knife. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Xiao Jun roared. I'm willing to give my life in exchange for my brother Xiang Bei's life. Please let him go. On one side was Xiang Nan, who was as close as a brother, and on the other side was his bloodline-related relatives. Friendship and kinship, loyalty and Lund, how to choose. Xiang Nan knelt on one knee and looked at Xiao Jun. He gritted his teeth and smiled. If you live, I will live. If you die, I will die with you. Xiao Jun, I swore that as long as I still have the ability, I can't watch my brother die in front of me. Then I can only accompany you on your journey. Looking forward to the next life, we will be able to live together as a family, and we will be flesh and blood together. At this time, the last Marshall Clan Jr. had already stepped forward. He stepped on Xiang Nan's back, exposing Xiang Nan's head to the edge of the arena. Dog thief, go to hell! That brat raised his sword high up in the air. Xiang Nan was trampled on like a dog. However, he was smiling, looking at Xiao Jun and Tu Yun. His face was covered in blood, and the blood filled his mouth. Blood kept flowing down Xiang Nan's chin. He was already on the verge of death. Master! Tu Yun was furious. You son of a bitch! Back then, I was the one who bit your Wu clan to death. If you have a grudge against me, don't touch my master. He was the invincible Xiang Nan. He was the hero of the Beast Spirit Island battle, who defended Yudonghai and saved the 6 great sects. He was from the Battle of Exile Island, defeating the Thunder Ghost of the First Great Hall on his own. He was the undead of the Fallen Snow sect in the Iron and Steel continent. At the age of 19, he was a peerless genius who had stepped into the half-step fortune realm. Right now, he was seriously injured by a few second-level origin returning Marshall Clan Juniors, and his blood stained the arena. Perhaps many people didn't understand Xiang Nan, but those who understood him knew that he could do it. He was betrayed by the Bai clan, schemed by his master, and assassinated by his fiancée Ae. He had created a unique Xiang Nan, which made him look at his feelings even higher than the heavens. Just like a person who had been trapped in the desert for a long time and almost died of thirst, he would definitely treat every drop of life with reverence in the future. Xiang Nan despised the heavens, despised the so-called future, and also despised those scum who did anything for their strength. He respected the feelings between people, and for this he could do anything. The younger generation of the Wu clan held their swords high, but they did not descend. He was still enjoying the applause of the audience. He wanted to spend more time at this moment. From beginning to end, he had never blamed Xiao Jun for even a single sentence, because she knew that Xiang Nan was such a Xiang Nan. If he had risked everything for her, then he would have definitely risked everything for Xiao Jun today. He also smiled. She took out a dagger and put it on her neck. If a soldier dies for a confidant, I thought it was a very pretentious remark. I disdained it. But today, Xiang Bei, if you die, I'll die with you. It's worth it to know you. The sword of the younger generation of the Wu clan was still about to fall. Xiang Nan lowered his head in relief. Perhaps it would end like this. He only blamed himself for not being able to save Xiao Jun in the end. Ah. Suddenly, Xiao Jun let out a mournful howl and soared into the sky. Even the younger generation of the Wu clan was shocked and glared at Xiao Jun angrily. I want to live, Xiao Jun cried out loudly, tearing his heart and lungs apart. He roared out all the grievances and unwillingness that had accumulated in his heart for more than 10 years. Xiang Nan, I want to live, Xiao Jun cried, tears streaming down his face. Please save me. I really don't want to spend my life like this. My parents are like this, but I don't want to be toyed with by the Wu clan anymore. Damn it, blood is thicker than water. I'm fucking connected. Xiang Nan, I want to live. Kill him. Kill old dog Woodlong. Take revenge for my parents. For me. For Tu Yun. Pong. A burst of blood-red light suddenly exploded on Xiao Jun's body. Immediately after, the life talisman in Wu Delong's sleeve shattered into powder. What? Wu Delong was shocked. Hee hee. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia raised his head. He was smiling as brilliantly as the sun in the sky. I was waiting for your words. Wu Delong pointed at Xianxia and shouted, Kill him! The Wu clan junior immediately stabbed his sword towards Xianxia's vest. Clang! Xianxia flicked his finger and shattered the sword on the spot. It can't be. Wu Delong was greatly shocked. You clearly ate my 7 yellow chi blocking pill, but you are clearly only at the 9th level of the Xiantian realm. Xianxia kicked the Wu clan's younger generation to death on the arena with a heartless kick. With a whistle of the saber, it shot straight into the sky. Xianxia held the saber in his hand and spat out the pill with a puff. He shouted, Old dog thief Wu Delong, I can accompany you in acting, and I can accompany you in shaping the heroic image of your Wu clan. But you shouldn't threaten my brother's life. With that, Xianxia tossed out a message. Following that, a series of voices spread out from the messenger. In order to prevent the clansmen from betraying us, I have personally poisoned every Wu clan member from the day they were born. Without the means, how can I control such a large clan? And how can I allow my Wu clan to prosper until now? Eat it. This pill will allow you to suppress your cultivation to the 9th level of the Xiantian realm. Also, I want you to defeat 20 juniors of my clan in a row, and lose to Qing'er Hong'er, and the people you've decided on in the end. Not only do you have to play well, you also have to lose cleverly. You have to show off Qing'er's battle attainments and lose beautifully. Do you understand? Wu Delong's face suddenly turned pale. Everyone was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Wu Delong in shock. Old Master Wu. The messengers of the Red Tassel sect were also stunned. They all looked at Wu Delong and said, What exactly is going on? All the spectators were dumbfounded and scared out of their wits. That Wu Delong actually poisoned every member of the Wu clan with soul-seducing poison? Today's battle was actually an arranged scam? Was Qing'er Hong'er and the like also acting like they were in high spirits on the stage? Old Master Wu, the Red Tassel sect envoy, was so ashamed and angry that he shouted, You'd better give us an explanation. Wu Delong had done everything he could, but he didn't expect that Xianxia would still have such a trick. Xianxia didn't swallow the so-called medicinal pill at all. Instead, he was eaten by the heaven-swallowing demon in his spiritual sea. Following Xianxia's needs, it continuously channeled a little medicinal power to Xianxia, allowing Xianxia to maintain his Xiantian 9th level. However, once Xianxia needed it, it could immediately spit out the pill, preventing it from being digested by Xianxia. The audience was talking about Wu Delong. Intuition, this old man who usually accumulated virtue and did good deeds and created an image. His impression instantly collapsed in his heart. Ha ha! Wu Delong's expression suddenly turned cold. He gritted his teeth and the veins on his forehead bulged. I heard you. Since you all know, then none of you can leave. What do you mean? The Red Tassel sect envoy said angrily. Wu Delong's expression was extremely gloomy. Today, everyone who heard what they shouldn't have heard will die, even the messengers of the Red Tassel sect. After killing all of you, I will blame this kid from the southern domain. At that time, damn it, the Red Tassel sect's messengers released their Yuan Qi in unison. As for Wu Delong, he pushed down with a violent aura, causing all of the messengers to be severely suppressed in the spectator stands. No one can leave. Wu Delong soared into the sky. He laughed wildly with his long hair loose, like a crazy old monster. The other 3 Wu clan Heaven Scryer realm experts also flew up. Xianxia held the saber in his hand and smiled while panting. Say it in front of me? Cough, you don't have enough weight to say that. Shao He. The Galaxy Bao must recognize its master, and its master can summon the Galaxy Bao back anytime, anywhere. Shao He laughed. I've waited for you to say this for a long time, and I can't help but want to start a massacre. Shao He waved his right hand and the Galaxy Bao fell into his hand with a buzzing sound. Xianxia waved his hand and said, Kill! Yellow-mouthed child, what a big tone! Wu Delong raised his hands high and shouted, Heavenly Alliance Rain Curtain! The sky suddenly lit up. Countless sharp dipper chi blades fell towards Xianxia like a shower. That was the third level of good fortune astral chi. Not even Xianxia dared to resist it head-on. Xianxia's body flashed and he hid in the void, perfectly dodging the terrifying range of Wu Delong's martial skill. The other three Wu clan Heaven Scryer masters spread their distance and surrounded the area in a triangle. The moment Xianxia jumped out of the void, the three Heaven Scryer realm experts immediately attacked him. Xianxia didn't even look at the three of them and directly stepped into the air towards Wu Delong. Whoosh! An arrow of flowing light pierced through the sky, instantly killing a martial clan Heaven Scryer realm expert on the spot. What? The other two experts were shocked and hurriedly looked in the direction of the arrow. However, all they saw was a ray of light. He held a longbow in his hand and swiftly swam around the battlefield, shooting as he moved. Swoosh! Two streaks of light shot out, and the two martial artists immediately dodged. One of them was unable to dodge and was shot through his thigh. Just as this person reached out to take the flowing light arrow, the second arrow followed closely behind and pierced through the person's heart with a poof. That person's pupils dilated, and he only swayed for a moment before falling to the ground. Third brother, the eldest son, the middle-aged man, chased after the falling third brother like crazy. Whoosh! Another streak of light shot through the middle-aged man's arm. Do you really want my bow? He narrowed her eyes and said coldly, Here you are. The middle-aged man covered his arm and screamed as he dodged in panic, but an arrow of light pierced through his shoulder. The middle-aged man was furious and shouted, I! Whoosh! A streak of light shot into the middle-aged man's mouth and pierced through the back of his head. Xiaohe's eyes were cold and his face was as cold as frost. He was so calm that he did not look like a human. Bastard! Just now, Wu Delong had been focusing on Xianxia, preparing to do something big, but in less than 3 seconds, all three of his sons had been shot dead. Wu Delong's eyes were filled with blood as he charged towards Xiaohe. Phaseless tribulation finger. Whoosh! A finger force hit Wu Delong. Wu Delong slowed down, but before he could react, he was hit by the second phaseless tribulation finger. This is Wu Delong panicked and hurriedly looked at Xianxia, and he saw a black light. The light struck his forehead, smashing his realm into the 9th level of the Heaven Scryer stage. At this moment, Xianxia was at the late Sky Scryer 7 great stages. You're courting death. What evil technique are you using to deal with me? Wu Delong was furious as he charged towards Xianxia and shouted, Good fortune green steel palm. A gigantic mountain-like dipper chi palm rushed towards Xianxia with an imposing aura. The scene was so shocking that all the spectators were scared out of their wits. Xianxia chuckled, Even though I'm seriously injured, you're still not enough scum. Xianxia unexpectedly struck out with an extremely domineering saber, not dodging or dodging. Clang! The palm that the giant saber struck actually pressed down on that palm, preventing it from advancing at all. How could that be? Wu Delong was shocked. He was indeed at the 9th level of Heaven Scryer, but that brat had also fallen to the 7th level of Heaven Scryer. How could he block his palm? Swoosh! Xianxia held the saber in one hand and forcefully pressed down on the giant saber, directly cutting the astral chi palm into 2 halves. Secondary light slash. Before Wu Delong could react, Xianxia swung his hand and slashed. Wu Delong hurriedly condensed his astral chi shield, but his shield was sliced open by the second light, like a fire blade cutting tofu. Meanwhile, Wu Delong's legs had been cut off at the same time. Ah! Wu Delong howled in pain. Xianxia charged forward and punched Wu Delong in the stomach. This punch made Wu Delong's eyes almost bleed. He bent his body and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. You scum! Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, The clansmen are used for protection, not for coercion. This saber will slaughter luck for my good brother. With that, Xianxia stabbed Wu Delong in the stomach. Wu Delong opened his mouth wide and coughed unconsciously. This second slash is for my good brother Xiao Jun. Xianxia pulled out his saber and stabbed through Wu Delong's lower abdomen. This third slash is for me. Xianxia stabbed the giant saber in horizontally. He stabbed a cross-wound in Wu Delong's stomach. Blood gushed out of Wu Delong's mouth, his intestines hanging several meters away. He casually shot an arrow and broke Xiao Jun's steel cord. Xiao Jun shouted and flew towards Wudlong, crying miserably, "Old thief Wudlong, return my parents' lives." Xiao Jun really let go. He no longer used his mouth to disguise his sorrow. In front of Xianxia, he cried like a child who had been displaced for more than 10 years. Finally, he found a home and found a relative's child. Seeing that Xiao Jun was about to pinch Wu Delong's neck, Xianxia crossed his body to block Xiao Yunga. "Let me kill him. I want to avenge my parents," Xiao Jun cried out. Xiangxia's expression softened as he said to Xiao Jun, "Massacring elders is not something that a decent sect should do in the end. Evil people, I'll do it. As long as you guys are safe, I don't care about anything." Xianxia pushed Xiao Jun aside and grabbed Wu Delong's shoulder with his left hand, saying, "This fourth blade is for all bastards like you in the world, and also for all those who were forced by their clans and forced to leave the country. There are relatives that cannot be recognized, and there are enemies that cannot be avenged." Xianxia grabbed Wu Delong and aimed the huge saber at his heart. Slowly and fiercely, he thrust it into his heart. Wu Delong's pupils dilated, and 2 lines of blood and tears rolled out of his eyes. Xianxia looked at the blood tears and put his mouth close to Wu Delong's ear. "This tear is your confession." With that, Xianxia pulled out his huge saber without hesitation. "All I need is a knife in my hand to slaughter all the black heart dogs in the world." Watching Wu Delong's corpse fall, Xiao Jun's entire body collapsed. His body shook for a moment and he also fell downwards. Xianxia quickly grabbed Xiao Jun's arm and said, "It's fine. It's over." Xiao Jun's eyes were blank. He was stunned for a long time and muttered, "Xianxia, I don't have a home anymore." Xianxia gave Xiao Jun a bear hug and punched him heavily in the chest. He smiled and said, "No, from today onwards you have a family. I am your brother who treats each other with all his heart. You are a close relative of mine who has known each other for a long time." Brother Xiao Jun was stunned for a moment. Xianxia laughed and scolded, "Is it his turn to come back to his senses? I want Xiao Jun, whom I used to know. If you suffer a heavy blow and are unable to recover, wouldn't the vast number of female compatriots suffer a heavy loss under the heavens?" Xiao Jun laughed and cried, "Bastard, laugh at me." Xianxia smiled kindly. Xiao Jun took a deep breath, his expression still lonely. He turned to look at Xiao He and choked, "From today onwards, my surname is Xiao, not Wu." Xianxia patted Xiao Jun on the shoulder and said, "Follow me home. Follow me home." Xianxia said. Xiao Jun sighed, "Yes, there's nothing left to miss here, but I can't go back to the southern domain yet. I still need to look for gems." "Still looking?" Xianxia frowned. "You've experienced such a big thing. I think you need to rest." Xiao Jun shook his head. "I can't rest. Perhaps only by keeping myself busy desperately can I not think of what happened today. Besides, I have to catch up with you as soon as possible. Look at you. I can't see through your realm now. If I don't work hard, how can I fight alongside you? All right then, this is your own intention. I won't force you anymore." Xianxia said, "Next, I will bring Xiao He back to the southern domain. If nothing goes wrong, I might have to transfer to the Central Plains. The Star Guild is accepting people. I'm going to take a look. If it's suitable, I'll join them. If it's not suitable, I'll come back. If you have any questions, please contact me by signaling at any time. And then let's part here." Xiao Jun hugged Xianxia heavily. Tuyun was seriously injured. After Xianxia had recovered from his injuries with the 9 Purities Cosmos technique, he chose to stay behind to help Xiao Jun search for the gemstone. Xianxia was also at ease. Normally, it was very difficult for a Heavenly Yuan Realm martial artist to encounter a Heavenly Peeping Realm enemy. This time, it was an accident. Xiao Jun happened to encounter a Wu family member. After the 4 of them said goodbye, Xianxia brought Xiao He back to the southern domain. After several trips, they first arrived at the Nine Firmaments continent in the southern domain, then returned to the Blue Tide continent from the official teleportation portal of the Nine Firmaments continent. Along the way, Xianxia felt like an arrow in his heart. He had never been so eager to return to his hometown as he was now. The moment he stepped onto the land of his hometown, he wished he could kneel down and kiss the earth fiercely to express his homesickness. However, there was a small mistake in the middle. Xianxia and the other two were actually intercepted. At this moment, the official teleportation array was no longer able to reach outside Haojing City. Instead, it was heading towards the northern border of Kanglan continent. After leaving the teleportation array, everyone lined up and walked forward one by one. They had to undergo strict official scrutiny before they could officially enter. Xiao Hiqi said, "There are so many rules in your Blue Tide continent?" Xianxia was also puzzled. When the two of them reached the sentry post, they were stopped by two guards. "Name, where did you come from? Why did you come to the Blue Tide continent? Do you have a customs clearance letter? Where is the letter of introduction? How long will you stay? When will you leave?" The guard held a register in his hand and looked at Xianxia seriously. This series of questions stunned Xianxia. "I'm from the Haoyan Empire," he asked curiously. The guard looked at Xianxia and said, "You say you are? Where is the evidence?" Xianxia smiled angrily. "I went back to my own home and actually wanted evidence? You want evidence, don't you? Here, this is evidence." In front of Xianxia felt that his face was a little unhanging. Not long ago, he said that he wanted to protect Xiaohe, but now he couldn't even go home. Xianxia took out a token and threw it to the guard. The guard turned the token around and was so scared that he almost sat on the ground. There were 2 lines of small words written on the token: Haoyan Imperial Ceremony, Crown Prince Taifu, and Xiangru. "You?" The guard's face turned pale and he trembled. "Are you Grand Master Xiang? Do you still need evidence?" Xianxia asked. The guard hurriedly returned the token to Xianxia and hurriedly said, "This subordinate is ignorant. He has collided with Lord Taofu. Please." Xianxia waved to Xiaohe. "Let's go." Xiaohe snickered and whispered in Xiangxia's ear, "I didn't expect you to be a high official in the Haoyan Empire." After Xianxia left, the guard was confused for a long time before he reacted. He patted his forehead and said, "Something's wrong. Isn't Xiangru and Xiang Taifu Xiangnan?" When Xiangnan was in the sect ranking tournament, he had already revealed his identity. Everyone in the world knew that Xiangru was Xiangnan. Heavens! The guard's legs trembled and he slowly sat down on the tree. He gasped for breath and said, "Haoyan hero Xiangnan? Are you still alive? Is he back? Not good. We need to notify the higher-ups of this matter." With Xiangnan's current Heaven Scryer realm cultivation, flying directly back to East China Sea Province from the northern border was nothing much. He first brought Xiaohe back to the sect, and then rushed to Blue Stone City, which was now Sunny City, to visit his parents. However, along the way, the changes in the Haoyan Empire made it almost impossible for Xianxia to recognize them. Was this still the Haoyan Empire? Towering buildings could be seen everywhere, and the area where humans lived had greatly expanded, occupying nearly 80% of the wilderness. Flying from high up in the sky, it was very difficult to see a place without people in the current world. Everywhere he flew, there were cities that Xianxia could not name. These cities were obviously newly built. The prosperity of the Haoyan Empire had already shocked Xianxia incomparably. Looking at the overall national strength, it was likely that it had increased more than tenfold. There were flying cargo ships everywhere in the sky, coming and going endlessly. What made Xianxia even more shocked was that even the western regions had been merged into the territory of Haojing. After the Battle of Beast Spirit Island, Songlan continent had replaced 9 firmaments as the new holy land of martial arts in the southern domain. It was also the strongest place in history. Countless martial artists flooded into Kanglan in an attempt to gain a firm foothold here at the earliest stage of Kanglan's rise. The number of sects in the Haoyan Empire had increased tenfold. The number of martial artists and military forces had already reached their peak in hundreds of thousands of years. Seeing that Haoyan was powerful, the western regions actually took the initiative to surrender, claiming to be a subordinate country. However, they did not last for a year before they were completely subdued by the fourth prince. In other words, Xiangnan's hometown, Wulong province, was no longer the southwest border. Instead, it had become the hinterland of the new Haoyan Empire. This huge change was something Xiangnan had never expected. The shocking news came one after another. 4 of the 6 great first-class sects in the southern domain have already moved to the Haoyan Empire. They are the Starsea sect, the Divine Feathers sect, the Dark Underworld sect, and the Primordial Chaos sect. These 4 first-class sects were all the closest to Xiangnan and the Haoran sect. So far, only the Azure Underworld sect had yet to arrive, and it was said that they were also preparing. The Haoyan Empire had already become the overlord of the entire southern domain, and its status was unshakable. At this time, the identity of the Haoyan people was also different. Every month, countless people planned to sneak into Haoyan through various methods, and Haojing was very strict in investigating this. This was the reason why Xiangnan was stopped and carefully questioned. It seemed that being able to become a commoner of the Haoyan Empire was something worth showing off. When Xiangnan arrived at Haoyan City, he discovered that a huge change had taken place here as well. The former Haoran sect was only a corner of Haoyan City. But at this moment, Haoyan City had already disappeared, becoming the new sect site of the Haoran sect. It was said that this was specially approved by Haojing to reward the Haoran sect. Xiao looked at the prosperous Haoran sect in the distance and was shocked. A main city is used as a sect site. Isn't your Haoran sect exaggerating? Xiangnan was stunned for a long time, but he did not say why. He only sighed that the situation had changed and that things were different. However, Xiangnan was still very happy about the strength of the Haoyan Empire. At the very least, Haoyan was an official force willing to work hard for the civilians. Xiangnan emphatically warned Xiao, in the Haoyan Empire, you can't use force easily. This place is different from the Steel Continent. In the Haoyan Empire, using martial arts in a human gathering place violates the laws of the empire and will be immediately suppressed by the military. So smart. Xiao nodded in admiration. Civilians are the root of martial arts. It seems that the Haoyan Empire is well versed in this path. No wonder it is so prosperous now. Any country that can casually kill civilians is doomed to be unable to go far. History has taught us countless lessons, but many times, many empires are unable to do so. Protecting civilians required more troops to be dispersed, so although everyone understood the reasoning, most empires did not have the energy and ability to do so. At the entrance of the former Haoyan city, there was already an arch with the words Haoran Sect hanging on it. From the entrance, one could see a huge humanoid sculpture. The sculpture was modeled on the way the 9 Firmaments continent had created a sculpture for by Mukin. It was the hero of the southern domain, Xiangnan. Xiao looked at the sculpture and then at Xiangnan with an extremely exaggerated expression. I already believe that you are Xiangnan, but this... Xiao pointed at the sculpture and said, isn't it a little too exaggerated? Xiangnan blushed slightly and said awkwardly, I didn't expect them to do this either. In short, they have a purpose, right? Anyway, I don't care. It was very important to spread the idea of heroes. The Haoyan Empire's goal of attracting countless martial artists was not too pure. The Haoyan Empire was no longer the same as before, and even Xiangnan was not able to judge the current situation. Entering the Haoran sect also took a lot of effort from Xiangnan. First of all, he couldn't reveal his identity. Feng Xian had already analyzed the formidable relationship with him on this point. In the end, Xiao took out the Fallen Snow sect's waste token and said that he had come to join the Haoran sect before being released. Naturally, Xiangnan had changed his disguise and could not reveal his true colors. As for the two of them, they were taken to the inner courtyard of the sect by the 5 sect disciples, which was the original site of the former Haoran sect. I heard that your Fallen Snow sect slaughtered civilians. A Haoran sect disciple suddenly asked Xiao. Xiao was slightly embarrassed and said, Indeed. That's why I left the Fallen Snow sect and wanted to join the Haoran sect. The sect disciple smiled coldly. Be honest. Our Howren sect's strength has reached the heavens. If you really want to join us, then forget it. If you have any thoughts, Xiao He looked at Xiangnan. Xiangnan shook his head and whispered, endure it. When the sect grows bigger, there will always be some arrogant shrimp. Xiao He looked at Xiangnan's face and swallowed his anger all the way without saying anything. The following matters were somewhat tedious and lacking in detail. After seeing the low-ranking elders of the Howren sect, Xiangnan revealed his identity, causing a huge commotion in the Hall of Elders. That Shi Beihong personally brought a group of elders to secretly welcome Xiangnan. With Xiangnan's guarantee, Xiao He naturally smoothly joined the Howren sect and became another star disciple of the Howren sect. Of course, not yet. In the Hall of Elders, all the elders had high hopes for Xiangnan. First, they hissed warmly, and then they asked about his cultivation realm, strength, and recent experiences. Xiao He was shocked by this scene. She had never seen a disciple who could receive such a large-scale treatment in her own sect. It felt like even if the sect master had personally returned, there was no need for him to make such a big fuss. Seeing that Xiangnan had always been absent-minded and understood what Xiangnan was thinking, Shi Beihong smiled and said, all right, Xiangnan's return is naturally a great joyous occasion for our Howren sect, but now that he misses his master, let us old fellows stop pestering him. Xiangnan, disciple is here. Xiangnan cupped his fists. Shi Beihong smiled happily. Go to Sun Peak and see your master. Xiangnan didn't even have time to thank him, so he pulled Xiao He and ran away. The two flew all the way to Sun Peak. Sun Peak was no longer the same as before. Yanran had become the liveliest place in the entire nature sect. It was only because this was the place where Xiangnan had once cultivated. Countless disciples were crowded on Sun Peak, some chatting, some fighting, some sitting cross-legged and cultivating quietly. However, Sun Peak's martial arts were really difficult to practice. Among these disciples, 90% were not from Sun Peak. They only came here to practice martial arts on a daily basis. The Sun Palace was still deserted. Apart from the disciples who had entered the Sun Peak, nearly a third of the palaces were still empty. As soon as he stepped onto the steps of Sun Palace, Xiangnan's eyes turned red. The past was vivid in his eyes, and he couldn't help but sigh. He walked step by step to Su Caiyue's bedroom door, carefully tidied up his clothes, took 3 more deep breaths, and then raised his hand to knock lightly on the door. Master, unfilial disciple, Xiangnan is here to see you. Xiao He looked at Xiangnan curiously, feeling very strange in his heart. He didn't know what kind of great figure the Master Xiangnan wanted to see was to make him so dignified. Come in. Inside the door, a simple word caused Xiangnan's tears to roll in his eyes. He wiped his eyes and pushed the door open. A ray of sunset shone through the window, and Su Caiyue sat in front of the window and drank tea dignified. After a long time, Sun Peak's peak master Su Caiyue became a little thinner. Not dead yet. Su Caiyue glanced at Xiangnan. Drag your blessing. Xiangnan grinned. Su Caiyue looked up and down at Xiangnan and nodded. I'm thinner and stronger. When you first came here, you were a 16-year-old child. Now you have become an adult. Xiangnan was touched. Master has also lost weight. These clothes are a little loose, but they are also more beautiful. Su Caiyue said angrily. Slip of the tongue. You can't learn it well outside. Xiangnan rolled up his sleeves and said, Master, let this disciple cook a good meal for you. The two of us will have a good drink. Su Caiyue's rare lips curled up. Go. Xiangnan personally cooked and prepared a delicious meal. The master and disciple drank wine to relieve their longing. Along the way, Xiangnan also introduced Xiao He to Su Caiyue, explaining how he had formed enmity with Xiao He, resolved it, and finally condensed into a friendship that could be entrusted to one's life. Su Caiyue said, I've already heard about the fallen snow sect. Since Xiao He is here, stay. Xiangnan, how long do you plan to stay here this time? Xiangnan scratched his head and said, Master knows that I am a person who can't be idle. I shouldn't be staying here for long. After obtaining the recommendation letter from the sect, I have to go home and head straight to the Central Plains. You should have heard about the Star Guild. I'm going to take a look. Su Kaiwe said, You have to be careful when you go to the Central Plains. It is a wider world, more complex and more dangerous than the 4 domains of the East, South, West, and North. Yes. Xianxia nodded and said, Not only is there a Star Guild in the Central Plains, there is also the headquarters of the Huangpu aristocrat clan. That place should be very exciting, right? In this world, the 2 most heaven-defying forces were both in the Central Plains, and Xianxia had already begun to yearn for them. The fallen snow sect's merciless slaughter of the Star Guild disciples had finally dragged the Star Guild into the water. Hero posters were sent from the Central Plains to the 4 regions of the East, South, and West, inviting all the heroes of the world to gather to fight against the profound Sky Sect. That place would be the sanctuary of martial artists, the ocean of geniuses. Xianxia was once the number 1 genius in the southern domain between the ages of 18 and 20, but apart from this age group, there were still many heaven-defying experts. This was especially true for the 4 domains of the East, South, West, and North. With the addition of the local geniuses of the Star Guild, the number of heavenly talents would truly be as large as a feather. Xianxia wanted to go to the Central Plains, but he wasn't too confident. In such a place where stars shone, could he stand firm? In the next few days, Xianxia was very busy, and he was so busy that it had nothing to do with martial arts. The first was the internal affairs of the Howran sect. He followed the elders around and went to the Starsea sect, the Dark Nether sect, the Divine Feathers sect, and the Primordial Chaos sect to pay a visit. Of course, Xianxia stayed in the Divine Feathers sect for 2 more days, accompanying his martial mother. Afterwards, he went to the western regions, the new territory of the Haotian Empire, to visit the Feiyun Temple, a Buddhist holy land that had once been benevolent to Xianxia. These few days, Xianxia had been so busy that he had forgotten about the days when he had fought in hot blood. After everything was done, Xianxia asked for leave and wanted to go home to visit his parents. He specifically left home for the last time, so that he could return to the Xiang manor in a relaxed manner without any burdens. When Shibeihong heard this, he said, Then you can't go back to Wulong Prefecture. The Xiang clan's current size is considered a medium-sized and inferior clan in the entire Haotian Empire. What? Xianxia was shocked. Lower middle class? Is it developing so fast? Lower middle class was not a joke. It was equivalent to the Xiang clan's industry having to increase several hundred times at least. This is still because of the 4th prince's important guidance. Shibeihong said, A month ago, the Xiang clan's property was officially settled in Haojing. Your grandfather, Xiang Zhanxiong, and your parents are both preparing for family affairs in Haojing. You can go directly to Haojing. Thank you, elder. Xianxia cupped his fists and cupped his hands, bringing Shaohe straight to Haojing. Even a clan with a bit of ambition would not let go of Haojing, and the Xiang clan would do the same. However, compared to the various large clans in Haojing, the Xiang clan was truly not worth mentioning. The Xiang clan had only obtained a piece of land in a remote and low-end area of Haojing City and built the Haojing Xiang Manor. At the same time, the Xiang clan's main industries in Haojing were demonic beast blood and weapons manufacturing. Unbreakable golden body was brought by Xianxia, and it also attracted the new industry of demonic beast blood, waiting for the same piece of fat meat. Under the heavens, martial artists were more willing to buy the demonic beast blood of the Xiang clan because Xianxia was from the Xiang clan. They always felt that the demonic beast blood of the Xiang clan would be more authentic than that of other clans. The word Xianxia was the invisible sign of the Xiang clan, giving their demonic beast blood a unique innate advantage. This was another place that Xianxia hadn't expected. When Xianxia returned to the Xiang mansion in Haojing, he naturally had endless conversations with his grandfather, Xiang Zhanxiong, and his parents. Ever since Feng Xian told Su Kaiwe that Xianxia was alive, he also went to Xiang Manor and secretly told Xiangxia's parents about this matter. Until now, apart from Xiang Zhanxiong and Xiangxia's parents, the entire Xiang clan still did not know that Xianxia was still alive. This was a big secret. As a mother, she was naturally worried about her son's life. As soon as Mother Xiang had time, she urged Xianxia to ask when he would start a family. You're not young anymore. It's not a big deal to wander around outside all day. Mother Xiang kindly stroked Xiangnan's temples and said, furthermore, even if you get married, it won't stop you from cultivating martial arts. Oh right, what about the girl I brought back last time? Are you two okay? Xiangnan smiled bitterly and said, Mother, don't say nonsense. That's my master. Mother Xiang said, Master, what's wrong? I think that girl is quite good. She is handsome, steady, and has a good butt. She can have a son. Not to mention that you two don't seem to be much different in age. That girl looks like she's only 27 or 28 years old. You can have a son with your butt up? Xiangnan's expression was strange as he thought to himself, don't let Master hear this. Seeing that Xiangnan did not say anything, Mother Xiang caught a glimpse of Xiaohe and said, This girl is quite pretty. Mother, mother. Xiangnan hurriedly said, Drink tea, drink tea. Ha ha. Xiaohe covered his mouth and secretly laughed. Xiangnan's embarrassed expression was hard to see. Don't blame Mother for being so long-winded. A man as old as you, everyone else has wives and children, and the children are running everywhere. You're not in a hurry, you? Mother Xiang's words caused Xiangnan's brain to boil. The Haoyan Empire's male was engaged at the age of 12 or 13. Marriage at the age of 15 or 16 was the standard procedure. It wasn't an exaggeration for a 19-year-old child to run all over the ground. By the way, I've been busy arranging a marriage for you these past 2 days. You have to go meet the girl. Mother Xiang suddenly threw out such a big bomb, catching Xiangnan off guard. Xiangnan was stunned. You were just talking about my master, and in the blink of an eye, you arranged a blind date for me? Mother Xiang smiled and said, It's not wrong to prepare too much. Besides, I'm not asking you to get engaged. I'm just asking you to meet someone else's girl. If you're not satisfied, then look for someone else. But Xiangnan hesitated. A blind date? In Xiangnan's mind, there had never been any concept of such a thing. Maternal love is the most grounded in the world. Whether rich or poor, there are only 2 things that mothers worry about their sons the most. One is whether they are healthy or not, and the other is marriage. However, Xiangnan had never expected that his mother would arrange such a thing for him. Mother Xiang said, Commander Hongjin personally matched this marriage. He said that it was a girl called Gongsun Qing in Haojing. She was a member of the Gongsun clan, and the Gongsun clan had a lot of respect in Haojing. If your marriage is successful, it will be of great help to your grandfather's expansion of his estate. At that time, our Xiang clan and Gongsun clan will be able to marry. Xiangnan didn't know how to explain it to his mother. He had even rejected Huangpu Ruyan's offer of love. However, Mother Xiang, as a woman, did not understand such a thing as men's ambitions in all directions, so she could not bring many things to the table. All right, due to the greatness of maternal love, Xiangnan could only agree. At most, he would take a look. It was not as if he was certain. Xiangnan was not afraid at all. Mother Xiang immediately burst into laughter. Your grandfather said that your identity must be kept a secret. I announced that you are called Xiang Tianlong, and that you are Fei Long's cousin. Don't let your mouth slip. I see. Xiangnan smiled helplessly. Yes. Mother Xiang nodded. The blind date is scheduled for this evening. The idea of the 2 families is to let the 2 of you meet first. If they are satisfied with each other, the elders of the 2 families will meet again. Tidy up properly. You're dressed up to your heart's content. You'll go to the Immortal Ascension Pavilion to see the girl in a while. But put away the arrogance of your martial artist and frighten the girl. I won't spare you. I see. Xiangnan smiled bitterly. After the 2 of them left the Xiang manor, Xiaohe held back for a long time and finally couldn't help but laugh loudly. You, Xiangnan, go on a blind date? Ha! This is truly a world-famous rumor, she said, pointing at Xiangnan. Xiangnan glared at Xiaohe. What? My mother arranged it. I can't refuse, can I? Sigh. But I really have a headache when I think about it. How should I reject Gongsun Qing later? Xiangnan thought that if he wanted to meet at the Immortal Ascension Pavilion, then the Immortal Ascension Pavilion really knew about it. Last time she came to Haojing, the ninth princess had arranged a meeting with the prince of Tianluo Kingdom. She was at the Immortal Ascension Pavilion, but in the end, she drugged herself and was seen through by him. Thinking of the lovely ninth princess and the embarrassment of the ninth princess that night, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Xianxia in surprise and said, "Let's get married. As for how beautiful you are, you, Xianxia, have such a great reputation in the southern domain. Don't tell me you don't even have a girl chasing after you. Eh? Why are you still here? Do you want to follow me?" Xianxia asked curiously. He said, "Anyway, you said it yourself. You just want to deal with it. I'm going to join in the fun and be afraid of something. Something else." Xianxia said, "I'm going to see a girl from the Gongsun clan and I'm bringing you along. If someone misunderstands me, it won't be good. It would be rude for a girl to think that I'm playing with her. You can go anywhere to play for a while. I'll be back soon." He shrugged his shoulders and said, "Then I'll go drink. I'll see you at Xiang Manor tonight." "Yes." Xianxia nodded. After parting, Xianxia went to the Immortal Ascension Pavilion alone. On the way, he felt that his clothes were a bit too casual, so he randomly found a clothing shop that looked pretty good and changed into a neat set of clothes before going on his way. In the end, it was a marriage that his mother had introduced him to. Although Xianxia did not intend to have any real relationship with Gongsun Qing, he still had to have some basic etiquette. The Immortal Ascension Pavilion was not too far away. It belonged to the Huangpu aristocrat clan. Xianxia found a secluded corner and turned into an afterimage. He quickly ran down the street and arrived at the alley opposite the Immortal Ascension Pavilion in the blink of an eye. He tidied up his collar and felt that his clothes were decent, so he walked towards the entrance of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion. At the entrance of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion, a group of people were already waiting. Those people wore decent clothes that looked like private clothes, and there were a few incomparably luxurious carriages parked beside them. "Is it young Master Xiang?" a middle-aged man asked with a smile when he saw Xianxia. "It's me." Xianxia also smiled and nodded. He reached out to shake hands. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man only smiled faintly, but he did not reach out his hand. This time, Xianxia was left hanging. Xianxia was a little unhappy, but he didn't pursue it too much. The middle-aged man said, "I am Gongsun Nan. May I ask if you are the only one here today? Where are the elders of your Xiang clan?" Xianxia was stunned and said, "Oh, only me." After saying those words, Xianxia could clearly see that the faces of the Gongsun clan members had fallen. A so-called blind date like this was actually a marriage alliance. Usually, the two elders would discuss the future direction of cooperation together. In fact, there was no chance for a real blind date to speak. But Mother Xiang did not understand this kind of thing, so she directly let Xianxia come alone. The people from the Gongsun clan looked very unhappy. Gongsun nodded and said, "All right, since you were introduced by Commander Hongzhen, then you can talk to Shao Qing. Let's go and give some time to the young man." After saying that, the elders of the Gongsun clan shook their sleeves and left. Xianxia also felt that it was a bit abrupt. This matter didn't seem to be handled very thoroughly. Next to him was Gongsun Qing. When Xianxia came over, he noticed her. This girl seemed to be quiet, and she had always been obedient to the side, not even saying a word. At this moment, there were only the two of them left at the entrance. Xianxia felt that he was at a loss for words, so he stretched out his hand to Gongsun Qing and said, "Xiang Tianlong." Gongsun Qing shook hands with Xianxia and smiled sweetly. Gongsun Qing. The two of them looked at each other. Gongsun Qing was about 1.7 meters tall. She was a petite and adorable girl, and her face was gently make-up. She was very delicate. Xianxia's original idea was to find an excuse to retreat after seeing Gongsun Qing. But seeing that Gongsun Qing was such a girl, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She said, "Sit inside." Gongsun Qing nodded lightly and turned around to go in. The two of them casually found a window seat on the first floor, ordered 2 drinks, and started chatting. Gongsun Qing thought for a moment and asked, "Young Master Tianlong came on foot?" "Yes," Xianxia said. The smile on Gong Sun Qing's face weakened slightly and she asked, "What is your relationship with Commander Hong Zhen?" Xiangnan said, "Oh, my Xiang clan is headquartered in Bluestone City, Wulong Province. Commander Hong Zhen was once our city lord." Hearing this, the smile on Gong Sun Qing's face weakened by another 2 points. How many people had Xiangnan seen? He was very accurate in grasping the changes in her expression in this detail. He immediately lowered his head and drank something. He had already anticipated something. Evidently, Gong Sun Qing wasn't as quiet as she looked. Seeing that she was walking and didn't have a deep relationship with Hong Zhen, she already looked down on herself in her heart. Realistic girl. Aren't you going to ask about my family matters? Gong Sun Qing smiled. Her eyes curved as she carefully stared at the change in Xiangnan's expression. Xiangnan raised his head and did not say anything. Gong Sun Qing took the lead and said, "Although our Gong Sun clan is not a first-rate clan in Haojing, it is still considered to have some property. We are here to rent Marshall Field, manufacture horse carriages, and trade with beast blood." Yes, Xiangnan nodded. At this time, Xiangnan was already prepared to leave, thinking about what kind of excuse he should find. He wasn't really here for a blind date, and Gong Sun Qing obviously looked down on him. Since that was the case, it would be easier to get together and disperse. Who would have thought that Gong Sun Qing would suddenly say, "It's getting late. Why don't we play together tonight?" Xiangnan did not react. Originally, he thought that she would leave early. But why did he invite him to play with her? Gong Sun Qing lifted her temples and said, "I've also made an appointment with a few friends. They'll be here in a while. The origins of these friends are not simple either. Perhaps they will speak a little rashly. Please bear with it and don't take it to heart. They have been spoiled since childhood and don't know how to be modest." Xiangnan didn't care and said, "All right." The two of them drank their own drinks and had nothing to say. Xiangnan thought to himself, what was this girl thinking? Since she looked down on me, why did she insist on inviting me to stay? Not long after, a few gorgeous carriages stopped at the entrance. 5 men and 2 women walked down from the carriages. These 7 people looked very expensive, but they looked a little sloppy. They looked like standard playboys. What about this? Gong Sun Qing gathered at the gate. The 7 people immediately laughed and walked over. "Damn him!" A handsome man cursed and said, "I just went to Yonghe game to gamble 2 times. Tung Feiyun's grandson's luck is really heaven-defying. They have won more than 10 sets of matches in a row. They are bored and don't play anymore." None of the 7 people greeted Xiangnan and sat down carelessly. The handsome man who spoke sat beside Xiangnan as soon as he came over and pushed Xiangnan inside. He said, "Go over there." On Xiangnan's side sat a handsome man and 2 girls, while on Gong Sun Qing's side sat 4 men. One of the girls raised her leg and placed it on the table. These people's behavior was very unfriendly, but Xiangnan didn't care much. Young people, aren't they all like this? Otherwise, how could they be called young people? However, Xiangnan had been waiting for Gong Sun Qing to introduce these friends to him. However, Gong Sun Qing did not seem to have any intention of doing so from beginning to end. Gong Sun Qing smiled and said, "Teng Feiyun and his family have recently taken over a few big businesses. It's time for them to be proud of themselves." "Bah!" The handsome man spat and scolded, "Bullshit business. Isn't it just 20 cargo ships? What's so great about it? Damn it." Previously, Teng Feiyun, was a small potato in front of this young master. Now that the Teng clan has risen, that brat actually dares to show off his might against this young master. The girl who put her leg on the table suddenly asked, "Little Qing, you're here for a blind date today. This kid is your blind date, right?" Everyone looked at Xiangnan in unison. Gong Sun Qing smiled and said, "This is the Xiang family's young master Xiang Tianlong." "Hello everyone." Xiangnan nodded to the crowd. The handsome man looked at Xiangnan and said, "Ah? I heard that Xiangnan belongs to your family, right?" "Yes," Xiangnan said. The handsome man suddenly nodded his head in realization. "No wonder your clan was able to come to the capital. However, isn't Xiangnan already dead?" "Xiao Wei." Gong Sun Qing frowned and gave the handsome man a look. The handsome man laughed and said, I'm straight, young Master Xiang. Don't mind. No, Xiang Nan said. A girl stared at Xiang Nan and smiled. She looks quite sturdy. It seems like she has some martial arts background. It just so happens that our family is recruiting a captain. Young Master Xiang, come back tomorrow. If you pass the exam, you can become the captain of our clan. At that time, your status will be raised a little. Everyone was sitting on equal footing, but this girl suddenly wanted Xiang Nan to look after her home and protect her. She even pretended to be raising her status. This kind of saying was already a bit excessive. Xiang Nan didn't seem to be worthy of Gong Sun Qing. No, I have something to do. Xiang Nan had always maintained good manners with a faint smile on his face. The girl asked curiously, Isn't your family just selling blood? How can you support Shaoqing by relying on Xiang Nan's reputation to earn some money from the dead? The job I'm offering you is not simple. You can always come into contact with some distinguished guests when you look after the house for us. You only need to know how to observe the situation and take good care of them. You will always be able to make friends with some high-ranking officials and increase your social contacts. Gong Sun Qing said, Xiao Wei, young Master Xiang is someone who wants to do great things. Don't make trouble here. The girl curled her lips and let out a chirp. She did not speak anymore. Oh? Do you want to do something big? The handsome man smiled and said, Young Master Xiang clan. What kind of business does it do? Where do they operate? Xiang Nan could already tell. This Gong Sun Qing was probably worried that she would be entangled with her. So she insisted on staying and meeting her friends, so that she could retreat in the face of difficulties. Xiang Nan stood up with a smile and said to Gong Sun Qing, I'm very happy to meet Miss Gong Sun today, but I still have something to attend to tonight, so I won't disturb her any longer. Gong Sun Qing smiled and said, Young Master Xiang has something important to do. Let's go get busy first. Xiang Nan nodded and turned to walk towards the gate of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion. As for Gong Sun Qing, she didn't even have the intention to send him off politely. Behind him, the voices of those people whispering entered Xiang Nan's ears. Which carriage did Xiang Tianlong come from? We looked at the carriage at the door and didn't see the carriage of the Xiang clan, said Xiao Wei. Gong Sun Qing said, It came on foot. Walking here, the group couldn't help but laugh softly. There are quite a lot of toads these days. Little Qing, be careful. Don't let some pretty boy take advantage of you and drink your Gong Sun clan for free. The handsome man raised his head and deliberately spoke loudly. Xiang Nan only smiled and didn't care. Let it pass. When they arrived at the entrance, a man suddenly called out to Xiang Nan in the corridor at the other end, Ah, isn't this young Master Xiang? Xiang Nan was shocked. When he was with his mother during the day, his appearance returned to normal. He thought that he would not meet anyone from the Profound Sky sect in Haojing, so he did not pretend again. I never thought that someone would recognize me. Xiang Nan looked over and found that the man looked a little unfamiliar. The man's eyes turned red with excitement. He rushed up and grabbed Xiang Nan's shoulder, saying, Young Master Xiang, is it really you? Am I blind? Are you still alive? Have you forgotten me? I am Zhan Xiong. Ah, you came with the 9th miss that day. Only then did Xiang Nan recall that this person should be one of the many friends invited by the 9th princess that day. However, he did not pay much attention and said, You've mistaken me for the wrong person. I'm not the young Master Xiang you mentioned. Impossible. Zhan Xiong looked at Xiang Nan from head to toe and said, My temperament seems to have changed a little, but I will never admit my mistake. Xiang Nan said, I know who you're talking about, but I'm not Xiang Nan. I'm Xiang Tianlong, Xiang Nan's cousin. Oh, no wonder. Zhan Xiong let out a long sigh. I told you. How could Grand Master Xiang come back from the dead? Sigh, it's sad to say so. Let's not talk about it anymore. Tianlong, let's go. Follow me. Since you are Tai Fu Xiang's cousin, I will make friends with you. Xiang Nan pushed him twice, but Zhan Xiong refused to let him go. He had no choice but to follow him. Above was Zhan Xiong's group of friends, all of whom were the masters of the capital. Xiang Nan waited for a long time before finding an opportunity to say goodbye. When he reached the first floor of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion and was about to leave, the corner of his eyes glimpsed Gong Sun Qing's group again. They hadn't left yet, and there were already 15 or 16 people drinking and chatting together. As for Xiao Wei, she raised her head and saw Xiang Nan, who was about to walk towards the gate. Holy shit, little Qing. That kid from the Xiang clan hasn't left yet. Look, he hasn't given up yet and is just wandering around here. Did he recognize you? I'm afraid he's looking for an opportunity to pester you when you're alone. Gong Sun Qing frowned and said, What happened to this person? Hey, young Master Xiang. Come here. The handsome man stood up and waved at Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan smiled and said, You guys play. I have to go now. What's the hurry? The handsome man rushed out and grabbed onto Xiang Nan's shoulder, dragging him over again. Didn't young Master Xiang have an urgent matter to attend to? Gong Sun Qing smiled. Xiang Nan said, Oh, I met a few friends here just now. I was delayed. Can you have friends here? Xiao Wei sneered. The handsome man smiled and said, Since young Master Xiang is reluctant to leave this prosperous Immortal Ascension Pavilion, then stay. Let's get close. Xiao Wei, go get a jar of top-grade fire clouds. I'm happy today. Treat young Master Xiang to a good drink. As he spoke, the handsome man gave Xiao Wei a look. Little Wei suddenly came to a realization and smiled. All right. Wait. I'll go now. Xiang Nan originally thought that he would bid farewell to his mother today and prepare to set off. After meeting Xiao He at night, he used the teleportation array to reach 9 firmaments, and then turned around to head to the central plains. However, he didn't expect that there would be so many messy things that he would be entangled in it all at once, unable to get away from it. Xiang Nan also didn't want to really fall out with Gong Sun Qing. He could go to the Star Guild with a flick of his big arm, but the Xiang clan still had to stay in Haojing, so he couldn't leave any trouble for the clan. Miss Gong Sun, I really have something to do. I'm leaving Haojing tonight. Xiang Nan pushed back. Gong Sun Qing said, If you really have something to do, you won't wander around here for half a day. It's fine. It doesn't matter if you don't leave Haojing. This place is big, and it's not our Gong Sun clan's territory. That Gong Sun Qing thought that Xiang Nan said that he wanted to leave Haojing just to avoid suspicion and to make her feel at ease. Very quickly, the famous wine of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion was served. Everyone snorted happily and thanked the handsome man one after another. Each of them poured himself a cup. The top-grade fire clouds were made of a 3-colored glass lamp, sparkling and translucent. Under the illumination of the bright sun stones, it emitted a magnificent luster. Xiao Wei rushed to pour a glass of wine for Xiang Nan and said, Have a taste of the most famous wine in the Immortal Ascension Pavilion. This jar costs 10,000 gold coins. Xiao Wei bit the 10,000 gold coins very hard, mocking Xiang Nan for not being able to drink it. Xiang Nan didn't say much and reached out to get the wine glass. As a result, the handsome man beside him suddenly pushed Xiang Nan's arm and knocked off the wine glass. With Xiang Nan's strength, how could he not notice the small movements of the handsome man? However, he did not dodge or dodge. Instead, he looked at what he wanted to do. Aya! A waiter hurriedly ran over and said, What the hell is going on? It broke all our 3-colored glass candles. As they spoke, the waiter and Xiao Wei exchanged glances with each other, as if they understood each other. I will compensate you according to the price, Xiang Nan said calmly. The waiter said, Of course I have to accompany you. You are not the emperor's father. Do you still want to leave just like that? A glass lamp, 1,000 gold coins. Take it out. 1,000 gold coins? Xiang Nan frowned. This tricolored glass lamp was not bad, but it was only worth 50 to 60 gold coins to endure death. The waiter opened his mouth and asked for 1,000 gold coins. It was obvious that he was going to deceive Xiang Nan. Can't afford it? The waiter raised his eyebrows. I'll do it. Gong Sun Qing stood up and handed a storage card to the waiter, saying, Young Master Xiang, what you shattered is on my head. As she said that, Gong Sun Qing looked at Xiang Nan and said, I'm afraid young Master Xiang has drunk too much. Don't drink this wine anymore. You'll have to walk home later. In the future, don't come to such a place anymore. Xianxia couldn't help it. He had endured it for half a day and had always treated these people with a very calm mind. However, these people had been acting weirdly all night, yet they had actually made such a scene again. Xianxia said, I can go wherever I want. That's my freedom. I'm afraid Miss Gongsun won't be able to control it. I have 1,000 gold coins, but this glass lamp is not worth it. I will not be fooled for no reason. Gongsun Qing frowned. Young Master Xiang, this is going too far. This is the first time we've met. I think it's better to leave a good impression on each other. Xianxia simply hugged his shoulders and leaned back on the chair. I was going to make a good impression on you? But are you planning to make a good impression on me? What are these people playing with me for? Did they really treat me as a fool? Gongsun Qing, you don't like me, and I don't insist on pestering you shamelessly. Everyone can get together and disperse. After today, we will meet by chance. Why are you targeting me like this? You're looking for a friend to give me a look, and you're scheming for me to shatter the glass lamp. Haha. Gongsun Qing smiled and said, Xiang Feilong, it's boring to say this. You eat mine and drink mine. What did I say? Your Xiang clan is still developing in Haojing. I think offending people is the last thing you should do right now. Threaten me? Seeing that Gongsun Qing had torn her face apart, Xianxia did not need to carry it. Gongsun Qing said indifferently, Do I need to threaten you? Do you have enough weight? Do you think you can openly marry Commander Hongzhen as a matchmaker? I don't think we need to talk anymore. Xianxia stood up and was about to leave. The waiter grabbed Xiangxia's arm and said, You haven't lost money yet. 1,000 gold coins. Xianxia looked at the waiter and said, 100 gold coins. If you want to take it, then take it. If not, there won't be a single cent. Everyone burst into laughter. Xiao Wei said in a weird tone, You really have the nerve to bring 1,000 gold coins with you when you come out to play. It looks like you're really prepared to eat and drink Shaoqing for free. The waiter said angrily, No, it's only 1,000 gold coins. If you don't give it to me, you can't leave. No, Xianxia said. The waiter shouted, Someone is causing trouble. Come on, tie him up. Suddenly, a large group of strong men surrounded Xianxia and tied him up. Xianxia didn't want to resist at all, allowing them to bind him. Bring him into the underground warehouse and have his family redeem him, the waiter shouted. Many strong men pushed and shoved Xianxia into the underground warehouse. Outside, the waiter and Xiao Wei whispered, Miss Xiao Wei, what should we do with this brat? Give me a word. Xiao Wei said, Scared him well. When he admits defeat, just borrow money from Shaoqing. From now on, he will never have the face to see Shaoqing again. The waiter said, What if he doesn't borrow it? Xiao Wei smiled and said, Then let the people from the Xiang clan come and redeem him. The Xiang clan will lose face to Grandma clan. Even this brat would not be so shameless. In the underground warehouse, Gongsun Qing and the others followed suit. A sturdy man held a dagger in his hand and waved it around in front of Xianxia. Brat, it's only natural for you to lose money by shattering things. If you don't give it to me, don't blame me for slashing your pretty little face like that. The bright dagger shone on Xiangxia's face, swaying back and forth. Gongsun Qing said, Xiang Feilong, we have no grievances or grudges. There is no need for us to be so unhappy. I will help you pay for this 1,000 gold coins, but you must also promise me that from today onwards, don't think about me anymore. Xianxia laughed. You know that we have no grievances or grudges. Originally, I didn't plan to come here today, but now I don't want to leave anymore. It's easy to kidnap me, but it's hard to send me away. Little bastard, you dare to come to Haojing to act wildly. The strong man punched Xianxia in the stomach. Pong! Xianxia remained motionless, but the strong man's wrist was broken. He actually clutched his wrist and screamed miserably. At this moment, the expressions of everyone present changed slightly. People from the Huangpu aristocrat clan would never do such a thing to bully customers. However, the staff of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion were all hired locals from Haojing. These people did not pay much attention to their work. Moreover, they had a good relationship with Gongsun Qing, Xiao Wei, and the others. Naturally, they were helping them design Xiang Nan together. Seeing this, Gongsun Qing's heart skipped a beat. That sturdy man was at the 5th level of the Xiantian realm. If his fist landed on someone else's body and they didn't move at all, he would break his wrist. Such a huge disparity in strength between the two parties meant that Xiang Nan was at least a Gui Yuan first-stage martial artist. A 19-year-old Origin Realm cultivator? Gongsun Qing realized that the situation was not good. With this kind of strength, she could enter the nature sect. The expressions of the others also changed. They are young and playful, but that doesn't mean their brains don't work well. At this moment, everyone could vaguely feel that something was amiss. Xiang Nan looked at these people and sighed in his heart. He felt that it was very boring, and there was no point in competing with these young people. But on second thought, I was the one tied up here today. What if it was another member of the Xiang clan's younger generation? Wasn't he bullied to death by them? Xiangnan said, I will give you one last chance. 100 gold coins will be used to compensate the glass lamp. If you accept it, I will leave now. Xiaoqing, come here for a moment. Xiao Wei pulled Xiaoqing out of the warehouse. The two of them whispered to each other outside, and Xiang Nan could hear their conversation. However, Xiang Nan's expression had also completely sunk. What should we do? This brat seems to have some strength. Otherwise, forget it. Xiao Wei's voice. Forget it? Because of his extraordinary strength, I can't let him go. I have to scare him thoroughly at once. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles in the future. Gongsun Qing's voice. Do you think he would be willing to give up if we tossed him around like this tonight? Xiao Wei said. Then what should we do? We can't kill him, right? Do we have to make such a big fuss? Gongsun Qing was silent for a while and said, Don't worry about it. Leave this matter to me. I'll have to beat him up once. When he sees us, he'll be so scared that he'll take a detour. Then Xiao Wei called the waiter out. When he returned, the waiter seemed to have grown a bit more courageous. He said to Xiang Nan, It's only 1,000 gold coins. Do you want to take it or not? No, Xiang Nan said. All right, kid, you have the guts. Wait for me. The waiter glared fiercely at Xiang Nan before turning around and leaving. After a while, a large group of people arrived. Gongsun Qing and Xiao Wei both went out. Only whispers could be heard from outside. A voice said, Little Qing, if you ask me for anything, you must let me do it. Gongsun Qing whispered for a while. Then the door to the underground warehouse was pushed open. Gongsun Qing and Xiao Wei walked in front, followed by a group of martial artists. Xiao Wei pointed at the martial artists and said to Xiang Nan, These are all experts from the Royal Academy. The group of friends that followed Gongsun Qing, including the handsome man, all leaned to the side and lowered their heads slightly. Obviously, they were very afraid of the martial artists of the Royal Academy. When these martial artists saw Xiang Nan, they were all stunned at the same time. These martial artists happened to be Zhan Xiong's friends, but Zhan Xiong was not present. A martial artist walked to Xiang Nan's side and whispered, Are you the friend Brother Zhan brought? I heard from Brother Zhan that this is the first time you've met him tonight. I advise you to admit defeat. Gongsun Qing is not a woman to offend. Hurry up and give her money to leave. If you don't have it, I'll help you pay for it. Xiang Nan smiled and didn't say anything. Why bother talking to him? Another martial artist rushed forward and punched Xiang Nan in the face. These people had seen Xiang Nan in Zhan Xiong's arena before, but now that they were about to turn hostile, they immediately beat him up. As a result, the martial artist's wrist was also broken by this punch. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That martial artist was an expert at the second level of Origin Return. What? Gongsun Qing's expression immediately changed, pale and pale. This everyone was dumbfounded. Gongsun Qing bit her lips, turned around, pushed the door open, and went out. There was another round of conversation outside. Immediately after, Gongsun Qing brought another person in, and this person was Zhan Xiong. Brother Xiang. Zhan Xiong was originally aggressive, but when he saw Xiang Nan, he was also stunned, Why is it you? Gong Sun Qing's heart skipped a beat as she forced a smile. Brother Zhan knows him? Zhan Xiong nodded and said, Did he eat the bear heart leopard's courage? Even my brother dares to move. Quickly undo it. The group of people were extremely frightened. The handsome man knew that he had offended Xiang Nan. So he hurriedly rushed forward to untie the rope for Xiang Nan. But he was unable to untie it for a long time. Trash! Let me do it! Another martial artist pushed the handsome man away and personally untied the rope for Xiang Nan. He said, Brother Xiang, the brothers didn't recognize you just now. Don't blame me. Don't blame me. However, this martial artist was also unable to unlock it. That rope was entangled by Xiang Nan's dipper chi. Not to mention the origin realm, even a person at the 9th level of the Heaven Scryer stage would not be able to undo it. At this moment, everyone saw the problem. It was obvious that Xiang Nan did not want to leave. Zhan Xiong hurriedly said, Brother Xiang, it's all a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. My group of children don't understand the human world and have offended you. For my sake, don't argue with them. Xiang Nan looked at Gong Sun Qing indifferently. I gave you the last chance just now. You should have let me go. The big things have been reduced to small things, and the small things have been reduced to small things. But you chose to use someone with a higher status to suppress me. Gong Sun Qing. Should I call you smart or stupid? Gong Sun Qing said nothing with a cold face. Xiang Nan said, Aren't you going to scare me? Hurry up and take a detour the moment I see you? Come, I'll be right here. Let's do it. Yeah. Xiao Wei was shocked. How did you hear us? Zhan Xiong was a little anxious and hurriedly said, This little Qing. What kind of misunderstanding do you have with Brother Xiang? Why are you making such an unpleasant scene? Gong Sun Qing gritted her teeth. The little girl's ruthlessness also came up. She glared at Xiang Nan and said, All right. Since you want to make a big deal out of this, then I'll accompany you to the end. I don't believe that I can't handle you. Gong Sun Qing took out a message and said, Brother, I've been bullied. Come to the Immortal Pavilion. Hurry. With that, she released the message. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Then, Zhan Xiong laughed dryly and said, This isn't appropriate, right? There's no need to call Big Brother Gong Sun over. Is there? Xiao Wei's lips had already turned purple from fear, while the handsome man panicked and said, Xiao Qing, I have already left. Gong Sun Qing shouted, Nobody leaves. Everyone stand here. Xiang Nan smiled faintly and looked at them coldly. After a while, a familiar yuan qi fluctuation appeared. Xiang Nan looked thoughtful and lowered his head. The door of the warehouse was suddenly blown open by the wind, and a burly man suddenly appeared. Everyone hurriedly stood against the wall, their hearts trembling with fear. The strong man shouted, Little Qing, who bullied you? How dare you? It's him. Gong Sun Qing pointed at Xiang Nan. The sturdy man looked at Xiang Nan, but because Xiang Nan lowered his head, he couldn't see Xiang Nan's face. He asked curiously, Isn't this person tied up? Why did he say that he bullied you? Brother. Don't worry about it. Help me teach him a lesson. Gong Sun Qing said. The sturdy man nodded, waved his heavy punch and smashed it towards Xiang Nan's head. Kacha! The strong man's wrist was also broken. At this moment, there was not even a single sound from the scene. That strong man was an expert at the heaven origin realm. The burly man broke out in cold sweat and said to Xiang Nan, Friend, where did you come from? There's no need to bully children here, right? Xiang Nan slowly raised his head. The burly man knelt when he saw Xiang Nan's face. This sturdy man was one of the personal guards assigned to the 9th princess by the Royal Academy. He had personally followed Xiang Nan to protect the 9th princess and went to the 9 Firmaments continent. After spending a few months together, he recognized Xiang Nan at a glance. I didn't expect that Gong Sun Qing would actually provoke this legendary figure. The brave man was scared out of his wits. He couldn't even say a word for a long time. He just opened his mouth. You for a long time, but you didn't come out with anything. Brother, This is Gong Sun Qing was stunned. The strong man said angrily, "Little Qing, you useless thing." As he spoke, the sturdy man slapped Xiao Qing's face and spun her around 3 times. Gong Sun Qing covered her face and shocked, "Brother, you hit me?" The strong man's eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I can't beat you to death." As he spoke, the strong man raised his hand and wanted to fight again. Zhan Xiong and the others hurriedly rushed up to grab the strong man. "What are you doing?" "Big brother Gongsun, don't worry. If there's a problem, let's solve it slowly." The burly man waved everyone away and angrily said, "Get rid of your grandmother. Do you know who this is?" "Who is it?" Gong Sun Qing had never seen her brother so angry since she was young. She was scared out of her wits. The sturdy man opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything. He worked with the royal family, so if he didn't understand any rules, he would be given 100 courage and wouldn't dare to call out Xiong Nan's name. The burly man walked over to Xiong Nan and cried, "Brother, for the sake of our working together, let this matter be exposed today. I will teach this girl a good lesson when I go back. I must break one of her legs." Xiong Nan said, "Let me ask you a question." The strong man nodded desperately. Xiong Nan said, "If it wasn't me who was kidnapped today, but the other members of my Xiong clan, what would happen to them?" The sturdy man choked all of a sudden. This matter was hard to say. Her sister understood it best. She had never been soft-hearted since childhood. Although she looked quiet and gentle, her heart was filled with a fierce quarrel. If today's matter really couldn't be solved by one person, then Gong Sun Qing really couldn't say that she would do anything extreme. "Can't answer?" Xiong Nan asked. The burly man answered obediently, "Young man is not sensible. Don't argue with them. Please give me face." "I'll give you face." Xiong Nan smiled. "You haven't untied me since you came in, and you haven't asked your sister to apologize to me." The sturdy man was shocked. "I'll give it to you right now." "Forget it, stop acting." Xiong Nan shook his head. "They came to me to compensate me. They want someone to redeem me." "Sure. I'll get someone to send the money over now." With that, Xiong Nan released a hand and took out a message, saying, "It's me. I was tied up in the basement of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion and took out 1,000 gold coins to redeem me." The messenger flew away with a whoosh. The burly man sat on the ground with a splash. He was not stupid. He could tell at a glance that the messenger belonged to the 9th princess. "It's big, it's really big this time." The sturdy man sat on the ground trembling, unable to utter a single word. Xiong Nan didn't need to say who he was. Through the messenger, the 9th princess could recognize him. The waiter was also stunned. He could not tell that the messenger belonged to the 9th princess, so he walked over smartly and said, "Little brother, it's because we don't recognize Mount Tai. Look, you can leave now. There's no need for you to compensate for the glass lamp. Tie me up in the basement and teach me a lesson." Xiong Nan said, "Now that you know that you can't afford to offend me, are you going to let me go?" "Haha, as I said, it's easy to tie me up, but it's hard for me to leave." The waiter said in a deep voice, "You really shouldn't play tricks on me. If others are afraid of you, I'm not afraid. Do you know where this is? This is the property of the Huangpu aristocrat clan. Aren't you afraid of stirring up trouble here?" Xiong Nan looked at the waiter and said, "You guys are really top-notch. Hasn't it been you who tied me up, punched and kicked me until now? And now it's me who's playing tricks on you? Do you really think that everyone in society is your father, spoiling you and spoiling you?" As soon as Xiong Nan finished speaking, a strand of Dipper Chi instantly enveloped the entire Immortal Ascension Pavilion. In an instant, the faces of all the guests in the Immortal Ascension Pavilion changed drastically. "Coming!" The sturdy man's heart went cold. He hurriedly knelt down at the door of the warehouse and prepared to greet the 9th princess with a shout. However, it wasn't the 9th princess who pushed the door open. Instead, it was a middle-aged man with a dignified aura. Behind the middle-aged man, there was a silent guard. The moment they saw the middle-aged man, everyone present was in despair. "Greetings, Your Highness the 4th Prince." Xianxia was also shocked. He was looking for the 9th princess, but he didn't expect the 4th prince to actually come. This Haoyan imperial clan belonged to Emperor Haoyan, but Emperor Haoyan was obsessed with martial arts. He practically didn't care about government affairs. The entire Haoyan Empire's affairs were handled by the 4th prince alone. Now that Haoyan Empire had become the holy land of martial arts in the entire southern domain, the status of the 4th prince had increased with each passing day, and Yanran had become the overlord of the southern domain. To put it bluntly, it was almost all thanks to Xianxia alone. Without Xianxia, there wouldn't be any of the 6 great sections. The Black Sect would definitely take down the Haoyan Empire that day, and the 4th prince wouldn't even be able to protect the rivers and mountains. I'm back. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? There was no one else in the 4th prince's eyes. He walked straight to Xianxia's side and gently hugged him. Xianxia laughed self-deprecatingly. It's not too late yet. Isn't this being kidnapped? A thunder exploded in Gongsun Qing's and the others' minds. The 4th prince laughed loudly. All right, what are you still pretending to be with me? Let me ask you, are you willing to stay by my side this time and properly assist me? I only need 1 sentence from you. I can give you half of the land as much as you want. Indeed, this was a courteous remark, and it could not be done accurately. However, these words caused everyone present to feel deeply shocked. Royal title? Xianxia smiled and said, 4th Master, stop messing around. I'm risking my life and death outside for Haoyan. I'm carrying a human head to fight with someone else. But at home, my family's people are actually unstable. They might be annihilated at any time. Do you think I can be at ease? The 4th prince smiled and patted Xianxia on the shoulder. Then he turned his head to face the crowd. At this time, the 4th prince's expression suddenly turned incomparably cold, making people feel as if their bones had been pricked by needles. Everyone knelt on the ground, not daring to move. Some of them were too frightened. They actually knelt on their knees and lay down on their feet. Who did it? The 4th prince asked indifferently. The waiter was frightened out of his wits and kept kowtowing. The grass dwellers are blind. Please punish the 4th prince's hall. Of course. The 4th prince nodded. You deserve to be punished. At the side, the eyes of the 4th prince's personal guard moved slightly, and the head of the guard disappeared. No one could see what was happening. Not even Xianxia. A human head was gone just like that. He didn't even bleed. Xianxia's pupils contracted as he thought to himself, Expert! Who else? The 4th prince said. Gongsun Qing's face had long since turned pale as she stared blankly at the 4th prince. It's you. The 4th prince's gaze was old and fierce. He immediately caught Gongsun Qing's emotions and said, The Gongsun clan has such great prestige. The sturdy man kowtowed desperately on the ground. Your Highness, please remember to disturb us once for my loyal protection of the 9th princess. The 4th prince sneered. Since you work beside the 9th princess, you should know your limits. In our Haoyan imperial clan, you are loyal, but outside, you allow your family to flaunt their might. This is using our Haoyan imperial clan's token to commit crimes.